League of Legends fans, it is once again I coming to you from the Tears of Gusset Cave alongside me, Blue Panda, as we bring to you the upper bracket finals, followed by the lower bracket finals here tonight of the OPQ. An exciting night indeed. How are you feeling, Blue Panda?
Oh, look, we're gearing up for a marathon run, a potential 10 games for Oceania in the Fearless Draft and 2 best of 5s. I mean, this is a never-before-seen circumstance for Oceania. Not only have we never dealt with the Fearless Draft until 2025, we've never dealt with the best of 5s in a Fearless Draft as well. So we are literally getting into the depths of these champion pools, and we might get some wild and wonderful stuff, and I'm so here for it.
Yeah, absolutely. Very, very exciting games on our hands here. Of course, we have our 2 best performing teams in the tournament so far going up first. It's Polar Chair going up against Saving Oceanic. You can see it there in the bottom of your screen. And basically between these 2 teams, you have one team that has the likes of Kyose, the permanent rank 1 player of the server, and Violet, one of the best competitive players we have in our region, going up against a few unknowns. I mean, they have Lisa, they have Prey, Zovi, all of which have played in the LCO. And then a lesser known, I guess, a lesser known team in terms of their notoriety in the scene. I mean, they are all Chinese players and they all play together, tend to play together, play high elo solo queue as well. So it's going to be interesting to see how they're able to do up against some players that are very, very strong when it comes to that competitive environment. But first, before we take it into our game, we do have some replays from yesterday's best of 5. Game number 4 are going to come down onto your screen. And this was the game that sealed the deal and eventually did get Rich Dynasty across the line.
Yeah, I mean, despite how that drafting went in Game 1, they really sort of righted the ship. Games 2 through 4, they absolutely dominated. And Rich Dynasty are looking to bring back the Dynasty, literally in the name. Rich Gang, one of the OG teams in Oceanic competition. They're looking to bring that name back, maybe into some notoriety, much like the original, but this team has shown that they are capable, and making those adjustments and those clutch moments is something that is so integral to. Even if they drop a game, the ability to bounce back going into games 2 and then onwards is such a valuable trait.
Yeah, absolutely. And the benefit they have of just how the scheduling works is whoever loses the first best of 5 of the night then has to go on to verse them. So maybe they're going to get one of the better teams that are fatigued and may be able to take advantage of it. But for now, at least, they are looking very, very strong. They've looked to have leveled up with the addition here of Gavin down in that bot lane in the support role for them. And it's going to be very scary for whichever of the teams in our upper bracket finals do fall, because they are certainly no slouches, Rich Dynasty. So really, I mean, this first best of 5, if it does go 5 games, Rich Dynasty, they're going to have all that information. They're going to know the champions that are coming out, what sort of team compositions they're looking for, and it can really work in their favor.
Yeah, and I mean, you look at just the no-holds-barred fighting that we saw out of them as well. We saw that clip of Fido just teleports into the middle of 3, gets the buster shot off to set up for the absolute wipe. He does lose his life off the back of it, but these guys are willing to throw everything at the wall, make sure that at least something sticks. You see how many of these clips we're going to get through. And BBP up in the top lane has been such an interesting one to watch. He completely gapped Snoop throughout almost the entire series. And if he's capable of doing that going into our second match of the night, this really could make for a very entertaining lower bracket final.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, even before that, though, of course, our first game of the day between Saving Oceanic and Polar Chair, they have 2 of the best top laners we have in the region. Doraemon, who actually is Violet's biological brother, going up against Prey. Now, Prey has been typically known for the likes of the Camille, the Fiora, these duelist champions that like to be in the side lane, like to be able to 1v1. But of recent, at least here in our competition, he's been going towards the Cassante, going towards the Scion, being a bit more of a team-orientated player, and has been paying dividends. As I'm not even certain they've dropped a game yet, even going up against Rich Dynasty earlier on in the competition, and with a clean 2-0 taking them down and forcing them into that lower bracket. So it will be very exciting to see these 2 teams go to head-to-head. I mean, ultimately, even Saving Oceanic, I think, only dropping the singular game in a best of 3, and other than that, just a pretty flawless run here to the upper bracket finals.
Well, actually, it's 3 games dropped for Saving Oceanic so far, up until this point. The only series they didn't drop a match in was against Little Mermaid. So, yeah, they've definitely had the heart of the 2 runs. Polar Chair, like you said, just a clean sweep up until this point. They've been rather unscathed. So this could be potentially their first loss of the tournament, just in a game and potentially even a series, depending on how well Saving Oceanic come into this.
Yeah, absolutely. Some of the highlights here, Praedyth on the Aphelios. I mean, it's a very difficult game for him to have played Aphelios here, up against the Ziggs, up against the Gangplank. Not a whole lot of room to move, and unfortunately became all a bit overbearing. I mean, you'll see as we continue on through some of these replays just how close it ends up being. As I've got word, we're actually starting draft, so we'll be able to get that on your screens very shortly as Polar Chair and Saving O's go head-to-head. Polar Chair did select the blue side, just to give a heads up to everyone. So blue side for Polar Chair, red side for Saving O's, as we will have that on your screen very shortly. But, I mean, yeah, Rich Dynasty, it was a close-fought battle, honestly, Game 4, which it shouldn't really have been with how it started out. So really showing there aren't, it isn't the cleanest of ordeals, right? It is very brutal, very, very fight-orientated, and sometimes those just go wrong and leads it to a bit more of a skirmishy, brutal affair, as we did end up seeing.
I mean, to credit where it's due, Halo really was the last bastion of hope for the most part in this matchup. He really held things down in that mid lane, and was one of the reasons that this game especially extended out for such a long time, was his Orianna and just how much impact he was having. Unfortunately, it just wasn't enough at the end of the day, and I mean, you just watch throughout these clips. Look, to be fair, he made a couple of mistakes. You can't really fault him that. He was fallible and human, and showed that a couple of times, but yeah, sometimes it's a rough gig.
Yeah, absolutely. Finish off the replay. I mean, Halo, again, it was so close for him to be able to maybe even get this one across the line, but one team fight, a flash away from Raze, and that pretty much sealed the deal as you see Halo get charged down in the Nexus there and after. As Rich Dynasty, they make it to the lower bracket finals, but of course, before we even get there, before that is anything of any concern, we do have the upper bracket finals. That is now on your screen. Aurora picked up first here for Zovi in the mid lane, responded to by Kyoze with that Orianna, and they also have Foreigner on the Nocturne, who right now is a ridiculous champion with just how strong the experimental Hexblade is.
Yeah, I mean, it's a deadly combo that we've seen played time and time again. The Corki is being picked up. The Valkyrie are somewhat of an answer, but we've seen the Lucian picked into it. It really doesn't matter. If you time that command shockwave properly with the Paranoia, it is a very, very hard combo to get out of. So it's going to be one that Polar Chair are going to have to play very carefully around. I mean, we've seen it done before. It is obviously a Vietnamese classic. The BCS loves their Nocturne. But we've seen that there is still an answer to that Nocturne Orianna combo, and that is just don't give them room to move. Keep your carries off the map. Play around that fog of war, and for the most part, we see those Nocturnes get wasted.
Yeah, absolutely. Jarvan going to be locked in here. Is reasonably good at dealing with the immobility of the Orianna, so if Kyoze does lose that flash, it can be a little bit scary for him to pilot in these team fights or even in the lane phase against the Aurora Jarvan. As the third pick now to come through for Saving O's here. Nico going to be locked in that support role for Scott. So a very, very good champion indeed. And a very scary team composition to be steering down the barrel of here for Polar Chair as the second ban phase now will come across. The natural selection, I would say, is those support roles for Saving O's, and they have taken away the Karma for now. On the other side of things, taking away some of the stronger AD carries might be the best way to look. Some of the more mobile or lane dominant AD carries. I mean, the Varus is there. They do go for the top laners though, taking away Yorick.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, I read it. You look at that first ban phase for Saving O's, they take away the Galio as well, which is just such a natural answer to that heavy dive of the Nocturne. Varus gone. I mean, okay, Siva is, yeah. I mean, either or realistically could be taken away here. I think if Polar Chair are smart, which you'd have to imagine they're pretty onto it given how good they're looking in the tournament, you maybe look to ban the Kai'Sa as well, because it allows for a lot of follow-up to chase us down. In saying that, this could be a Corki mid and an Aurora top lane. There could still be the bot lane pick to come from them. There's still a lot up in the air for their draft.
Absolutely. Now, there's two strong AD carries. The Siva and the Varus have been removed away from Violet. Of course, the Yunara in the first phase of the bans. So it has pinched that AD carry pool a little bit. Of course, there are still options there and available. The likes of the Ezreal, which will be locked in, is going to be the choice for Violet. It is a stronger laner, but you do really want to get ahead on this champion. Otherwise, you can have a bit of difficulty at dealing with the frontliners. Now, it is importantly a champ that can get out of that Cataclysm very easily. So, with that added level of safety, it should be a reasonable pick for him. But obviously, I mean, quite often you see the Ezreals and they do look a little bit lackluster.
Oh, you've been very vocal about the Ezreal, and in recent times, what do they want? Is it going to be Corki Rel bot lane? It would be an alright bot lane duo. It's going to struggle a little bit, obviously. Nico going to be able to punish the Rel pretty heftily. Okay, so it is. It's going to be... Oh, no, yeah, so they're looking for a top laner here. It is going to be Aurora mid, Corki, Rel down in the bot lane. Olaf, they're hovering here at the moment. Saving Ghosts do have the counter pick as well. Rumble and Gwen, noticeably, have not been banned away. If this was the LCP, they would have been gone first rotation.
Absolutely, so Gwen is going to make its way onto the Rift here, up in that top lane for Prey. It's a champion that you expect him to perform well on, based on what he generally does play, and Jack's a typical answer into it. Now it is quite often you see the level 1 very, very strong for the Jax, but as the game progresses, it does start to get easier and easier for the Gwen to the point where it tends to end up favoring her, and she doesn't really need to auto-attack the Jax all that much to output all the damage that is really necessary to take him down. But here are our team compositions. Taking a look for it, a very fight-heavy, skirmishy comp coming out of Polar Chair, where they hope to find some avenues on the side lane for Gwen, but a good answer to it is this Nocturne Orianna combo alongside the Jax. It's very good at getting to the side lanes, very good at punishing overextensions. So it's very important for the vision to be established, a vision control for Polar Chair if it's there. Makes the game a little bit more difficult for the Nocturne, but realistically for Saving O's, their 5v5 team composition is very, very scary. Just going all in, Nocturne goes in first and everyone follows in behind.
I mean, in terms of circle theory, there is clearly only one winner, though. That is Saving O's. They've got a fair few of them, and some of those circles are pretty darn scary with, just how they're going to be approaching things. And like you said, there is just so much persistent threat throughout this game. And I think they've done an all right job with the draft and trying to mitigate that Orianna Nocturne threat. I mean, Aurora, as a blind open, does have that ability to, just avoid vision for that little half microsecond, which is sometimes all it takes to avoid getting jumped on by the Nocturne. Corki as well has the Valkyrie. They've picked up the Rel to at least babysit it somewhat. So I think they've done well to answer into it. But the problem being is for Saving O's, if this draft starts snowballing early, it is really hard to slow it down.
Yeah, absolutely. One thing I will say about Polar Chair's team composition is in what we have here between the Gwen, the Aurora, the Jarvan, you don't actually have to look for the 5v5s. Now, these champs are perfectly capable at looking for the 5v5s, but in general, when you're up against a team composition that, like the Nocturne Orianna with the Nico on top of it, and even a Jax is, okay, they clearly want to front to back, maybe have the Nico come from a flank alongside the Jax, but they do want to team fight. Now, if you're able to find a team composition that doesn't have to team fight, that can look for picks, that can look for things on the side lane, then you can sort of navigate that strength of the side of Saving Oath by playing the game a little bit differently. So if Polar Chair are able to do so, then it should be a pretty good look into this game for them, because you don't have to just play this game 5v5 team fighting, right? That is something that Oath traditionally has done a lot of the time, where they haven't really fleshed out to these other ways of playing the game, and that's kind of where we saw a lot of failure when they went over to the PCS, and the PCS teams are doing all these funny things in the team fights that we're not used to. But if you can play a different style, then it does quite well into the team composition that just want to strictly 5v5. So we'll see if Polar Chair have those skills, have the coordination to be able to look for different strategies around the Rift, or if they do lend into the 5v5s, I do have to favor Saving O's.
Yeah, and while we do have this downtime, it is of course worth mentioning we have a very special boy whose birthday it is today. Of course, our producer Ty. He's hitting double digits, he's growing up, he's turning into a man. And we asked him, who his favourite League of Legends player was. He said, why not? And his favourite Disney character is Lightning McQueen. So we wish him a very happy birthday here alongside us for the OPQ. And we hope to see him sticking around for a very long time as a true dedicated Why Not and Chiefs fan.
Absolutely. Ty, I mean, this guy has constantly, at the back end of every LCP day, watches the Chiefs lose, and he is just distraught. A true Oceanic fan through and through, and he's here producing this fantastic show for us, and short notice, getting it done. I mean, it looks pretty clean considering. Very, very good job done by him. Of course, he tried to get the other caster in. Guy was a little bit lazy, didn't make it here. Didn't really want his room crafting XP. It is what it is, but we'll try and see if we can offer him something in the contract, maybe get him here tomorrow.
He's all right for an Australian. I'll give him that anyway. But, coming into this game, we saw yesterday, it was a bit of a wash from the side of Rich Dynasty. Their draft didn't quite mesh the way it needed to, and they got steamrolled over. And these game ones, especially in the best of 5, have somewhat of an air of limit testing. You're sort of gauging what your opponents are going to be doing, how they're looking to draft some of these games. So there is a real chance that we see this go one way and then the rest of the series go the other. Is they sort of cotton on to what their opponents are doing. But if you look at the draft, there is heavy acceleration from the side of Saving Oath. Like I said, if they can get this Nocturne steamrolling pretty cleanly, you get that experimental Hexblade up early, and it's just paranoia on cycle with the cooldown, especially once you get to the Deluxe level 11. The map is pretty dark pretty frequently.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that one-item power spike alongside that paranoia really does a lot to enable everyone on the team. From the Orianna, of course, with just through that ball. Israel playing from different angles alongside the Nico. We are going to, however, go into game now. Game number 1 between Saving Oce and Polar Cheer. A lot of aggression down here in the bottom lane. Of course, one of these Israels is, in fact, not an Israel.
At least there's not a Wukong here, that's all I can say. Oh dear. I mean, you look at it. Polar Cheer, if they can find their timings, if they can find their spacing, it becomes a pretty scary prospect, especially given you see the Rel currently Ignore rocking that unsealed spellbook, which we have yet to see. We haven't seen that so far through yesterday and the 4 games that were played. Support's liking to stick with the traditional summoners, so it is going to offer a little bit more global pressure for Polar Chair. Ignore, when he does start cycling through those summoners, once he gets that teleport up, all of a sudden it can turn things.
Absolutely. Level 1 here up in the top side should be favouring Dore. Of course, just having that counter-strike, there's not a whole lot Gwen can do around it. But Gwen will have a reasonably okay time in this Jax matchup. Sovi up against Kyose. 2 of the best mid laners in the region, of course, find themselves up against each other here in the upper bracket final.
Yeah, looking for some early trading. That'll execute on the Aurora. Does mean that she hits reasonably hard. Phase Rush means that Kyose can dodge in and out of that damage a little bit, but you're level 1, so you're not going to have that command dissonance. Early invade on a wood, so this is very, very much known. They are well aware that there is an invade going on forever. Coming in for that cheeky blue steel.
Yeah. Bot lane priority going the way of Nico. I don't think anyone is all that surprised. The Corki down to half HP very early on as Violet continues to land these mystic shots.
I mean, it's an interesting one. Having that ranged advantage, the 2 ranged supports means that there is always going to be that little bit of an advantage. They should be able to outmatch the damage. Corki as well, no slouch when they find that opening door. Oh, that's a rough spot. Forever's on a ward.
Yeah.
Vision control so far from Saving Oce has been pretty impeccable. All said and done. They have very much had Forever's number.
Foreigner making his way towards the top side. Not likely to find all that much, but it's a good, at least for him to take away some of those camps here. Away from Forever. Prey going down a little bit of CS. As is everyone, but it's nothing too detrimental as Kyose doing a great job of poking away at this health bar of the Aurora. Of course, he is trading a lot of mana for it, so it is relatively even here in the mid lane. In fact, with that trade, it does somewhat favour Jovi once more.
All right. Doing reasonably well up on this top side. I mean, establishes a huge lead. Foreign is here as well.
Oh, if they can get this kill, that's going to be absolutely massive. Look how many minions there are there. Prey using that Q3. Does have to flash away, and Foreigner's going to have to flash much the same. Well navigated there by Prey. Scott getting very low in the bottom lane. First blood picked up here by Forever. As Violet trying to trade back some damage onto Ignore is not going to be able to do all that much. And it is just the free first blood here picked up. Junglers going opposite sides. Benefiting so far, Polar Chair. But Jovi might be getting solo killed here as Kyose will find him.
Not the champion, but I would have thought would have found the solo kill in mid lane. That clockwork windup does stack up pretty quickly. Dore.
Ooh.
Oh, he's playing a dangerous game.
Yeah, Prey doing a good job, both with that level up now. Get a bit of health back for themselves, and Dore with the Doran shield as well is going to be able to stay in this lane just slightly longer, but the Gwen with the recall will be teleporting back. Dore is going to have to match, so Scott looking for an angle here in the mid lane. Ignore is in the area and will spot out this Nico.
Let's catch this stun and the crash down. So that supportal combat is going to continue.
Absolutely.
It's a rough spot looking in early for Saving Oce. They did find themselves a kill, of course, but it was off the back of a solo effort. I think it was a brilliant read for Forever, knowing that there was likely a ward sitting at the river. Comes in for what I assume must have been a lane game. in catches, saving us dead to rights.
Now, still, pot lane, we're feeling pretty good about that pressure being alleviated, but is this still Violet with a substantial CS advantage? Of course, Violet not long off returning from the LCP, has spent a lot of time with some good competition as Dore is looking for that solo kill. Prey is going to go down. 2 kills now for Saving O's, both for the solo laners in solo fashion. Foreigner now maybe looking for a timer here on the Dragon. Does pull it out. It should be spotted here as he starts to hit it. A lot of pressure in that bottom lane does mean it is hard to match. But yeah, Jovi's done a lot of damage to that health bar of this Orianna. Did use the ultimate to do so, whereas Kyose has kept his.
Yeah, hoping that time you look at Foreigner, he's 5 already. So there is a chance Foreigner ticks over 6. They maybe look for that command shockwave combo in the mid lane. Jovi does have the teleport. Would potentially be able to get away. I think it would probably get a bit dicey there. But you look at it, Foreigner still on that Dragon, has allowed Forever to come back a little bit. He's closed that gap. There was a decent lead establishing itself in the jungle. But speaking of leads, Yang really falling behind Violet at the moment.
Absolutely. Doing a great job down there, and as we expect Violet to do realistically, the caliber of player he is, one of the best in the region, has so consistently been high in that solo queue ladder. It's the reason why he's in the upper bracket finals and succeeding so far. Despite the early death for Scott, he is still finding himself relatively ahead.
Yeah, and I mean, it might have been a rough showing in the LCP for him, but it would have been invaluable experience going up against some of the best bot laners in the region. Learning those tricks, learning those ins and outs. And Scott looking for something in the mid lane. Although Nico potentially going to be suffering a little bit in the near future with the changes to how minions work.
Absolutely. We'll see how the math skill is. Many people caught out by the Nico here. Yeah, ping goes down. He's aware. Not going to be caught out this time, but the good thing about Nico is not like it's a long cooldown. Can just do it next wave if he so chose to.
Being procured for Dore, and oh my lord. That is 20% of Prey's HP in a single bonk. And there you go, the combo is online. Actually, no, sorry, that's Scott. I mean, he is 6 as well, but not quite the combo.
Yeah, Scott's 5. Just stealing the level there of the Nocturne, but both junglers level 6 now. Champion. It is going to be the Grubs being picked up. And unfortunately for Polarcheer, not really able to find avenue here into the pit. 2 still remaining as Prey comes down, has ultimate, does not have the flash. But now contesting and finding a way in. Neither AD carry going to be involved, and there's the 3-man combo. And everything comes down. Trying to trade back, though. They do get the one. Prey with the needlework, finding a lot of damage. Kyose flashing forward. Will be able to get that kill on the top side, but Doraemon, all the while, going to go down as well. Now, Forever, is he going to be able to look for more? Scott getting relatively low, but Jovi out of mana, and Rio's getting auto-attack down. The turnaround and the triple kill getting picked up for Forever. And Kyose heading to the hills. A fantastic turnaround. So much landed, but not the most amount of damage without any damage item despite the 3-man ultimate.
Triple for triple. Unfortunately for one side, for Polarcheer, that goes to Jarvan. On the other, it goes to Kyose on the Orianna. 4 kills at this stage in the game on Orianna. A champion who is notorious for how long she really takes to ramp up. That's acceleration that I don't know if Polarcheer can afford.
Yeah, 4-0 Orianna at this stage of the game is going to be very, very difficult to deal with, and none other than who is the best control mage player on the server as well. Kyose getting his Orianna, one of his favorite champs, one of his best champs, and already 4-0. Jarvan, however, I mean, it does put him relatively far ahead Forever. Of course, very difficult to take down these AD bruiser junglers at the best of times, let alone when they pick up a triple kill.
Problem being is, okay,
oh.
Scott's dead.
Yeah, Scott just taken out in the 2v2.
As I was trying to say, the problem being is that Foreigner, from this point on, is less of a champion and more of a guaranteed ball delivery system. So he, as long as he can get that ball in for Kyose, he's pretty much done his job. Anything he finds on the back of it is just added bonus, icing on the cake, really.
Absolutely. Foreigner taking away that chicken camp as Ignore gets taken very low. The crash down's going to land. The exhaust is there as well. Then comes the knockout. Does Forever have the ultimate? Yes, he does.
Oh.
Not able to use it as that shockwave takes a substantial amount of health away from almost the entirety of Polar Chair. Up on the top side though, Dore having a really good time for himself. A bunch of plates secured, 3 in fact, for him on the Jax as he's going to be very accelerated towards that Trinity Force.
I just realised how far down Forever is. Dore, oh my lord, look at him go.
Yeah, looking for aggressive trade, but the needlework's there. Prey trying to trade back, will get a bit of healing from it, but doesn't quite connect on the third. Definitely an avenue here to look for a dive, potentially for Dore. Of course, the flash is there for Prey, but thinking better of it. Not worth risking what is an already mounting advantage for you, especially against a Gwen.
This is problematic. Forever might have 4 kills, but he's down 25 CS in the jungle. We've talked about this in the past. Jungle gap is one that tends to get wider and wider as the game goes on.
Absolutely. Now, just poking and prodding, seeing if there's an angle. 1k gold advantage so far for saving Oce. They have the first dragon, they have 2 of the grubs, and they're looking for the second dragon now. See if they're able to pick it up.
Shockwave's just come off cooldown.
Yeah. Kyose really who they have to be worried about. Of course, the Sundered Sky already online here. Means that Forever does have an advantage for himself as Prey trading very well into Doraemon just there. Still Doraemon got himself yet another plate now. Only 1 left on that tower, and that could just be the feat secured for them. As this dragon's getting taken very low, it is going to go down. Do they find the fight though? Forever walking up very aggressively with the flag and drag, gets himself out of it. Between worlds landing, Violet. No, actually Scott goes in, 2-man Pop Blossom, but Foreigner's getting taken so low. Is just barely surviving. Kyose put into the Cataclysm, still gets himself that first kill. As Polar Chair still try to fight on, but Violet kiting around and doing a lot of damage here. Might even have the angle to go forward, but the distance just created. Able to get clear. Still another kill now. 5-0 for him on this Orianna, and so far ahead.
Oh my lord, I need to know the goal difference at 12.5 minutes in the mid lane. 5-0, down maybe 12 CS. So he's 1100 gold up and is showing no signs of slowing down.
I know what makes them tick.
Absolutely.
I know how to make the ticking.
I mean, the fact that your 4-2 Jarvan is only about 450 gold ahead as well is a very bleak looking.
And unfortunately, just down so much CS means that Foreigner, despite not having the 4 kills that Forever does have, is going to have still a lot of gold for himself. Doraemon as well, very much winning up in this top side. Winning across the rift at the moment. Other side of saving Oce.
There you go, experimental hex plate. 13 minutes, and that is done, ready to go. Unfortunately, Paranoia not up just yet, but that command Shockwave is ready and waiting in the back pocket. It's Violent holding the mid wave. In terms of objective play, Dragon about 3.5 minutes up, Herald 1 minute 20, so that top side will be a likely focus for the near future.
Absolutely. Prey might be losing his tower here as Scott and Doraemon try and take it out. Needlework going to be used, but the minion wave's going to crash, and that could just be Gwen going down. Rooted up, Prey's trying to find a way out, but absolutely will not. Doraemon now getting his second of the game, and Prey unfortunately falling. 0-3 on the Gwen at the time being, but the tower going over.
I mean, a champion that can take over the game. Gwen can be a real monster when it comes to these teamfight situations. Unfortunately, he's been held down by the throat, almost courtesy of Dore. They will find an answer back in that bottom tier 1 Polar Chair, but it is very much a case of too little too late. Noxian Blessings were already well claimed.
Absolutely. Making their way as well very quickly to picking up the Dragon Soul win condition. 2 minutes until the next one spawns. It would be Soul Point if they were able to secure that for themselves. Paranoia used up on the top side. Between Worlds is there though. And Zovi's created a bit of distance, even able to hop once more. So gets himself clear. That's the ultimate used from both the Nocturne and the Orianna for just the Aurora ult. A reasonably good trade.
Jovi does hold that flash importantly though.
Yeah.
So next time it does come about, he should be all right to potentially use himself as a target. But all this focus around the Herald. Oh my lord, the damage coming out of Violet already with that Triforce done. Oh, they're going
in though. The Cataclysm lands on a 2. Scott Pop Blossom misses absolutely everyone as Foreigner's taken down. A little bit of a failure on that Pop Blossom. Rio going to turn it around, will be taken out very quickly as Doraemon just so scary on this Jax. Trying to run away, not able to do so. Jovi, much the same, but he will at least escape. It's a 2-for-1. Only Foreigner will fall here for the side of saving Os. On the other side of things, of course, with the Corki and Jarvan going down very quickly.
I mean, realistically, Foreigner didn't even need to fall there. Scott panics a little bit, flashes away, so the Pop Blossom doesn't connect onto anyone. Had the heal as well. So potentially could have used Foreigner to turn that fight a little bit cleaner. He's still come away very much the victors in that situation, but yeah, little bit of just losing all composure there, unfortunately, for the support of Saving O's.
Absolutely. Mei Yang, though, with that Triforce working rather towards his Mirror Mana, is staying on pace, roughly, with Violet. Only very slightly behind in terms of items. Of course, XP advantages is where we're really seeing a lead for the side of Saving O's outside of that mid lane, where Jovi, despite falling relatively far behind Kyose, has actually found himself an XP lead. Paranoia going to be used straight here onto the jungle. Does get the smite. Great work out of Foreigner yet again, as it's the kill going over as well. Between worlds, huge Foreigner able to just barely get himself away. Mei Yang flashing out of that shockwave. Does eventually fall to Kyose, however, on the other side of things. Scott Pop Blossom going up, lands on a Prey, but does go down. Violet finds the kill very quickly over onto Ignore as well, as Prey flashing for his life, but Doraemon there with the follow will eventually get that kill for Kyose, who is now 8-0-4 on this Orianna.
Oh my lord. An ace at 17 minutes. And, oh, that was just... It's so criminal how this goal is being funneled into an Orianna. Oh my lord. Kyose having one of his games of all time.
They're very, very strong here. Is going to take the inner tower solo by Doraemon. Just even more gold now into the Jax. Wouldn't even be too
7K
surprised.
at 17.5 minutes.
Yeah, and I wouldn't even be so surprised to see the majority of that on the Jax. As we take a look, 3K ahead up in that top lane. It is him where the majority of this gold lead does lie. Kyose himself ahead by 2.
Jeepers. It's only 800 in the bot lane. So, to his credit, Mayang is keeping this close. But unfortunately, that is not the issue. That Zonya's almost finished up. It's interesting that Kyose is playing this game so respectfully. And he's gone Zonya's second item. This is going to be Soul Point now secured for Saving O's. No one from Polar Chair can get even remotely close to contest this. All they can do is hold the waves given the map state. Saving O's are about to steamroll, barring a hugely catastrophic misplay.
Dropping their Herald now with 4 members down on this bottom side. Jovi's going to have to give over this tower and maybe look to bring some more members to defend at this inner, but Doraemon as well, headed down there looking to respond. Kyose will crash into that first tower. It's going to take it out. True Shot Barrage just barely missing.
He's going to slam it on home into the inner as well. All the while, Prey doing what he can on that top tier 1. Dore just crashed waves in mid.
Between worlds used and absolutely one shot. Down goes Jovi. The tower is going to follow. And Scott could maybe even look for more, but won't be able to on this occasion. Still the 2 towers found. Prey doing what he can to find some gold for himself, but just losing more and more of the base are Polar Chair.
I mean, Saving O should be begging to take us back to the days of the 15-minute Baron with how this game's going so far. Oh boy. And you look at it. Foreigner is, I mean, look, to his credit, Forever has closed that gap somewhat, but it's just that pressure that is inherently there for Saving O's draft. And he's just completely unmatchable by Forever on this job, and even despite how well things have started for him.
Yeah, I mean, himself doing a very good job, but unfortunately both solo laners getting solo killed does mean that just it's going to be so difficult to have value on the Jarvan, despite picking up that triple kill. The game's already in such a rough position, especially when that triple kill was matched by Kyose at the time. Now we're seeing a very substantial advantage. There's 3 items almost there for Kyose. Doesn't even pick up the Zonyas because he still has that safety of the Seeker's Arm Guard, so just goes straight for the death cap.
Yeah, he's just completely bypassed. He's hitting incredibly hard right now. 400 AP at 20 minutes.
Yeah.
Very rarely will you have a game where your mid laner is that stacked.
Oh dear.
Boy.
Nice buffering. Very nice buffering. True Shot Barrage will land, but the shield is going to keep Forever up and alive. Atakan now, ping's going down onto it, and with just how low this Jarvan is, it doesn't feel all that conceivable that there's a contest. But if I've learned anything in the LCP, Panda, you know exactly what it is.
Yeah, if a game can be thrown, it will be thrown at Atakan, but look at that.
Gone.
Scott, okay, it's just dead. It is just dead with Doraemon, Violet, and Kyosei hitting as hard as they are.
Oh, they're pulling the trigger though. No Violet here. Actually, no Scott here rather. He's down the bottom side of the fight. Jovi gets the first kills. Foreigner gonna go down, but look how strong Doraemon is. Jovi trying to kite away. Dore very low, does get the flash. Nice Valkyrie from Maeyang, but he still goes down as Dore on such a slither of HP. And Prey cannot land a single ability. Dore gets in, gets another, and down will go Polar Cheer.
Oh, someone call a medic. Prey's ankles need check, and that dude is on the floor. Ankles broken, and yet more kills going into Coach Kyosei's pocket. He is no longer the coach. He is the superstar of the Saving Oath roster.
11-0-7 now on the Orianna. As we'll take a look at the replay.
This is unfair. Dore's in the middle. Dore is in the middle of 5 members of this Polar Chair roster, gets down to about 150 HP, finds the kill, and then Prey sees an easy target and just cannot land that needlework at all. Times it perfectly, avoids a snip, comes back in. That's gross. That's disgusting. Someone check in PC.
What an outstanding play by Doraemon. It looked like he was all but certain to go down there. Very low on HP. Manages to get out, manages to dodge everything. And now just ballooning this lead, almost at the 10k mark, not even 23 minutes in.
Yeah, look, I don't know. I think single-handedly Doraemon has just gapped Prey for the next 2 games in the series even. I don't know if Prey can come back from a goal deficit even in a best of 5.
Teleport coming in. This is going to be ignore. Dore going to choose better than to fight. Nothing really to look for. Admittedly, it is better to fight than to live in fear. That's one thing Cassante has taught me.
Well, Forever's living in fear. He just saw Scott, and now it's Forever running away. Well, Scott takes his jungle.
Waiting here. Coming down at the moment are Polar Chair, maybe looking to contest. Foreigner with a great smite. Gets that red buff secure. This is the Dragon Soul. Dore gonna get that recall in, maybe even have himself that Steeraxe ahead of this fight. No, goes even for the Spirit Shojin instead. Starting up Dragon Soul, it's the Mountain Soul if the side is Saving Oaths are to pick it up. A lot of damage coming down from Violet, but Jovi reasonably tanky with a lot of HP here. Does manage to not get hit. Eventually the True Shot Barrage finds him straight onto the 2 carries, and it's going to come down to a Smite steal if they want to buy themselves 5 extra minutes without that soul up. Forever's got a big task on his hands here. They see the dragon, they see its HP. Holding off on it here are Saving Oaths. They realize as long as they don't do it, there's no way in for this Jarvan. They're going to clear that ward. It's now going to be an absolute guess. He goes forward, and Foreigner once again, good with the smite. As down will go Forever. And most likely down will go Polar Chair. Dore almost feels strong enough to 1v3 these 3 members here, but as his team approaches, the balance does tip ever more in the favor of Saving Oaths.
Oh dear, this is a very bleak situation. Oh, look at that. They're just outstanding. What a combo.
They find everything. Only the Pot Blossom onto 2 as Jovi having to use the Between Worlds to get himself back to the base. But with 3 members now down, Forever going to be spawning. But this Saving Oaths unit does feel like they should be able to get this one across the line, even prior to the spawning of the Baron. Going forward here.
He's not done.
Not really the minion wave. It is crashing from the bot. They're going to choose otherwise. Baron buff, of course, has just spawned.
Yeah, look, I think we've watched enough Chiefs games to know that we don't want to take things by half measures. If we're going to do it, we're going to do it properly. You can only lose so many games when you're up 7,000, 10,000 gold.
12k, currently the advantage as the recalls do come through, spending all the gold they do have. Zhonya's now finished for Kyose with an extra Hex Tech alternator on top. Prey sitting at 2 items to the 3.5 of Dore. Just
13.
such massive
This is a
advantage.
4,000 gold lead.
Yeah.
For both top and mid. So collectively 8 of that 12,000 gold lead between the two of them. I mean, the fact that Foreigner is now technically behind again is rather impressive.
Unfortunately, doesn't really matter when it's a champ like Jarvan that has the lead at this stage of the game in any case. Baron is going to go down, already 2 inhibs broken in the base of Polar Chair, and only the top one stands. Dore looking for the fight, flashes forward, gets the stun
Oh
at
Lord.
least on to Ignore, but down will go Mei. Ignore does get the flash away, so he does survive for now as Jovi next on the target list. Very, very low as Dore goes golden underneath that tower. Flash forward, Foreigner trying to find his way onto this Aurora. Not able to do so for now, but Violet will take down the Jarvan. Down goes forever. Zovi makes it back to his base, but his base is in absolute tatters as Saving Host will take game 1.
An absolute shellacking, and even then it feels like that doesn't quite describe it. 11, 0, and 11. For an Orianna mid lane with a Nocturne ball delivery system. If that fails, you've got a Jax. Following it up is a Nico, who's having a grand old time. That is an absolute beatdown. An O's classic.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, very clean. They got ahead and they really pushed that advantage. There was one fight the entire game that looked relatively close, and it was a triple kill for Orianna versus a triple kill for Jarvan. Those two things not comparable in the slightest, and running away with game 1 were Saving Os. I mean, Dore as well as Kyose picking up the solo kills in their lane and exemplifies just what it means to be such a great laner and how you can push that advantage further for the rest of your team.
Yeah, I mean, it's like I said, coming out of the draft, it's a comp that if it snowballs really, really hard just because of how recyclable that Paranoia Command Shockwave combo is, how many easy targets there are. Before you get those Seeker's Arm Guards online, yes, you can Valkyrie out, yes, you can Flash out, yes, I mean, potentially you have that brief moment of invisibility for Aurora, but even then, they just weren't able to find that timing. Every single Paranoia Command Shockwave netted a kill, bar, I think, 1, and that was on the Forever, and he just managed to get away with like 15% of his HP, so it was a pretty brutal beatdown.
Yeah, absolutely. Very, very brutal. And Polar Chair, they're going to have to get their mental reset, head into game number 2, because it's a best of 5. They are absolutely not out. We saw yesterday, game 1, victors ended up losing the series in 4 games. Polar Chair, can they fight back? We'll find out after our break. Everybody, an absolute shellacking in game one as very, very quickly did Saving O's take the nexus of Polar Chair. As we head into game number two, it's going to be Polar Chair once again with side selection. They chose the blue side in game one, wondering if they're going to do it again in game two, because it looked like the counter picks did quite a lot realistically there for Saving O's.
Yeah, look, I mean, it's a very hard comp to play into, of course. Luckily, a lot of those champions are now gone, so you'd have to imagine Polar Chair, it becomes a little bit easier. We've seen how oppressive the Oriana Nocturne combo can be. It is very much a one-dimensional thing. There are very few champions that you can replicate that sort of success with. I mean, the most notable one's Talia Pantheon, if that comes through the Great Wall of Sparta combo, just because of how much global presence it can have. So I would imagine we calm down a little bit going into the rest of the series due to how lacking most champions are in terms of that global threat, at least in the caliber that we saw in game one.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's very, very difficult, as you said, to try and even come close to replicating Nocturne Oriana. Even the Pantheon Talia, right, that's pretty good at taking down one member, not three at the same time. As from the very beginning of that game, we were seeing the three-man combos come out there of Kyose. Now we're into draft for game two. It is going to be Polar Chair once more on the blue side, Saving O's on the red side again. Be interested to see how this draft goes, because again, you can't really get the same look in terms of a draft coming through for Saving O's, so something different has to be shown as the Ambassador is going to be taken away from Doré.
Yeah, look, a strong top laner. And Nidalee, again, being targeted out against forever. They don't want anything to do with it. I don't blame them, realistically, because of, again, you look at how oppressive certain champions have been in the past, Nidalee in the jungle. Not necessarily the top lane, even though we have seen it, but in the jungle for certain, can be very, very problematic.
Yeah, definitely. Nidalee taken away. Yunara going to follow. So, I mean, the Nidalee, more of a targeted ban, of course, taking away forever. Next up, I mean, Aatrox, again, targeted ban away from Prey. He does play a lot of that champion. Wouldn't be too surprised to see him go towards a tank again and play for the team. Now, next to come through is going to be the Wukong. More of a normal, traditional ban.
Yeah, I mean, very strong in the jungle. There's so much synergistically that it pairs with. That could be quite problematic. I mean, you just think of
Swap
the Annie combo.
Okay.
Yeah, okay, they're going to go back to it in the end.
You're toying back and forward. To end up landing on the Wukong. Final ban now to come through for Saving O's. Again, I mean, so far they've just targeted away some of the priority picks for the individuals, so we'll see if they want to continue doing that. The likes of the Varus does remain open, though. A very strong champion, of course. Last game was banned away from Violet. Galio is going to be what they choose.
And again, so Saving O's, I believe, yeah, it was Saving O's with their third ban in the last game. Banned out the Galio as well. I thought it was potentially an answer to that Oriana Nocturne combo they're looking to draft off the bat. But obviously, there's something deeper to it. They just don't want Polar Chair to have that option to respond a little bit more globally. To me, I mean, you look at Talia Pantheon, it stands out as a combo that has a lot of global threat, especially in the LCP, when we see it picked up, can be quite oppressive. Haven't necessarily seen as much prio around. In fact, it might even be you take one or the other. There you go. Talia taken does give that option for the Pantheon in response for Saving O's. The notable answer being something along the lines of a vibe. But Syndra picked up immediately.
Yeah, again, I mean, Kyose just going to comfort. It's a champion that he really, really excels at in solo queue. Of course, here in a more competitive environment, how he tends to play the Syndra is very, very aggressive. So if he doesn't have the support of his jungler, and if Forever finds a way to try and target him down as he plays aggressively in lane, he can become quite vulnerable. So we'll see how Polar Chair are able to navigate that. See if Kyose plays a little bit more reserved because of the competitive nature of this tournament, as the Vi was locked in for Foreigner.
Yeah, I mean, it was just always going to be the Great Wall of Sparta response. Yeah. You had Talia at first, they picked up the Vi. The Pantheon just synergistically is such a scary champion when paired alongside that Talia, because suddenly you've got two very, very hard-hitting champions on the back lines. So Saving O's are going to have to be a little bit careful, especially given that their jungler wants to go forward. It is then immediately matched by, obviously, the Talia, the Pantheon. So you're going to have to, you're looking for something safe. But Siva, a phenomenal answer into the Vi already.
Yeah, absolutely. Going to be taking that server, of course, has a good job, good time of blocking away from that cease and desist. Really hard for Foreigner to find an angle on the server if that ability is up and available. Of course, the smite can get rid of it, but depending on timing, it becomes a bit of a game of cat and mouse. Third pick to now come through for Saving Host before we head into the second phase of the bans. Don't really know what to expect.
I mean, to me, Polichair already win this draft very, very handily. I mean, you think of the natural counters when Sibra's played. Pantheon, Jungle, Brom support. They've taken away the Pantheon already. Alistar being picked up in support. In the third the third pick for Saving Oath is rather interesting, given that, I mean, there are potentially other supports that could be brought out. I mean, the Rakan to me stands out as a very, very strong pick. I would imagine it's going to be banned away now for sure. I'm surprised they've got the vibe why the Rakan wasn't taken at all.
Yeah. I mean, I am surprised by that as well. It is typically what we would see. Just as soon as you have that Vi, the Rakan stocks become pretty immense. But this time, not going to go towards it, as Poppy is going to be banned. I mean, that's a very good ban, of course. Does well against the Alistar and the Vi. I'm sure Ignore able to play the champion. So now banning away from Violet are the side of Polichair. That's going to be the Kai'Sa gone first. Of course, synergistically very, very strong alongside the Vi. So I think a good identification of that. Next ban to come through for them, I imagine, is something alongside the Varus, but Saving Oath will get their opportunity first. Can target away another support if they so choose. I mean, again, the Rakan makes sense for them to ban as well, but they go towards the Bard.
Yeah, okay. I can understand it. Tempered Fate comes down, suddenly you've then got Tiller and Pantheon, whoever the target is going to be there, just immediately in on them. Yeah, I'm still a little perplexed by the Alistar. I don't know if you're that worried that it's going to be banned away, given that you haven't shown a bot laner yet. Xayah as well, going to be denied. I mean, unless this is some like crazy Dore tech where it's Alistar top lane, which we haven't seen since, what, Season 5, Season 6?
Yeah, absolutely.
Back when you build static Shiv IE or whatever it was.
The glory days, man. Now, pick to come through after these bans for Saving Oath. They still need to look towards a top laner and an AD carry. I mean, giving over that counter pick to Dore would make the most sense to me, considering you already know the AD carry you're up against. Xayah was, of course, the ban. Zeri is going to be locked in here for Violet. A very, very fun champ to watch. And, I mean, most recently, for whoever didn't catch it in the LTA, there was a Zeri in Game 5 mid, dropped like 13, 14 kills. So seemingly is strong enough. Doesn't get a lot of play, though.
Again, not the support that I would have thought
Karma.
you were looking for, especially with Karma online. So Civic Karma is going to be pretty impressive in this bot lane. Alistar, I mean, realistically, Alistar or Rakan, it was going to be a bit of a rough lane for the Zeri.
And going for the Renekton, so definitely a very strong blind pick as far as those. Oh, goes to the Scion instead. I think that does make a little bit more sense. You really want to have a beefy frontliner, able to stay in front of all of the pressure that does come through from the champs like the Vi and the Zeri. It's going to be the Cassandre to answer, so a tank battle up on the top side. Generally, the Scion a bit of a stronger champion than Cassandre in this day and age. And as far as the drafts come, I mean, I'm very happy with what I'm seeing from Polichair. Maybe the Gnar ends up being the pick.
Okay.
So they do go towards the Gnar instead. I mean, Gnar does well into the Scion in isolation, but in terms of the team fight impact, it's a lot harder to navigate as Gnar because your team has to be so cohesive to make sure the fights are happening as you're getting that Mega Gnar online, and not always the easiest to do. Even in the LCP, we quite see failures at that.
You've got a Talia as well, which makes it incredibly hard to navigate for the Gnar at the best of times, because as soon as you jump in, you get hit by the Scattered Earth, suddenly you're stunned up and Seismic shoved out of there. So, I mean, it started well. I was very much on board with the Syndra Vi combo. The Alistar threw me a bit. I can understand the Zeri given how strong it is, but yeah, look, I'm wondering what the thought process was. I think it'd be very interesting to find that out later on, but we are where we are in Game 2.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, ultimately, it's all going to come down to execution, especially here in sort of the Tier 2 leagues where kind of a lot of games seem decided on just how proficient you are at your champion, right? I mean, last game, 2 solo kills occurring in the solo laners meant it didn't really matter what the team comps were because they were just so far ahead. And the same thing can happen here. So navigating, making sure you're getting through that lane, staying even to get to these team fights to then be able to outplay your opponent in just the 5v5 head-to-head. I think if you're able to stay even, Polichair should be pretty favored because their team composition is just quite strong, realistically, when it comes to those 5v5s. We do have some replays, though, as we head into the loading screen and get the games on the screen for you. So we'll see what happened last game, of course. Was just, just a clean solo kill in the mid lane. Nothing much really happening. Followed by a 3-man ult. And it looked really over, this fight. As soon as it started, is very quickly getting that first kill on the side of Saving Oath, but turning around well and truly between Zovi and Forever.
Yeah, they get a decent answer back, but then suddenly Kyose comes back with the fight, having finished off Prey. Forever turns around. They will get the kill onto Scott, but Kyose gets the triple, walks himself out of danger before they can really follow up on him. All the while, the bot laners were just not there. And again, yeah, losing your mind a little bit, Scott. I think if he flashes deep, that's a
so
3-man
funny.
pop, or 4-man pop, blossom even.
That
and
is
Dore
so
covered
funny.
in. Yeah, he hit the panic button, unfortunately.
That's just straight passion right there.
That's not the word I want to use, but okay.
Yeah, that flashes out of the fight there. I mean, Foreigner is so good with the smites this game. I think just getting every single one that was even looking close to a 50-50 in the fight, always going their way thereafter as well. Mei Yang with a nice Valkyrie, but unfortunately Valkyrie straight into the waiting arms of Kyose, as Dore was kind of Exodia this game, ultimately. Very, very strong on the Jax off the back of some pretty solid laning. Of course, was assisted by the fact that very early on Foreigner looked for that dive and traded flashes with himself and Prey.
I mean, by this stage, the game was largely over for the most part. Even with the Baron Steel, all I think they really would have done is extend the game. You look at how hard Violet's hitting, you look at Dore, even in this, he's completely caught. Dead to rights by 5, and then somehow manages to turn it around on the Mayan, gets the kill, baits out Prey here, just absolutely breaking his ankles, times it perfectly with the Counter-Strike jump back in. Yeah, that is the moment that you uninstall League of Legends for a week in solo queue.
Yeah, it's rough. It's rough, not able to find the kill, and I mean, the game not over right here, but essentially, for all intents and purposes, it was. And just look how strong Dore is. Just goes under the tower, goes golden before he gets knocked up. Jovi nowhere to run as Foreigner flashes, gets that smite for the slow and chases him towards the Nexus, but game just so dominant out of saving Os, and it makes you a little bit concerned for Polish here, but ultimately every draft is going to be different, and with the champs we saw, you cannot replicate it, as we've said a couple of times now. So as you head into game number 2, very different looking comps, and in fact I think this time Polish here coming out on top in the draft means that as long as they are able to stabilize in those lane phases, you don't feel as bad. Even if you go down a little bit, you can sort of make that up for the fact that your team fight is a little bit stronger if you're able to get into the right positions, have that vision control established.
Yeah, I mean, look, for sure, I agree that Polish's draft looks better and the more cohesive for the most part as well. I think maybe Saving Oats just lost their minds a little bit in the tail end of that draft and kind of threw themselves under the bus, potentially. But, I mean, whatever the case may be, they've picked it. They're obviously happy enough with this draft, so I don't doubt that they're going to be able to play it and play it very well. But saying that, I mean, they kind of got the ball rolling early and didn't slow down. This comp is going to be a little bit harder to do that.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I'm interested to see how this Talia versus Syndra goes, because in my mind, it should be pretty rough for the Syndra to navigate lane. While in the isolated 1v1 should be perfectly fine, but there is still just a Pantheon. There's a Karma that can come make her way into the mid lane, make life difficult for Kyose, because we saw last game, right? Sure, Doraemon was having a really good time on the Jax, but also Kyose was that driving force behind so much of their success, with just how far ahead he got from the solo kill to start things off, and then every single team fight landing so many impactful shockwaves. This game on the Syndra, he should have a target on his back, and it should be a target that Polichair really look to exploit, because there is a reason we don't see a lot of Syndra in tier 1 play, and it's just because how vulnerable she is as a champ. Her only defense is the E. If that's on cooldown, which it is a long cooldown, you become very, very vulnerable to, I mean, if Pantheon has flash, you are almost certainly dead with the combo of that Scattered Earth and the Seismic Shove.
Absolutely. I mean, you look post 6 as well, Grand Sky for Weaver's War, you're going to be playing around those side lanes very, very quickly in a way that cannot be matched by Saving O, so the macro game is going to have to be that much more clean from them.
Absolutely. As we head on to the Rift here for game number 2, Polichair on the blue side up against Saving Os on the red side. It's a 1-game lead to them in our best of 5, of course, Fearless Draft here in Oceania, taking away all of the champs we saw in the last game. Another 10 will be removed at the back end of this one. A little bit less aggression here in the level 1. Some vision exchange there in the top side as you see a pretty deep ward into the red buff by Forever.
Yeah, just trying to get an idea of where this jungle pathing is going to be. Eventually look to try and counteract. I mean, Pantheon in the early, it was much like Vi, very, very, very strong junglers in terms of what they can do. There is plenty of kill threat, at least in the mid lane alone.
Absolutely. As the punishment will begin down here in the bottom side. A very difficult lane for a champion like Zeri to navigate. The Sivir, while not a long-range champ, the Q certainly longer range than anything Zeri can provide. And the Karma with these Mantra Qs, you already see Scott being punished quite heavily on the Alistair. Of course, does have that passive for a bit of sustained back, but it's nothing that'll match the poke of Karma.
Yeah, I'm still a little perplexed as to why it wasn't a Rakan pick, but it is what it is.
I do agree. I mean,
the
the lane doesn't change. It's still very difficult.
No, but going into the mid to late game, synergistically, I think the Rakan offers you plenty more.
Oh, the Mantra Q. Looked like Scott had in fact dodged it, but still gets hit. Double boomerang as well for his trouble. And we've hit level 2, so Alistair has now become a champion.
Unfortunately, so is Civis. There's ricochets and boomerang blades going to be coming through. Oh, the fighting in the top lane. Oh, pray, buddy.
Getting taken low, but with the second wind and the Doran shield should be fine. Dodging out as well over that W. A lot of minions here under his tower, but not really all that much threat onto him. Should be able to pick up the majority of it. In fact, looking for an aggressive trade onto Dore. Dore will get that jump away.
Limit testing in the tower range there. Holy cow.
Yeah, well played by him. How gifted is this family? They just get Violet and Dore. Opposite sides of the rift, but both equally talented.
Maybe that's the real saving of Oce was the family and the friends we made along the way.
Possibly.
Not really, given that our Oce team is in promo relegations at the moment.
That's true. But we will have 2 Oce teams, giving us the objectively highest chance of getting the LCP spot. Either back or switching it to a different team. Dore once again trading aggressively here onto Prey. A nice smash and first blood. Oh dear.
Solo bolo.
Revenge for Prey here in game 2 as Scott goes for the headbutt pulverize and pays a pretty hefty fine in terms of that health bar. Nice little solo kill up on the top side. Does cost Sion the flash as Jovi comes straight back into a stun, but doesn't take off all that much HP, so should be relatively okay, all things considered. Ooh.
Oh dear. Classic Oce gameplay. Oh, Violet.
Headbutt pulverized, does use the spell shield, but now Scott's rooted up. Ghost going to be popped by Mei Yang. Flash away from Scott. Oh dear, very, very low. No flash going to be utilized here from Mei Yang as Violet does enough damage to thwart off that forward motion coming out of both Ignore and Mei. Violet now being looked at, does have the dash. It's going to cost him his entire mana bar though. Oh dear.
The lane gank from forever.
Now Dore does have flash, so it's not as easy for Prey to lock down and reliably take out Dore, but he does use the jump. He gets flash, the knock up. Gonna be there, and this is Dore going down a second time. Executed there by the Pantheon. Unfortunately, just getting far too aggressive up on that top side as Polar Chair well and truly striking back.
I don't know, I'd have to crunch the numbers. Was that indeed a good death? I don't know. Realistically, Prey still down a little bit. Oh, the seismic shove on the Kyosei.
Nice damage out of Jovi. Level 6 now has the Weaver's Wall up and available. Can be far more active on the map if he so chooses to be.
The opposite of what we see from supports out of the LCP, which is they'll sit and hold a wave. Scott doing his best as the Alistair to help crash that wave in so they can look for a back on Violet. Oh, again. Another stand landing on Jovi, but oh boy.
A lot of damage coming down. Scott, left to his own devices, will be getting taken out. It's 3-0 lead now, and the feat of warfare claimed. A lot of pings. Prey just beating away at Dore's health bar. This is a matchup that the Gnar should have a pretty good time in, but he's not. The knock-up's there. This could be another kill. The flash, the ultimate goes wide, and Dore does live to tell the tale. Foreigner on his way up as well. No level 6, but still with nothing left for Prey. It could be a good angle to turn this lane around a little bit. Well overextended here on the Sion as Dore desperately trying to go mega to get that health back in his favor. Prey realizing he's dead, but he gets the kill first. What a find. And boy, oh boy, did Prey take game one personally.
Oh, and he gets the vast majority of that minion wave, gets the grass proc, and beats the living heck out of Foreigner 2. Dore goes from dominating game one to absolutely crumbling under the pressure in game two.
Scott with the headbutt pulverized, lands onto 2, and Ignore will connect on the Mantra Q. Yeah, I mean, you said last game that Dore had won not only one game 1 but 2 and 3 as well. I don't think that's the case. Prey is just
unfortunately it's not
dominating.
transferable between games.
Violet is going to pull the trigger here on the ultimate, but down will come forever. The flash is there, and Scott going to get claimed. The crash down, not going to be enough. Or lightning crash, rather.
Unfortunately, non-transferable between games, and Dore is learning that the hard way. No trading, no one selling. No carryover. Boy, is he in a rough spot.
Here we are. Dore, I mean, it's going to be hard to come back into this one. Typically a lane that you have a pretty good time in, and it does get easier later on, but Sion will never be killable from this point in that lane matchup.
Oh, Hex Flash, my favorite ability.
Yeah, not going to have the distance though. There we go, Forever getting some payback for the last 2 games as well. Secures himself the grub. Foreigner's going to be forced out of the pit now. They're looking for more. Ignores up here alongside Scott. It's the 80 carries missing. And Prey not even worried about the fact it's going on, just continuing to trade onto the Snar and trade exceedingly well at that. And what a turnaround.
Yeah. And I mean, you look at the last game. So, 4 kills onto the Jarvan early on. Does little. 4 kills on a Pantheon. 2 now only at this stage. Oh my lord!
Oh, Prey! Ulting to cancel out the Narcisse and gets another solo kill up in that top lane. Scott finds his way onto Mei Young as the lightning crash comes down, but the flash will get Sivir out.
Oh, okay. So Prey took game 1 personally.
That was so clean. It's crazy what happens when you put such a mechanical player onto a champion like Sion.
I mean, this is... We're seeing driver-level Sion performances here. Maybe not quite, but still one that I think driver would be very proud of.
Yeah, just so far ahead in that top side. We are 9 minutes in and he's 1k gold up for himself. Of course, he's relatively on pace with the rest of the game because all that's happened up there is brawling, so there's not a whole lot of CS.
He's only got 400 more gold than Ignore right now.
Yeah, a lot of fighting's been happening. Oh my lord, the damage just isn't even close.
Oh, look at him. He's literally just snapping Dore's Achilles every time. This Nara's not a champion. I've been talking about it for a long time.
Yeah, I mean, you just do get so much value out of these tank champs. The strong ones anyway. And Nah, well, generally pretty good at dealing with them. Falls behind early and is just an absolute pink ward.
Yeah, I mean, look, maybe one phenomenal ult changes the pace of things, but I'm just not seeing that angle at the moment.
Ignore.
Oh dear. Okay.
Behind enemy lines, Violet's going to be able to get himself out, and Scott with the headbutt. And Ignore playing so far past this minion wave. Look how many minions Violet's going to have to sacrifice. And with this recall coming through, it is an angle where maybe they just look for the lane swap. He is pathing out bots, so it doesn't seem like that's going to occur, but you kind of need to do something to try and salvage this game.
I don't even know if you want to put the Zeri into this monstrous zone at the moment. Oh, Lord. Dore just dropped ult there, I think, to get away. Oh,
very short cooldown. Here comes the Weaver's Wall, level 6 online here for Scott though, but he's stunned up. Does have the flash available to himself to try and get away, but with how low his HP is, there's nowhere to go. 7-1 now the kill score as May gets on the board with his first.
Good go, team, giving over the kill to the bot laner. Oh, and another giant spell.
I've seen this like 7 times already. Violet has the chain on him and E's over the wall. This time chooses not to E and takes a relatively large chunk of damage for it.
He does have the flash. In distance-wise, I don't think he was all that greatly under threat. Jose has been building up slowly but surely, but far from the, 4-0-4 start that he had in the last game.
Trying to establish some vision around this dragon. This is the side of the map that is more evenly matched for Saving O. So if there was ever somewhere they could look to potentially have a fight, it has to be somewhere that Prey is not. Now, without the teleport, he could ult to join, but for the time being, it looks like he's pretty content just battling away at Dore in that top lane. And Forever
and
alongside
lane
Ignore.
Pretty handily. Why would you give up that lead?
Generally to advance the rest of the map. As good as it is to have a Scion ahead, he's not really the champ that's going to be that X factor.
No, but it is the double-edged sword. You're keeping the Gnar down as well.
Much the same though. I think at some point Prey needs to find an angle to join the team to get them ahead, because right now he is where all that gold lead is. Now he uses the ultimate. Dore very low. 1Q would seal the deal, but the flash is there. Dore utilized that flash to get himself away, but he is going to have to lose a bunch of minions. Demolish proc on this tower. We'll go over yet another
He may just lose
plate.
the tower. There's no support incoming.
Gets escorted away from it as Prey doesn't really need to look for the tower for now. Going to be happily just proxying, making sure that Dore loses more minions. He has no teleport, so he can't get back to that wave, as the dragon's still not being started up by either team.
Yeah, and this is going to be another plate. How often do you see a Scion Gnar matchup go the way where the Scion picks up 4 plates? And this might even just be first tower.
Very well could be. Almost certainly will be. Prey going to take that first tower very early on into the game, entirely solo as the ultimate gets put down by Kyoze and everything being dropped onto Jovi. Does get the seismic shove, does have the shield, does not have the flash, but he is still alive, does eventually go down as Ignore tries to save him. Maybe Ignore's flash in might cost him his life as well, as Foreigner's going to continue on forward and Alistair is going to continue to tank this tower. But in comes Forever, down will go Kyoze. Scott, can he find safe passage out? He's not on any wards, so Forever's not going to know of his whereabouts and does get away. It's 2 kills for 1. It's something for Saving Ose.
Yeah. I mean, the one big benefit is they did get the Noxian blessings. At the very least, they would deny that away from Saving Ose. Not that it was really much of an angle back in. I mean, this position, Gnar is barely a champion. Things aren't going much better anywhere else on the rift.
That is an understatement. Yeah, looking towards his Triforce. Does he have it? No. No, he does not. 2 items for Scion. 0 currently.
That's so bleak. That's so bleak. 2 items to 2/3 of one.
Yeah. Did you see the gold lead? 2K for him. It was 4 that Doraemon eventually got himself in game 1. I think realistically, Prey shouldn't extend on it too much. At the end of the day, he is still a Scion. But to have gotten himself single-handedly to this position and now looking to take down Kyoze, who does not have flash.
Oh my lord.
Not going to be able to land that knock-up. He does pull the trigger on the slow, however, as Foreigner trying to take down the Scion, but won't be able to do so. Knock-ups there, Prey 2v1ing, and 2v1ing so damn well.
And all that pressure just freely gives... Oh, even Jovi is just wrecking Dore. Oh no.
It's a rough time at the moment. It's going to take a long time for this Gnar to become a valued champion in the game. Does have his Triforce online now, as he is going to teleport down to this bottom lane. 2 stacks left of his Cull and should claim it off this minion wave. Will do so just now. So it's a bit of an influx of gold for him.
Oh,
Jovi,
no. Oh,
alongside Ignore. No flash here for Doraemon. Trying to look for that tower. Wave cleared out for now. Foreigner in the area.
Oh, this is a bleak situation, for sure. Even with that cull, I don't know if it does all that much given how accelerated Prey is. I mean, this is... Who was it? Scion versus Nidalee Top. I can't remember. The LCP. I can't remember who the life of it. It was just an absolute dumpstering once the Scion hit that tipping point.
Another wave going to be cleared out. And for your memory, it was Kratos up against
That's right.
Hero.
Yeah, this is very much... this is somehow feeling worse than that game.
A lot of damage out of the Scion just with how far ahead he is. And unfortunately,
this is the point in the action movie where they say it can't get worse, and then it does.
Yeah, Kose doesn't have the flash still, as Redemption going to come down, but there we go. Rio finds his way on, does get the kill yet again. The limitations of Syndra, the immobility. Very easy for a champion like Pantheon to make his way onto the Syndra. The speed up there through the E, and Prey's going to claim himself another tower.
He's just doing it in the face of Dore as well.
Yeah, doing it without using the Demolish. Eventually does use it, so won't have that for the next tower if he even walks up to hit it. Oh my. I'm now aware that
he's going to be doing.
The objective bounties are online.
Yeah, there were some very, very angry things after Kyoze gets caught out. So I think the frustration mounting for Saving Oaths.
Yeah.
Maybe we're hitting the Captain America Civil War portion of the tournament.
It's going to take a while for anyone to have any damage that's going to be very meaningful onto the Scion as well. With so much armor, the Zeri is going to be struggling up until the point of acquiring some form of armor pen. Currently working towards an attack speed item, most likely either the Phantom Dancer or the Runans. I personally do like the Navori. Get your E up more often, it makes it a little bit more fun to play, but it's certainly not the most optimal. Ignore maybe looked at here, Forever's in the area, Foreigner goes forward, Scott can do much the same, and the Redemption comes down, a lot of healing onto Ignore, has a lot of shielding on the Karma, as May trying to find passage in, but the Weaver's Walls cut him off. Now finally we'll have access, Dore comes in, it's a stun, going to be landing onto Ignore, but Prey, that big body in the back line, gonna take down Scott, Dore limping away as the flash forward, Foreigner on 1 HP, the Boomerang Blade onto 1, has the Blast Cone, that's Dore as well. Triple kill going to May as Prey finally finds access to a team fight. Kose might be able to take down the support, not even the damage to do that. As Prey continues on forward, has the movement speed. Violet heading the opposite direction.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure about this game.
I am.
Dear. Yeah, no, not for Saving O's. The Blackfire Torch, Cosmic Drive, Syndra. Yeah, there is not a clear answer, I think, to Prey, which is the biggest problem. And then you've got a Pantheon as well, who is very hard to kill at the best of times. He's slippery, has the sustain in the Sundered Sky, and then, of course, Mei Yang, on top of all of that, picking himself up a plethora of kills. I'm not even entirely sure why the Executioner's Calling has been picked up here. I don't know if Mortal Reminder is the angle you need to go.
I mean, there's a lot of healing coming through, as you just pointed out. The Sundered Sky and then Prey with Grasp.
Yeah, but it's Mei Yang who's picked up the Executioner's Calling.
Oh, I mean, on Civ, you apply it to everyone, so it's always going to get a lot of value. In any case, current stock of the situation, 5k gold advantage almost here for the side of Polar Chair, as Scott will fall and Atakan will be the prize. See if Foreigner and the rest of Saving O's have anything to say about it, but to get there, they have to get through the Scion, and that is an inconceivable task.
Yeah, somehow feeling like this game 2 is matching game 1 and just how gapped the losing team is. Even more so given that Dore's died how many times solo in lane.
Jovi gonna get stunned up. It's a nice cease and desist. A lot of damage coming down on the Foreigner, and Violet will pick up the kill. Gold onto the exact member of the team you need it to be on, as Jovi unfortunately getting caught out again. In comes this Pantheon. It's for Ever finds his way, gets a nice tap there, finish off Foreigner. Kyose now in for a world of trouble as he flashes away, but cannot create anywhere near enough distance. Right.
Well,
find their way onto Scott. Headbutts there, the stun, and oh dear. Oh dearie me. I mean, it is just an absolute wash.
I mean, it doesn't even feel like it's anything to do with the fact that the Great Wall of Sparta has been drafted. It just feels like they've been so gapped.
Yeah, it's the Great Wall of Sion at this point.
Yeah. We're playing Attack on Titan on the Rift.
I don't watch anime, sorry.
Oh, you're missing out. Then you can know what people are being angry about online.
I mean, 3 dragons already secured here for Polar Chair, and game 2 seems like a done deal. Well, never good to count anyone out, but...
only halfway through his second item as well.
Trying desperately to get towards that Black Cleaver. Will assist him in the damage he's able to output, but it's still inconceivable that he's ever going to be actually able to get through Prey. Oh! Nice. Small wins. Moral victories.
Says the guy with no teeth and 2 broken ribs. That's very much what it's feeling like at the moment. Oh, yeah, this... I mean, it's just crazy that the Sion-Na matchup has gone as horrifically as it has.
Yeah, pretty crazy. I mean, off the early game, that Dore was doing so well and gets overconfident for a kill, and Prey turns it around and immediately punished once again by Forever, and it just absolutely snowballing out of control. 8-0-3 even quietly here for Forever, who is putting on a phenomenal performance.
I mean, the power of that Pantheon, he just is such a heavy-hitting jungler. I mean, yeah, the Kyose as well. He's not hitting all that hard in the grand scheme.
No, definitely not. Not a lot to find on the Rift. It's a minute until Dragon's Soul would be spawning. Of course, similar time on the Baron. Pretty impossible for the side of Saving Oceanic to get there, barring a massive lapse of judgment from Polar Chair.
I mean, Prey almost has his Jark shows, at which point I'm pretty sure he just becomes unkillable.
Essentially, yeah, until Violet has enough items, but he's
realistically,
slowly
though,
working his
into
way
this
towards
comp, I don't know if
Armafest.
Violet's getting close enough with enough uptime.
Close enough to the
that
Scion
damage
that's
up.
right in the front, and he certainly will be.
Yeah,
But
without
it's
being
not...
threatened by Forever.
Now, pushing in this mid-wave again. It is the Dragon's Soul, so Saving Oceanic are going to look to try and contest it, but they are just so far behind. Nice stun lands by Kyose. Flash forward, Prey! Straight onto 2, and oh my lord! Down goes Kyose, down goes Scott. And with that, down go the chances of ever defending away from this dragon that has just spawned. Dore finding what he can up in this top lane. Demolish proc to get himself some damage on that tower, but Prey's here to answer. Dragon Soul, the Infernal Soul, going to be picked up.
Yeah, this is a bleak shouting at best, and at worst it is just... Oh, Dore. He cannot catch a break. He's got the Black Cleaver now, but the Jark shows has been finished up by Prey. Oh, Dore.
Yeah.
Oh, that's overkill. There is no kill like overkill.
Yeah, we certainly wanted that guy dead, and he is, again.
This might be a Baron angle from Polar Chair, honestly.
Yeah, I think it should be. There shouldn't be any realistic way of which Saving Oceanic can conceivably fight. Scott's going to get stunned up. He has no ult. He is just going to be taken out very promptly. 0-8 now on the Alistair, unfortunately for him. As Violet tries to find some damage, unfortunately, despite the stun landing and no damage reduction coming through there for Forever, it's still only half his HP that gets taken.
Honestly, I'm not sure why this isn't just a Baron angle. Dore's dead, Scott's dead. Barring a miracle. I mean, Foreigner has been pretty crisp on the smite fights, and maybe that's where they're concerned, but given that you're 24 up, I don't know if there's really a justification for that much respect being paid.
Yeah, fair.
Oh, let's just get the goal difference. What's it looking like in the top lane? Please. I need to know. Oh, the Bramble Vest. 8,800. This is nearly a 4,000 gold lead. It's a 3,000 at the very minimum. Oh my lord, Prey is just gapping everyone.
Yeah, one thing I'm surprised by is the fact that it's 20 to 4 the kills, but still not as far separated in gold this game as it was last. I mean, still somewhat competitive in the AD carry position. Violet down about 1,000 gold, of course, and with how well Sivir scales, how well she does with gold, it is definitely a certain advantage to Mei. But again, as you pointed out, the talking point, that top lane, the jungle, Baron realistically can just be started up whenever. They don't need to finish it. They can look to turn. They are just so much stronger. Foreigner misses the ward over the Baron wall and has to flash.
Oh, this is a rough gig. I wonder if maybe Polish are actually just giving more respect than is warranted. They are going to tag the Baron. Okay, no, they're looking for an angle in.
Yeah, and they go. Dore on the back line. Foreigner going forward. Finds a lot of damage onto Ignore. And over the wall. Can Forever get there? Yes, he can. Scott's going to go down. Down went Foreigner. 3v5 now. Baron all but certain to fall. As Polarchair continue to just run away with this. 22 to 4 now the kill score.
Oh, Dore. No, it's actually Kyose teleporting down to the bot lane. So they're just completely sacking the Baron. A single tower having been picked up this game by Saving O's, and it was off the back of Dore. And Jovi is just going to answer it immediately.
Dodges out of the stun. Violet coming down though. Jovi has to be very careful. Despite being ahead, there is still a lot of damage coming out of Kyose onto a squishier target. The stun's going to land. There's the shield there, but it's quite small. Does go golden, but Violet's here. They're going to be able to pick up yet another kill onto Jovi. Unfortunately, has been the weak link in this game. Another kill at least found, and a bit of pressure away from taking of these towers, as that was a Baron buffed up member, rather. I was about to say minion, but member of Polarchair.
Yeah, I mean, it's a 1 and 3 till it. Not the end of it. A lot of it is just set up for the rest of the team at this point. But Kyose has started, coming into his own as champion. The damage is really ramping up. Same with Violet. They are hitting much, much harder than they were not too long ago.
4 items to 2 in the top lane. Does have the tunneler now. But certainly a bit of a disparity in terms of relative strength. Very reserved though, I think, Polarchair. Ultimately, probably could have found a lot more of just how strong they are, but not really realizing how far ahead they are, maybe. Scott goes forward, 2-man knock up, and you see Forever completely zoning away Kyose. Violet finding damage onto Mei, but a lot of damage coming back. Foreigner finds his way onto that Sivir. The shutdown, that's the lightning crash, but down will come Prey. He swings down that axe, and with one foul swoop, the bot lane is completely eliminated from the game, and forward into the Nexus will march Polarchair as they aim to take game 2.
Oh, Endore, the last bastion of hope, and barely even that. Oh, this is a very bleak turnabout. 26 to 6. If last game was one-sided, this one swings back and almost. This is the exact moment PSG tell them swing back a 16k gold deficit against Team Secret Wilds. My lord, that is a swing and a half.
Yeah, 2 games, 2 vastly different looks, and Polarchair will now even up the series. It's 1 apiece in our upper bracket final, and an exciting series we have on our hands. I mean, what a performance out of Prey. The early lane looking rough. Dore kiting around perfectly, dodging out of the tower range and able to find so much damage onto him. Sees the health advantage he had for himself, runs then at Prey, gets knocked up by a very charged up Q and just headshot. And the lane falls apart.
And then, yeah, the turnabout for 6. I mean, Prey on the Scion was just a completely different beast compared to him on the Gwen. In the mid lane, I mean, the jungle as well, the Great Wall of Sparta combo is just very, very scary when it comes to team fight time. You cut off the route of escape, you then follow it with the Pantheon into the back lines, and you look at it Forever. Again, a man unleashed compared to that Jarvan performance. He starts 4-0-4 on the Jarvan. He has just the exact same start on the Pantheon. It looks night and day different. He was such a powerhouse. Then, of course, Mei Yang down in that bot lane on the Sivir. ramped up to the point that all sitters do and became such an unstoppable force. I think it was a brilliant draft from Polar Chair. It definitely exposed all of the weaknesses in the draft from Saving O's as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, as soon as you see that Alistair come through, the vulnerability of any range composition coming through in that bottom lane, especially the Zeri, a very low range AD carry in this day and age. Sivakarma, just the perfect answer down that bot lane. It means that Violet doesn't have the freedom to scale in and get his items, get a lead for himself, which we know he's capable of doing, just because of the power of the Karma. The disparity between the Alistair and the Karma is just so much that it completely limits what Violet's able to do. The mid lane, once again, I mean, it was an even affair this time around. Jovi, unfortunately, at times, he's left trying to defend a tower by himself and gets collapsed upon, and it's mistakes that you do want to shore up in the closer games, but in this game it didn't really have that much of an effect just because of how far ahead the rest of the team were. But that is the second game all done and dusted. We are going to head to a break. Once we're back, we'll see who gets game number 3, who takes the lead, and we'll get match point in the series, so we'll see you very shortly. Game number 2 goes the way of Polar Chair as we now load into game number 3 very shortly, and it's Saving O's who got absolutely demolished and have to try and, much the same as Polar Chair managed to do, reset their mentals and look for some success here. I mean, it all is going to come down to starting at that draft, right? I think game number 1, very clearly, the better team fighting draft did come through from Saving O's. Game number 2, that swung about, but even before we got there, right, draft, yeah, that's one thing, but then just the solo kills in the solo lanes have been a problem for both teams.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy how really one-sided game 1 looked, and then how much exactly the same, but the opposite direction game 2 was, including Doraemon dominating in game 1 to then getting absolutely slapped around by Prey in game 2. Saving O's obviously will pick blue side going into game 3. Nidalee Ban again off the rip, not wanting, I would imagine, forever to have that.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. Kind of looked like Prey loaded in, got his Steal Your Heart quest. Second augment came through. Gold Apex Inventor through on the Scion. Was wholly unkillable. I'm pretty sure he only died the once that game, and even that time was a 2v1 where he almost got both kills.
Yeah, he got his one, then fell, picked up the minion wave, and almost killed Foreigner. So it was a very, very rough situation. And then it just didn't get any better from there. And Bessa, Varus, Aatrox as well, coming in the final bans. I mean, we've seen the Galio banned pretty consistently by Saving O's, I believe it is. There you go, it's going to be banned out again.
Now one more ban to come through, and it's the Rumble up against Dore. So, going to take that one away as we head into the picks.
What are we looking at? I mean, yeah, your noticeable combos, a lot of them have gone. I mean, there is still some strength up in that top lane. I mean, you think Cassante noticeably, Aatrox banned away, Rumble and Bessa banned away. Xin Zhao in the jungle, yeah, definitely a solid start to the draft in terms of
young
junglers.
Darius.
Yeah, probably the strongest still available.
I mean, the Wukong's still there.
Oh, true, yes, no, we haven't had the Wukong, and it's going to be answered immediately.
Yeah, so picked up. I mean, Annie is the typical slot in alongside this champion that we do see in the LCP. We'll see if we see it here as well, and we do. Homework has been done.
It's just such a crazy strong comp. Like, off the two of those, you are going to be able to instigate and follow up team fights. I don't know, what are you looking for here for Saving O? Xin Zhao doesn't necessarily have the same level of strength synergies in the mid lane. I mean, you're looking at the likes of the Vi, Pantheon, the Vi Ari, sorry. Oh, Malzahar.
For Kyose. Not a champion I associate with him.
Yeah, it's an interesting one. I mean, Syndra looked better towards the mid to late game, but definitely not nearly as good. Okay, the Mel instead. And so you got the worst idea.
Yeah, very long range. Will do pretty fine into the Annie in that lane. Of course, Annie will struggle to interact, and in fact, with that can reflect the stun back on Annie if it is done through that Q. Yunara left available here for the first time in the series and will be immediately snapped up by Violet, so Kai'Sa the answer. Still always going to have to favor the Yunara. Of course, yesterday we saw this exact AD carry matchup go the way of the Kai'Sa.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, great comp for Rakan for Polar Chair, so I think if saving O's are smart, they band it away. Given that Polar Chair will have first pick coming out of the second ban phase.
Poppy yeah, taken away.
Alright value out of this, into this Polar Chair comp.
Yeah, I mean, Nautilus could be a potential ban here for saving O's, would make sense to me. Polar Chair actually switching it up and going for the Renata instead. And there is the Nautilus on the other side of things.
Pretty standard pairing with the Kai'Sa. So it makes sense, especially given, I mean, you look at the likes of the Nico, that's already gone. Yunara, I mean, we've seen a little bit of everything, honestly, down in that support role. I'm just trying to think what else we've got left available that would be all that worried. I'm surprised the Rakan's not copying a ban. Obviously, I would imagine Polar Chair potentially looking for that avenue. Leona. Okay. Yeah, I mean, it seems like somewhat of an oversight from saving O's. I would imagine Leona's a little less scary than the Rakan.
Oh, I think if you have the Mal, Leona's a lot more scary than Rakan, just because Mal can't really do much to stop the Solar Flare. So I do think the Leona is a better ban. Leona also pairs a lot better with the Kai'Sa in general than the Rakan does, and especially the lane phase. But still, I mean, nonetheless, you're not really that upset for Polar Chair getting either the Rakan or the Leona, and Nautilus much the same. So you kind of just had your pick, and I think the Leona up against the Mal is the better champion, so I don't hate the ban. Last two picks.
And also the interactions with the Dredge line and the Zenith Blade into a Mal is a little concerning for saving O's. So.
Yeah, absolutely. So now, last two picks to come through here for saving O's. It's going to be the Poppy in that support role, or, I mean, it could go top, but most likely in the support position, as it does typically tend to go, if not the jungle. Last pick now to come through. What will it be? It's either a top or a support, most likely a top. And the K'Sante.
Yeah.
Wouldn't be surprised to see this just get locked in. It's a good frontline champ, and it does. So now Prey will have his choice of what he wants against the K'Sante. A little bit worrying to pick the K'Sante into a player like Prey, who is just so versed on the likes of the Camille and the Fiora. Obviously the lane phase, perfectly fine for the K'Sante in both those matchups, but as the game progresses, it gets completely unplayable.
Yeah. What's the angle? Mordekaiser.
Wow. Yeah, locked in.
Yeah, look, all right. It's not gonna. This isn't gonna be a lane that you run away with, but I think realistically, it probably goes reasonably even.
We'll see what he builds as well. I still think this experimental Hexplate Mordekaiser is going to be very strong, and against champions like the Yunara and the Mal that don't have the greatest ability to kite around, it might be very powerful to just be able to whack them and the additional attack speed, and of course the now AD scaling on the Q. It could be a definite option here for the side of Polar Chair and for Prey on the Mordekaiser specifically. But I mean, ultimately, coming out of the drafts, I don't necessarily favor one team or the other. While the 5v5 was looking very strong for Polar Chair, the Mordekaiser kind of is a different champ, right? He's just eliminating one person, hopefully kills them, gets that power from them. But we're going to look at the replays from last game, took a look at how Polar Chair completely dominated the Rift and got us to a 1-1 scoreline.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of action was around this top side. Dore was just completely... No kill like overkill in Oceanic. No, they very much do that again. Forever, consistently in the back lines. Look at how much damage he's doing. They've got the Infernal Soul at this point as well in the game, so there is just really no one that is going to be that comfortable fighting. I mean, Violet does get a shutdown here, but the game is just immediately ended after, so it's pretty meaningless in the grand scheme, unfortunately.
Absolutely. Dore had a rough one, to say the least. And at least here in APAC, the tradition of Nah looking a little bit lackluster has continued. It's a champion, while when it's strong, it is very strong. Unfortunately, that game it was not.
Yeah.
We didn't see half the game. Oh,
Yeah, to be fair.
there it
yeah,
is.
Look,
This is how it all kicked off.
This was so brutal for Dore. Yeah, just flashed on, grasp proc, and then it just doesn't get any better.
Yeah, immediately looks for another fight. Unfortunately, forever there.
They just had his number. I mean, again, look, Prey. It looks like he's dead to rights, and yeah, just clips the tail end of Dore there, and almost takes out Foreigner, who sticks around probably a little bit greedily.
Violet goes for that lightning crash, trying to find a good fight for himself, but forever again, you know, just omnipresent on the Pantheon, and that's the bonus you do get from having that Pantheon ult. Another solo kill. This was so impressive. This was so good.
Yeah,
cancelling out the CC.
Dore there.
Yeah.
It's just, I mean, the fact that you got solo killed twice as a Nah into a Scion matchup is rough.
Oh yeah, that's one word for it. Even here, I mean, Jovi unfortunately having a rough time for himself.
Every shout-in that they had required so much just to get those kills. Like, that is how big the disparity was in this game.
Yeah, they do end up getting 2, all the while, of course, Forever takes the dragon, then ults back up, and Kyose here on the immobile mage does suffer to the Pantheon quite heavily.
I think that was the only meaningful Mega Nah ult that we saw from Dore. Unfortunately, it only
meaningful.
Ignore.
Meaningful's a big word for that one.
Yeah, exactly. Well, that just goes to show how rough it was a game for him.
Does a lot of damage there, actually, to Mei. Zoe, unfortunately, again. Really the only weak point, I say a little bit liberally there, but still the weakest point of the map. Still was strong for sure. Yeah, I don't know. I mean,
these clips just get bleaker and bleaker. Unfortunately.
It just gets worse and worse. It actually just gets worse and worse.
Oh dear. Oh, Dore, yeah. No kill like overkill. What a classic. Your 5-1-6 Scion. Made another phenomenal game out of Forever.
Yeah.
This time actually being rewarded for his early investments.
And Scott finds the 3-man knockup, but there's just no damage on the side of saving O's. They do manage to take down Mei, but the damage was already well and truly done there, and Prey just so strong on the Scion. His health bar hasn't even moved for the duration of that entire fight. I mean, yeah, an impossible task, realistically, with the situation that Saving O's found themselves in at the back end of the early game. In particular, while sure, you know, Zeri and Syndra can output quite a lot of damage onto tanks at times, when that tank is so far ahead as Prey became, you can't really. You're not ever getting to those items unless they just dance around for a bit too long. And admittedly, to the credit of Saving O's, they did manage to prolong the game a lot longer than I had originally thought they would.
Yeah, I don't know what happened there. My computer does this thing again, likes to lose a bit of control in the heat down here in Hamilton, but yeah. I don't know, it is hard to sort of take note of the series as it is because of just how vastly one-sided each of those games were. Because you'd be reticent to put it down the draft gap because both teams executed the drafts that they found success on just so cleanly.
Yeah, absolutely. As we head now into game number 3, of course, on the blue side this time, we do have Saving OCE and Polar Chair on the red side for the first time this series. 1-1 the score, and vastly different looks in both of these games as trying to establish some control over this lane are the side of Saving O's. They have 4 people in there, and I guess the Rakan, Ignore should be fine, but definitely have established that control over the bush for now. One of these recalls is going to get stopped, and it is going to be Kyose on the Mal! And he finds a stun. Ignore does have flash, does have heal, but he is going to get taken out.
First blood to Kyose in the mid lane. It's going to go a long way. Helping things out, of course. And we slowly have been building towards those unsealed spellbook supports as well.
Yeah.
This time we have both of them running it.
Yeah, for sure. I think game 1 it was Ignore that did run it on the Ral. Of course, in game 2 on the Karma going for a more aggressive laning summoner.
It was a Glacial Augment Alice. No, it wasn't Glacial Augment. I think it was just Aftershock Alistair and that game for Scott as well.
Foreigner starting up on the top side of the jungle. as Scott has left the game.
Classic. Oh, I mean, look, it was a brilliant read. They get an early kill for Kyosang. And again, I think he's the one that you want to be accelerating as much as possible.
Yeah, I mean, in the matchup as well, Mal into the Annie. Well, Annie definitely a very strong team fighter, strong skirmisher. Mal will punish her quite a lot in the lane just because of how long her range is, right? Annie can't even dream of really getting into the range, and the only ability she could reliably land that stun on early on is the Q, which can just be reflected. So it's a tough start in the lane there for Jovi, but ultimately it's nothing that is too unmanageable because Mal does require quite a few items to really hit her stride.
Yeah, absolutely. She's very much a sort of late mid to late game champion, so it will be a while before she becomes a monster that takes over the game. But having that early step up, especially when it comes to that first back timing, is just going to be that little bit stronger, assuming the lane goes evenly. So problematic for sure, and potentially a point on the rift that will be exploitable down in that bot lane provided to Scott again.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'm just going to cheat and look to my right here. I mean, looking at the draft, I mean, the one concern I have with this Kai'Sa is there isn't the greatest champions there to allow passage in the backline. I mean, there is the Wukong, of course, but Wukong not really targeting down one person, kind of wants to be in the thick of multiple people, which doesn't really give great access to the likes of the AD carry, right? Trying to find your way onto this Yunara might be a little bit more difficult than we saw yesterday when you had access to that Nautilus, which, you just press down the R and all of a sudden you've got yourself that CC, get yourself that tick of your passive to be able to proc that killer instinct, and we saw Praetor popping off with that yesterday. Can we see Mei do the same? I don't think the same tools exist, but if they do manage to find passage there onto the Yunara, certainly can find aggressive team fights that we also saw yesterday.
Yeah, absolutely. But again, it is hard to get that read in after how games 1 and 2 went because they were so brutally one-sided. Going into this game, you'd imagine we are looking potentially to a more even playing field given the drafts that we've had. There isn't one that is clearly a winner. But in saying that, again, we could just see this completely spiral off the back of that first blood and Kyosei just turning into a monster like we did in game 1.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, talking game 1, why don't we get some of the highlights from one of the first... You choose production. It's your birthday. You get to choose which one. We'll take a look at the highlights. We won't talk over it. We've already done that. But yeah, I mean, looking at this draft, I mean, one thing that I'm interested to see as well is, if you obviously know in the LCP, this Poppy champion is the bane of every single team's existence. Just the ability to remove someone, if not multiple people, from a team fight. It seems like we just haven't established how to deal with that very well. And also, I mean, a lot of the supports haven't even really established how to play with it. So it'll be interesting to see here in O's if Scott can find that success on the Poppy that does swing the tides of the battles. And if, I mean, on the other side of things, you can avoid it well enough to not really have to care so much about the Keeper's verdict.
Yeah, I mean, it's the problem. It's been such a problem for LCP teams that they just have not touched it either. They just want nothing to do with this champion. Having that in the repertoire could be very, very beneficial for any team looking to make their way actually into the competition. So if Scott comes into this, has a good game on it, it'd be very positive signs for the team.
Yeah,
but,
absolutely.
I mean, you look at it, the global pressure, the Nocturne off the rift, the Tilia Pantheon off the rift, so it is just going to have to be a much cleaner macro game because you haven't got just that guaranteed bailout and ultimate that travels you halfway across the rift.
Yeah, no, it certainly doesn't exist. I'm also interested to see this Mordekaiser because I know certainly in the 1v1, it's actually a very good matchup for Cassante because you can just block the ult. So if you have your W up, anytime Mordekaiser presses R on you, you just press W and you don't get taken to the death realm. And so even... Oh, we're coming back to game now, so we'll have that on your screens. But there are weird interactions. I mean, ultimately, Mordekaiser can really never press R on you because if he does, you have the W, you have the R, you then have the other W, so it becomes very difficult for Mordekaiser to find a whole lot of value into the Cassante. And so when you get to the team fights is really where we're going to have to see Prey find successes. Don't worry about this. This is just what happens after a pause occurs in custom games. We will eventually be freed. There we go.
Well, I can't wait to come to the realization that we're about to have another machine gun Cassante. Oh, Prey.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good matchup for Cassante, and Prey with that Conqueror stacked feels confident to be able to take the trades, but I'm not so certain he can. Is eventually going to have to force Dore away from him.
Yeah, that's not the start that you're looking for. Already feeling eerily reminiscent to the start of both game 1 and 2. If not for Dore just woefully overcommitting, then he doesn't die as early as he does.
Yeah, Prey already losing Flash though, so that's a huge advantage for Dore up in that top lane. already finding value out of the Cassante. It's a champion that he played a reasonable amount of in the LCO.
Now, that is confidence.
Oh,
that is
Prey
an immense amount of confidence.
dodges out of that queue. Should be able to get himself a shield and a heal. I mean, ultimately at this health, he probably just looked for the recall, but he is feeling confident enough to stay around. Jovi doing a great job here in this mid lane, despite the range advantage. Kyoze not able to find a recall to spin that gold as of yet.
I think that's perfectly fine. You go into the lane even enough, you then come back with a slightly stronger buy off the recall and teleporting back into lane. So it just means that first back will be that little bit more beneficial for Kyoze. And speaking of backs, top lane, the back has already occurred.
Yeah, null magic
Or
mantle.
are going to be back first? Okay, Prey maybe a little bit off in his tempo here.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult for him to find a good recall timer now. Just last hitting with that Q. Nice. Scott not able to get that steadfast presence up in time. Means he does get knocked up, but luckily for him, doesn't get the proc on that passive from Mate. Foreigner looking in this mid lane. Jovi does have flash and does have the... Oh dear, Kyoze unfortunately does go wide there on the snare. So it's a trade of flashes for the mid laners. Wave state not very good though. As May going to get jumped on by Scott. Not able to find the knock up though, as Violet's going to be forced to flash away from that grand entrance.
Heal popped as well.
Forever looking for an invade.
Oh boy.
He's
As the
going to
Sheen
find
as well.
Foreigner. Does have smite too. This is his wolf. Does get it. Trading well. Knock up there for Foreigner.
I don't know if you want to take that.
Yeah, chooses to go back in. Does have the red buff to the blue, but getting taken very low and just absolutely taken out. A less than wise decision to go back in, as you so adequately pointed out.
I mean, Forever has the Sheen there. He's just naturally going to be hitting harder than you. He hadn't even recalled yet. Like, that was a jungle item to a Sheen.
Yeah, not particularly
What
close.
world was that a fight you take?
Definitely finds a good punish. Now looking towards this top lane. Dore does not have flash. He has utilized it. Prey, if he can find any CC, of course the W there for Dore will stop a lot of it. Does use it and oh no. Oh no, Forever once again finds himself a nice advantage. Two very, very quick kills up in this top side.
I'm just... Florida completely loses his mind. Gives Forever a kill. They know full well that Forever is in their topside jungle, and Dore does not respect it. That is hubris in a nutshell.
Looking at the bot lane. Violet here on the Yunara. It is a champion that has been, since her release, quickly taking over pro play. Receives many a ban. Whenever it's picked, tends to pop off, outside of, I guess, the first week, at least in the LCP.
And the LEC for the most part.
-1. Large trade here onto Kyoze. Jovi just constantly dodging out of all the abilities that Kyoze's throwing out. Tiba's going on its own journey. No flash on this Annie. He should be safe enough.
Oh, I'm very concerned. I mean, things are going so well for the most part.
Scott once again, trading aggressively. They find their way back onto Violet. There's no killer instinct. There's also very little mana here for May. So won't be able to find all that much.
For something through the lane, Foreigner. Oh, but Forever sticking around. This is about to be a wash.
Scott can look for that stun, but in the way. Violet gets stunned up. Scott on the backside of things, but flash forward here for Forever. Not able to yet find his way onto Violet. Might be able to do so now. The Cyclone. And it's an absolute decimation in the bot lane. Scott almost getting away, but will get taken down by that last auto attack. Foreigner with that flash does manage to make passage to his tower. And with that will not be taken out. Kyoze trading very well onto Jovi in the mid lane, but still 1-4 now the kills. It is 1.5k almost. In fact, it is exactly in favor now of Polar Cheer once again here in game 3. I was about to say 2.
Oh, I just don't know what's going on. These early games start so well for Saving O's, and then they just abandon thought.
Right. Trading very heavily into Dore. Lands the Q as well. Dore will, in turn, land his.
Now Prey's in a great spot. He's just winning this heads-up fight now. He's going to be a bit
really
of
well.
a slump until Dore gets himself at least a couple of items.
Everyone up in this top side. Foreigner using that flash, I mean, not flash, the smite on the blue buff means he won't have it available for himself here for the grubs. But likewise, I mean, no Cyclone after using it in the bottom lane. Prey gets hit by that wind meets lightning. Pressure is there. So the grubs should just be picked up by Saving O's. It's definitely a win for them. Headed towards the bot side of the map now for Forever. See if he can take this dragon potentially. Both games already have resulted in a dragon's soul.
Yeah, I'm just a little perplexed.
All right. We've moved on past that part.
No, just the situation that Saving O's felt they needed to put themselves in. Now they are slipping behind. We saw this from them in Game 2, and Polachia just ran away with it. So they are potentially digging themselves into a hole once again.
Oh, freeze frame.
Stop, take stock,
Hopefully.
breathe, hydrate. All that important stuff.
Maybe it's from the pause that occurred earlier. Maybe it's a new pause that just hasn't popped up. Oh, we're free. It was the pause thing again.
Yeah.
Prey, I mean, he's still not really ahead, unfortunately. He did get the assist, but it's Forever that is ahead. So for the side of Polachia, wherever they fight, they really do need their Wukong to be there. And for the time being, Dore up on this top side will still be having a pretty good time for himself against this Mordekaiser. Dragon will be secured for them, so first objective of the game for them. Obviously, the 3 grubs was the trade.
I mean, the problem being is that Dore was just handily winning that 1v1. Now that he's been taken out, Prey's on a pretty even playing field for the most part. Making some good progress towards his first item as well. Prey should be in a much worse
Here we go.
position. Dore can look for it.
Does have the all out. He can stop this as long as he keeps his W up. He does use it though. So now that it's down, Prey realizing he can pull the trigger on that ultimate. It's still very close. The shield there for the Mordekaiser. One more Q would do it and boom! Down goes Dore. Unfortunately missing that Q. I mean, it was flashed away from, but nonetheless, as soon as that goes wide, Dore doesn't have the ability to take down this Mordekaiser. The W going down gives passage to that death realm and able to take the kill. So a solo kill once again here found in Game 3. Once again goes to Prey.
Yeah, feeling eerily similar to that Game 2 now. In terms of progress though. Still early days, Yunara, we've seen it time and time again. What an absolute demon beast that she can become as she scales up.
The Blade of the Ruin King online too now is going to be a lot scarier. Kai'Sa for may be able to pick up that Kraken Slayer. We'll see. Does have it, okay. So matching in terms of the first item spike and the AD carries. I tend to favor the Yunara as this game progresses. Of course, a long way to get to the point where we're really talking about that though.
Absolutely.
And while we say that as well, Yunara can just get taken to the death realm, and while she will almost certainly beat the Mordekaiser, it's going to take her away from the fight for a long while. Scott going aggressively, does get knocked up there.
I mean, Kiyose, you kind of got a feel for him. He's done a lot of hard work, sort of just this island in the mid lane while everything is just all sort of falling apart in the sidelines. But, I mean, the Mel and these long drawn out team fights can be quite problematic.
Yeah, absolutely. Once again, just constant aggression out of him. He's very low, but unfortunately for May, pulls the trigger on the Killer Instinct while the Steadfast Presence is still there. So gets knocked up, gets grounded, and will not be able to find that damage from the passive. Forever still trying to play aggressively here into the jungle of Foreigner with that item spike online versus just the components is going to be able to handily win those 1v1s if they do remain a 1v1, but wasn't able to find it. Foreigner able to be quick enough on his clear. Gets free of that invade.
And
oh,
Violet's looking for something here.
Ultimate was used by Violet as Scott comes in. Great response from Ignore though, trying to keep that distance and does peel so much damage away from Mei on the Kaiser. A lot of damage found from Violet, but with everyone on the side of Polar Chair coming in, the teleport even there for Jovi. Having to hit away. Up on the top side though, Dore and Prey going once again. Prey sidestepping. Dore hits that one. It's so close. The Q misses Dore. Oh my lord. Who's going to win it? Dore one more. He gets it. The turnaround kill. The solo kill for Dore as these top laners just continue to battle.
I like it. The VCS approach. Keep fighting. Just keep fighting until something breaks or the game's over. And he wins out this time. He plays it a lot cleaner. Dodges out most of Prey's damage there after the Death Realm goes in. Maybe it is the VCS approach that could bring Saving Oath back into this game. Just keep fighting until either the dam breaks or your hands are broken.
That's a lot of gold back, and in fact, at this stage, likely has a little bit more than Prey in terms of gold. Of course, in terms of items, it looks even, but no boots yet purchased for the Mordekaiser, and yeah, 200 gold advantage for Dore. Of course, the big talking point, though, is that 1.4k advantage that Forever does have himself on the Wukong.
Yeah, I mean, a lead for Kyosei in the mid lane isn't going to do all that much. It's not that big. He's still got an item and a half to really go before he becomes that monster Foreigner. Oh boy.
Yeah, Scott's here. The Grand Entrance going to come through. Lands on a 2 and for flash forward for Jovi. And completely annihilated was Foreigner. Killer Instinct there to try and lock down Scott. Will be able to do so. And 2 quick kills found by the side of Polar Chair. As they continue to just show some of their team fighting prowess. Not even team fighting, just their skirmishing. It looked like a good possible look in there for the side of Saving Oath, but the numbers ended up favoring Polar Chair. As Dore once again looking aggressively, has a massive advantage in terms of health. Forever's in this area, but you're not really wanting to expend time looking to gank the Cassante. Nice knock up, both top laners actually.
Trade into pull for pull. Herald goes down to Forever.
Ghost. Those ignores. He's got the spellbook.
Yeah, I'm not over yet, for sure. I mean, the situation you find yourself in, 2.4k gold down, is a very bleak looking for sure. I mean, Kyosei, again, just steadily building up. He's looking pretty strong, and Dore, having righted that ship, is looking a lot cleaner.
Oh, it's
That's
time for
not the fight you
another
want to
battle.
take.
Dore, with that all-out available, is choosing to not use it just yet,
yeah.
but here comes Forever. There's the all-out coming through. Prey, is he able to live? Yes, he flashes away from the W into the redemption and drops down. What is it? An axe? No, not an axe.
A maul.
A mace? A maul? Either way,
Yeah,
gets the
that's
kill.
a maul. It's surely a maul.
May very low in terms of mana, so we'll be wanting to look for a recall. Top tower does go down. Rift Hero going to crash yet again here into the second tier as well. As unfortunately for Dore, I mean, if it was a 1v1, certainly would have ended up winning it, but as much as he would have wished it was not. That's a lot more gold now going over to Prey and Forever.
Oh, Scott necessarily would be looking for that, but Kyosei is doing some alright damage here.
Yeah, this could be a good pickup. Scott going to get taken very, very low as regretting his decision to get out of there was Forever. Eventually going to get stunned up here as teleport comes through as well for Jovi. Nothing more to find, just the free kill over onto Scott. Ah, good. Take the cinders. Very good.
Yeah, I don't know, these angles that they're looking for, not quite finding them all that much benefit, and the rest of Polar Chair are playing this so defensively that the only options are the ones that are strongest. So it just ends up being losing fight after losing fight.
And now looking to crack open at least the tower for themselves, and The entirety of Polar Chair seemingly willing to respond. The tower will go down. Redemption comes through. Ignore. Does have the quickness. Going to be able to find his way. Just flashes. Doesn't even need to use the W eventually. That steadfast presence will go down. Ignore. Finds the knock up onto Dore, who is very tanky. Of making it some uptime though. Should be able to take him out as Foreigner is just going to use that Crescent Sweep. Knock back the Wukong. Get his team out as a trade. All things said and done for that Rakan ult and the Xin Zhao ult.
Scott in position, but there's no real support for them to make a play, and the ward dropped on his head immediately. And unfortunately, Jokesay and Violet just need more time, and if they can stall this game out, for sure, there is an angle for Saving Ace to come back into this, because Mel and Yunara have just become real monsters in the later stages of this game.
Yeah, absolutely. Jovi going to be able to clear out this top wave, doesn't lose the tower. Has been very active with his teleport getting around the map, but not really able to find all that much for himself outside of that one fight in the bot river.
Yeah. And this is a 4K gold lead at 18 minutes. They tend to, again, compound. And it isn't the greatest team fighting comp for Saving O's. They like things to be a little bit skirmishy. They want to be standoffish. They want that damage coming out from Kyose before they ultimately then commit in for the 5v5. It's not one they just want to take in a heads-on position, especially given how strong Polar Chair currently are.
Now, control over this top jungle is afforded to the side of Polar Chair, but they will leave, not willing to risk a potential fight that is wholly unnecessary.
Oh, okay. I thought maybe Jovi was going to look for something, but decides better of it.
Ignore, it does get grounded, but actually clears the distance as it comes through. Half HP.
He's got that blood letters as well.
Yeah, now we'll be hitting quite a bit harder onto this Cassante. But still, I mean, Dore shouldn't realistically be going down outside of having outside interference. Scott using the ghost, but not going to find anything with it.
I mean, you can see it. Saving O's are looking for their angle in. They want some opening for them to be able to come in and take a fight that allows them to bounce back into this game with some meaningful intent. But Polar Chair just not giving it to them.
Yeah, I think ultimately being played very well by Polar Chair so far.
I mean, you can even see the confidence just draining from Dore. Game 1 was happy to just go and man fight with Prey. Save in Game 2 until he died solo twice. Now in Game 3, much the same.
So the Arakan is, of course, on the map. Neither team feeling overly confident at looking towards it. Currently, in terms of items, certainly favouring the side of Polar Chair. Dore is going to get found, but I mean, he's very tanky. Just a quick chip of damage and head back out. Maybe looking for Violet. He does use that ultimate, and absolutely flying goes May. Trade of those support items as Prey will be teleporting in, but not able to find all that much. But maybe looking towards now this Arakan, as Violet does lose out on his ultimate as well. So Yunara's power certainly lowered a considerable amount, but still not feeling confident enough to start up on that objective.
I mean, Dore has the TP, so we'll be able to come back in at a moment's notice and assist Violet, oh lord, the damage.
Yep, going to reward them with the dragon, but you see the pings. The pings coming down. Jovi's the only one in the area up on that top side. Prey's going to stick around. He doesn't have the teleport, so he's going to go up there to challenge, try and create pressure, and the rest of Polar Chair are going to have to answer quickly. It has been started up. Jovi's aware of it. All of Polar Chair should be. They do get off.
Yeah, unfortunately not having Violet there means it is a bit of a slow take on the whole. Oh, this is a bleak situation. Unfortunately, I think Saving O's require this game to go on near another 20 minutes. And that's when they sort of hit that tipping point of strength.
Yeah, once those Unara items come online, certainly will be strong, but we're quite a while away from that. Cloak of Agility picked up on this most recent recall there for Violet. Of course, Dragon was taken by the side of Polar Chair. They have now 2 to their name. As 4 more minutes, we will have the opportunity for them to get that soul point. A very late start to the Dragons this game in comparison to the first 2, but still it is going to be Polar Chair leading, as they are just the game in general, though that gold lead is slowly closing. Down now to just over 3k.
Yeah, again, this is the pacing that Saving Ghosts need. They don't want to be forcing these fights. They need to play it slow, allow that scaling up. But Scott,
oh, Scott, he tries to get that stun, but he is just going to get absolutely taken out as Jovi comes in and finds the 2-man Tibbers. Double kill for May. Dore now being looked at. Nice W, gets him clear of the knock-up from the Cyclone as Jovi takes a massive chunk of damage from the tower. It will mean that this tower does go down. Death round up on the top side. Nowhere for Kyoze to run. He's locked in a cage with an absolute Demon King, and he's going to get claimed as Prey will get his 3rd on the board. Flash utilized by him to try and get clear, and Prey now starting up this Artican as the team look to join. And as I say, they are closing the gold lead. It unfortunately collapses completely.
Yeah, I'm not sure what Scott's looking for there. I'm kind of perplexed, really. I mean, they don't want to be forcing these fights. They don't want to be giving Polar Chair that avenue to open the door towards closing a game. They just want to slowly scale. They need that farm funneling into both Kyoze and Violet. But for some reason, they decide they want to force a fight and they get punished for it. Foreigner, oh boy, I don't even know if he should be taking this either.
Oh.
What is Scott doing?
Scott has, I mean, he's got the tower. Maybe even getting stopped. He does get the kill onto Scott first. As Dore's here, all out available. Going to use it. This is going to be a big shutdown, and Violet picks it up. What a great find there by Saving O's, and exactly the member of their team that needed it too. As Violet's going to get a huge chunk of change towards building towards that both armor penetration and the Infinity Edge.
I mean, it was a bold play. Very bold play. Violet picking up that money, yeah, look, the benefit is there for sure, but that could have been a horrendous turnaround if Polar Chair had been in the right place. Even though, I mean, Dore has been getting manhandled for the better part of this game, courtesy of forever coming into assist Prey. He's actually held a pretty decent CS lead against Prey.
Absolutely. Jovi has a second item online here on the Annie. Across the board, a lot of second items there.
Not again.
Kyoze, yeah, I mean, he's just dead. He has no flash either. Unfortunately for him, there's nowhere he can run, nowhere he can hide. Prey just sitting there patiently waiting in that bush. I mean, Kyoze completely unaware. Walks in, gets taken out very cleanly. Oh, it's a tunneler. It's a tunneler.
Yeah, that's what it's looking like. It is going to be the hybrid build.
That's what we like to see. There are a few options you can go for. Experimental Hex Plate is my favorite, but there's the likes of Spirit Shojin, and we'll go with that quickness, with that grand entrance, and unfortunately for Foreigner, gets jumped on by the Killer Instinct as well, but Violet trying to find the damage on the back line. It's all the way onto Forever, and he's so tanky, but there's a lot of damage coming back. Unfortunately for him, Jovi comes in too, and now Scott trying to get away, but he's burst down, much the same. Double kill.
Fighting Prey as well. Okay,
Jovi.
He's just solo bolo Prey.
Down the bot side. Prey without the ultimate, not going to be that big of a test. Does get taken out, but all the while, the success they find on the top side is going to lead them to pick up this Baron. No one here to answer. There no teleport to even dream of doing so.
Yeah, this game spiraling continuously. Oh, it's a rough spot for Saving O's. Only a 200 gold lead in that top lane. That's kind of crazy.
Yeah, and just so much combat power removed when you don't have that ultimate available to you. And you see, I mean, we didn't get to catch it, but it was, of course, that solo kill we see come through on the kill feed.
I got some of it on the minimap. He dragged Prey under the tower.
The all-out joyride.
Yeah.
Teleport now coming in. Prey looking to contest this drag with his team. Foreigner going to get bursted down, but does get the Christian sweep out. As Ignore finds his way to charm most of the back line there, but no one to follow up on that damage. Keep eyes on Forever. Can he find his way in? Ultimate as well available here for Prey. Who is he going to choose to ult? Doro's going to bring him into the team. All outs available. Not going to be able to pull the trigger. It's a nice smite there for Foreigner once again. So quick onto this game as Prey. Straight onto Coach Kyoze. It is an ultimate away as Prey is going to get taken out. It's a back and forth affair, but Doro's last to stand. Forever does dodge away from that Q as May with the killer instinct comes on in. And Jovi confirms himself his 5th kill. It's a 5 for 2, or 5 for 3 even, going in favor. No, I was right the first time. 5 for 2, going in favor of Polar Chair with the Baron up as well, looking to crack open this base.
Yeah, I mean, this is a rough shout, and I think that's realistically about as good as the fights do get in these situations. This is a very, very scary looking Polar Chair. I'll crack the mid lane. Look to reset. I mean, we're still 2 dragons away from either team taking Soul.
The base well and truly cracked open now. And Foreign has certainly been very good on those smites. But unfortunately, the fight thereafter, not quite as good. Experimental Hex Plate now online for Prey.
Oh boy, everyone's going to the Shadow Realm. Infinity Edge finished as well.
Violet.
Oh, he's dead.
No flash, no flash. The Ghost is there and he gets clear of the grand entrance, but just too fast is Ignore. And down will go Violet. Pushed up a little bit too far. The vision not there to get him clear. Of course, it did cost the flash away from this Rakan. And it's a lot of tools. So ending this game unlikely off the back of it. 33 seconds, he should be able to come back.
They did get Praise Flash as well. Probably less impactful in the grand scheme. Ignore does have Ghost at the moment.
Jovi has Flash. Keeper's Verdict going to be cancelled here for Scott, so it goes on the reduced cooldown. Top lane inhib going down. Jovi with the Flash. He's going to pull the trigger on the stun, but not the ultimate just yet. A nice hook there lands from Prey, and he's going to beat down Kyoze under this tower. Kyoze flashes. Kyoze finds a lot of damage, but not nearly as much as Polar Chair. As they wipe the team fight, they'll wipe the base, and they'll lead the series 2-1. Looking to win our upper bracket finals and head to the grand finals.
Yeah, I mean, this Mordekaiser pick just getting so much value throughout the game. You look at the Mel who is looking for the setup for the executes, and then suddenly it's Shadow Realm, and is just then having to fight for its life to try and even stay alive, let alone get that execute damage out. So, again, it definitely feels like Saving O's taking a page out of the likes of PSG Talent and Chiefs to an extent, and making their jobs harder than it necessarily needs to be, getting a little bit overcomplicated.
Yep, I mean, absolutely. I think obviously some unique champions in the draft. We've seen Mordekaiser rear its head a little bit more frequently since the changes to his Q in competitive, but the Mal certainly, I mean, when she came out, a few teams trying her, really hasn't seen that much success. Kyoze, very good on the champ, brings it out, finds first blood, but unfortunately after that doesn't really find all that much. Just a little bit vulnerable to the likes of the Annie, of course, when that flashes up, just very vulnerable. The ultimate you saw from Prey, any time that Kyoze goes to that death realm, is kind of just left to die. There's not a whole lot that Mal can do to answer it. So, I mean, a good draft coming out of Polar Chair once again to be able to answer the likes of the Mal. And a second time in a row now that we've seen the Yunara against Kai'Sa. Yunara looks pretty good, but the Kai'Sa just ends up absolutely steamrolling the game.
Yeah, I think it's, again, just a case of how much was picked up by the respective. Violet really didn't have that much uptime in these team fights to get those, because, I mean, you look at it, at one point in the game, it was like 12-2 in terms of the kills. Like, Polar Chair just, again, absolutely steamrolled that game.
Yeah. Absolutely. Steamrolled the game and the series. They're on match point now as we head to game 4 very shortly. But before that, we are going to head to a break. So we will catch you very, very soon. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It was game number 3 taken by Polar Chair, now at match point, and they need just one more victory out of these last 2 games in order to get themselves into that grand final to fight for that position over at the wildcard tournament. But, Panda, take me through it. How do Saving O's come back from this?
I don't know. They find themselves in an interesting spot because you look at it. Whoever loses this series then has to play another best of 5 after this. So if you are the team that finds yourself going into the lower bracket final, you kind of want to lose quickly because then you're not showing as much through the draft. So going to a full 5-game series for either of these teams, whoever loses, is really going to suck. So you find yourself in a game 4, part of you is going to be sitting there like, do we kind of cut our losses, try and hide at least a little something going into that Rich Dynasty game, or do we just try and fight and come back and reveal too much? But I mean, coming into this, they have really been on the cusp of taking control of the game time and time again. And then they just completely biff something, allow Forever to take some real control, and the game's pretty much over.
Yeah, I mean, Forever kind of been the standout performer for the large part here on the side of Polar Chair, rather. And I mean, some of that is the own doing, really, of Saving O's, right? I mean, that early fight that was taken there by Foreigner was certainly not very well advised. As we do head into the draft, I mean, just shoring up some of those little mistakes that you don't really need to make. Polar Chair on the blue side.
Yeah, Saving O's have opted into the red, looking for that counter pick towards the tail end. Nedley has been their first ban the entire series so far, and Bessa coming through has been picked up by Polar Chair towards the tail end, wanting to deny that away from... I mean, okay, they're just hard targeting top lane. Dore is catching a lot right now.
Yeah, so far, Aatrox away from Prey. Not all that surprising. Last ban now to come through for Polish here. Once again on the blue side this time around. Ivan taken away from Foreigner, who is a very well-known Ivan player on the server.
We all know he's no Sad Nathan, but
True.
Maybe that could have been an angle back in. Either way, Galio sticks it again. It has been the 3rd ban for Saving O's all series long. Polar Chair with the opening pick. I mean, Varus has been let through down in the bot lane. Trundle going to be the opener, though.
Yeah, certainly will be. A very strong champion in the jungle, and one of the only ones really remaining that we often do see. So it's going to have to be something different out of Foreigner. I mean, I expect Foreigner to just go for the Zyra this game. You can probably expect to see it fairly early on, even. It's something that he's very comfortable on and would make a lot of sense. It's good into the Trundle as well.
Maokai. I mean, yeah, look. It's not 100% locked in yet, but if you look for something like the Yone mid lane, looking for that setup, you potentially go for more AP angle necessary than tank, so you're not getting the most value out of the Trundle. But I'm not sure that, okay, yeah, they are going to lock it, and I'm not sure the tank angle is the best for the jungle, but it is going to be there. They're going to take the Varus as well. No, maybe?
Senna.
Surely it is the Varus. Well, it can't be a Kai'Sa.
It can't be the Kai'Sa. Can't be Israel either.
Lucian, okay, they're just absolutely Goomba smurfing. Okay, it has to be the Varus, surely.
Certainly can't be the Corki either. Is the Lucian. So eventually locking in a champion after being forced to by Riot Games. Lucian is the choice. Back now to the side of Polar Chair for their next 2 champions. Do they want to answer into their AD carry immediately?
I don't know. Xayah. No Rakan pairing, but I mean, for the most part, it has been a while since we were able to see the Xayah Rakan locked in together. Usually they do get picked away pretty separately. You've got options.
Absolutely. Xayah, not the worst pick into what's being shown, but can be very annoying to play around this Maokai and the saplings. Last pick to come through now for Polar Chair before the second phase of bans, and Victor looks like it will be the option. Certainly as we fall further and further into these games, champs like Victor do become stronger. I mean, noticeably Azir just completely lacking from this draft. I know Kyose does not play the Azir, so it's not too surprising to see him not play it. In fact, we're sort of getting to a stage where I'm not even sure what Jose will be looking towards. I mean, he does have some AD carry champs that he does play in the mid lane in solo queue, the likes of the Caitlyn, the likes of the Sivir. It's going to be the Nautilus banned away. Other side of things, I mean, I actually wouldn't even hate to see those AD carries get banned out here by Polar Chair.
Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting one. Yorick in the top lane. Yeah,
Yorick.
I mean, look, keep Doraemon down.
Yeah, already got rid of 2 of his champs. May as well make it a 3rd. Of course, Polar Chair yet to pick up one of theirs either.
Yeah, I mean, again, that Game 4 territory starting at the trenches when it comes to those champion pools.
Blitzcrank.
Yeah, I mean, into an army. It's a fairly squishy target. Maokai, at least from what's being shown, the best target to take that hook, and even then, Renekton. So that is 4 top lane bans out of Polar Chair to keep Doraemon down.
Yeah, I mean, what is he going to go towards now? I just don't know what either top lane is going to go towards. I imagine Prey's going to go back to one of his comfortable picks and, you know, one of those high-intensity mechanical champions, those 1v1 sort of champions up in the top lane. There's not really a whole lot left outside of them.
I mean, in terms of what we've seen this year, yeah, Ornn, Shen. But I don't know if Shen's the angle you necessarily want to go to. It requires a little bit more pre-planning, I think, with the draft.
The Ziggs going to be locked in for Jose in the mid lane. So still has that one for himself and will do well into the Victor. Don't hate it.
And Desire. We saw it in the LCP, played into a Zia that time, obviously, but Leona going to be locked in here. Polar Chair for Ignore.
Yeah, really good champion into the Ziggs as well. So I do like the pick. Final pick to now come through here will be for Prey, most likely in the top side. Gragas going to be locked in, so pretty standard.
Instantly locked in.
Very good blind pick. It's hard to find a champion that will punish this Gragas in lane. In fact, those champions don't really exist.
Yeah, Gwen, noticeably in the past, has been one of the stronger ones, but
that's
gone in the first game.
Yeah.
What is Doraemon? I mean, Doraemon as well, just well in the trenches, given how the last few games have gone. Cho'Gath, I mean, look, it's not a bad answer. Not at all.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. It's a really
great
weird
targets, though, for the Subjugate.
It's a really, really weird draft. But, I mean, that's just what happens when you get to Game 4 of a Fearless draft. So I can't be too critical of that, but
unfortunately, it's something that Saving Ocean has been doing all series. So there have been the plans, there have been an idea, and then they just deviate for some reason in the second pick phase.
Well, I mean, I don't even necessarily think there's been a plan or an idea. I think, ultimately, the Cho'Gath should have enough sustain to match that of Gragas's. So the lane, I imagine, will be fine. It's just a bit of a wet noodle fight for the most part. Oh, yeah. I do worry about this Trundle. I think the Trundle is just a really good champion into the top side of Saving Ocean, so there should be a lot of power there. The Victor as well, not the same as Azir. It actually does have quite a lot of lane strength and can match that of Ziggs's for the most part in the lane. So realistically, I think both teams are reasonably okay. A lot of the damage is going to have to come from Violet here on the side of Saving Ocean on that Lucian, especially when paired with the Nami. I mean, it's going to be so important to get through the lane even or ahead and then go to that mid game and really trade aggressively to your limits, like we see, you know, the likes of Doggo and Betty doing, to find an advantage for yourself when it comes into these skirmishes. We're going to take a look at the replays from our last game as we do load on to the Rift. So, I mean, as we go through them, you've got to start thinking, is there anything left in the tank here for Saving O's? He starts off phenomenally again.
Showing more as well to potentially just lose it. Yeah, this was just mind-boggling to me. I'm assuming Faro just didn't realize that Forever... I mean, even there, you're sitting at half the HP that Forever has. Yes, Kyose's coming in, but you've ripped that Band-Aid off well and truly early. And then Dore just completely disrespecting the Wukong in the top side as well. I mean, things start so well and they just completely lose their minds.
Yeah, this was a close affair. Ignore really, really good on this Rakan. Doing such a good job for the entirety of this game. I mean, there were many times where it looked like maybe Polar Chair had been caught out and Ignore would come flying in on this Rakan and find the perfect angle. This 1v1 was so close. Both top laners flashing and Prey's Q just barely hitting.
And then Dore goes and runs it back and ultimately wins out in the follow-up fight. Books the rematch, and I mean, it was hectic. It was incredibly chaotic, but look at him just duck and dive and trying to dodge out of everything. This time round, comes out with a win. I mean, you look at it, even in these situations, they were looking for these angles that they probably didn't even need to. They were trying to accelerate in a comp that is just happy to sort of sit back and scale.
Oh, Dore. Looked like he might have had an angle, but the redemption, the flash away, and fortunately lends another kill over to Prey. Even here, I mean, Scott thinking they had the damage to take out this Mord and absolutely did not. Look at how much damage that isolated Q does.
Yeah.
This was a good look at. The shutdown gets picked up there by Violet and maybe an avenue for him to find some impact in this game, but it was just too difficult. Never had any real room to move, as Ignore pretty frequently found his way onto him and gave enough time to find that pick off.
I mean, even here, you look at it, even if they do find that angle in, Zovi's coming in on the backside is well set up. He gets spotted at the last second, so the collapse is already underway. Byron has taken so much damage. Even when they have a slightly good shouted, it's just immediately turned on with a vengeance.
Yeah, absolutely. The end of the game right there is... Yeah, I mean, Polar Chair, they've been so consistent throughout the duration of this tournament. And unfortunately, they do fall in game one, but outside of that, so far in the series, have just looked so strong. Now this game, if they can do it just one singular more time, they will be headed to the grand finals. And unfortunately for Saving O's, if that does happen, they're going to have another best of 5 to play after this, and that is going to be extremely grueling. Now the bonus they do have is a lot of their team are veterans that have played professionally before. I'm sure a lot of them have spent over 12 hours just queuing up League of Legends on repeat. So it's not like it's outside the realms of something they've done before, but it's a different environment when you're doing that in solo queue versus when you're doing that on a competitive stage. So, I mean, you're not going to want to lose this series because it's going to take a lot of mental fortitude to get through the second.
Oh yeah, I mean, look, to the Saving O's credit, they have given Polar Chair their first loss of the tournament, if nothing else, which no other team has been able to do up until this point. So, I mean, look, if they can take a win, surely at some point they can take a series. Maybe not in this game, but potentially tomorrow if they run that lower bracket and get themselves into the grand finals, of course. But yeah, I mean, this is going to be a hard slog, to say the least. I mean, if you are Saving O's right now, you've got to win this game, you've got to win the next game, you then got to win 3 games after that just to get to the grand finals. And that is assuming that you clean sweep Rich Dynasty in that lower final. So it is going to be a long night for someone.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, I have to ask you, we are going to be heading into game very shortly, but I've got to ask you before we do, give me your prediction. Are Saving O's able to take game 4, head us to a game 5, maybe even contest to win that game 5 to then head to the finals?
Look, I think it comes down to the skin game here in game 4. If the skin game is on point for Saving O's, I reckon they're in with a shout, but all the momentum is there for Polar Chair right now.
Well, it is the Christmas tree Maokai. Certainly a good look there. Violet going the high noon with a Chroma. So far, so good.
Is it?
It's going to come down to Gragas.
Skin is the question.
That and the Gragas. If it's KDA Gragas. Oh, it's not Gentleman. Oh, it's Battlecast. That is the second best.
No. It's the toy Cho'Gath.
Actually, good point.
And unfortunately for Prey, he's just straight out lost the skin game.
Yeah, going the Scuba Diver. Scuba Gragas. Vision control.
You
Trying
can't
to
swim in the river. Silly Gragas.
Violet.
Oh, okay.
Well aware of what's going on here. Other side of Polar Chairs. They did have that ward on the entrance of the river. Now they're going to be able to see whether or not they leave. Prey down in the bottom side. This is just going to face check straight into Foreigner and Violet. Takes a lot of damage. The body slam there. Might even be forced to teleport up to his top side. Forever. Chunk of damage on the Foreigner. Violet going to be face checking the same bush that Prey fell victim to, as he does have to use that heal and the cleanse. Now trying to run away. The stun is there. First blood picked up. And Zaya the one to claim it. Jovi trying to look for one as well, as Foreigner will have to flash away much the same. And an early kill being picked up here by May on the Zaya is a terrible start for Saving O's.
Oh, you've got to wonder. The question has to be asked at this point. After that, is O's even worth saving?
It's an unfortunate predicament. Dore up here in the top side.
A 2-1 level 2 lead already for Dore because all that time that Prey took.
Now, the lane should still be relatively good for Violet and Scott despite that first blood going over. And the gold hasn't been spent yet, so it's not impacting the game just now. Of course, losing that heal and losing that cleanse will, but Ignore lost both of his summoners in that interaction. Still got to stabilize. Kyose doing a great job here in the mid lane, but Forever's in the area as well. Nice satchel. Dore headed down as well.
Getting a bit of vision there. Running heading to his top side. So, I mean, at the moment, a tentative position of power, especially up in the top side for Dore. But look at that, Forever again. Looking for an aggressive position in towards Foreigner's jungle. Foreigner, does he have any idea? Well, he does now.
Yeah, finds out that Forever is there. Doesn't have flash, so he will just be getting taken out as clean as can be. Unfortunately, that's a free 300 gold going the way of Forever, who once again is just very, very dominant in this jungle. Has been throughout the duration of this series and continues to be here in what could be the game that cements themselves in our finals.
Yeah. We're looking for that early aggression in the bot lane.
Yeah, it does get jumped on, but a great bubble out of Scott means that May's not able to answer back. Trying to find some damage here onto Violet. Does have the barrier available for himself, but not able to find nearly enough damage to viably contest. Violet, just misses out on that Q. And I think Ignore probably counting his lucky blessings that he didn't connect on that Zenith Blade.
Yeah, I mean, the part of Violet may have even wanted to step back into it. To drag Ignore back into the fight. They're looking for the tower dive now, though.
Yeah, Forever's trying to get down here as well, but very, very fast to the play is Foreigner. Now there is barrier available and Flash uses it immediately. Violet's having to get out of that tower range. Violet does manage to clear the distance. The Zenith Blade goes well wide and Foreigner should be able to get out of this. There is a flash available for the Trundle, but not going to be willing to commit it into that 1v3.
Yeah, Kyose just rotating down, intercepts Forever and slows down that progress. If not for Kyose intercepting him, I think realistically that's Foreigner then going down. All the while Prey slipping further and further behind. 19 CS deficit at the 5-minute mark.
Yeah, it did commit a lot to go and join his team at level 1. It did mean that there was a victory in terms of that skirmish, but unfortunately for him now is very much struggling to find any passage in his lane. Good amount of damage there onto Dore, who will heal up through that Cho'Gath passive now onto the minion wave.
Yeah, the proxy Cho'Gath, classic. Has 6 as well.
Dore in a bit of a predicament here.
Dore may be
Forever coming up. Does have flash. He's going to spot out the fact that Trundle is there. The pillar goes down. The flash over the wall will be available. Prey with the body slam does connect. Nice slow as well. Good rupture. It's going to stop Forever from getting onto this Cho'Gath. But yeah, Prey should be able to finish this off. There's one more body slam and one more Q and feats of strength. Or feats of warfare, rather. Going to be picked up there by the side of Polar Chair.
Hubris again. The classic. The iconic. Just overestimating your position in the world. But Dore, I mean, look, he gets a Spectral Cow, has a teleport back to lane. So won't miss out on all that much. Unfortunately, just does not get an early stack on his ultimate. But should be able to come back, pick up one off the wave.
Absolutely. Still, bot lane going pretty well for the side of Violet and Scott. After that first blood gets given over. Managing it very well. Of course, the double range does tend to do exceptionally into the Xayah, and that's why we often see a bit of a struggle for the Xayah to be blind picked.
Oh dear.
Both top laners happily emoting away.
Alright, we'll just take this dragon for free. I don't think Forever's all that worried. Not that they really have much of an idea, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, no one in the area. Again, I mean, similar to what happened in game 1, and it's where they found so much success. They're looking for these early dragons. If they can stack it up in time, certainly would be a viable win condition for them. Foreigner will claim at least the first one. Grubs will be spawning soon. We'll see if the support's looking to go out there, at least for now. Violet and Scott both lane swapping into that lane, but it is matched. I mean, pretty good realization here by the side of Polar Chair to realize that they need to also lane swap if they want to contest these Void Grubs.
Absolutely. I mean, again, it's still a pretty sizable lead for Dore. So the more time he has alone in these lanes, the worse it is going to get for Prey. But I mean, the fact that he's already found a kill back, it's pretty fine.
Absolutely. In terms of the gold, it is very, very even. In fact, the most even game we've had so far. Heading into the 8-minute mark. Both mid laners exactly on par with each other at that 70 CS mark, but it's really the bot lane where there's a bit of a detriment. Nice Zenith Blade lands onto Violet, but unfortunately for Mage not able to follow up as it's a great bubble in response from Scott. And Forever does make his way up, but not able to find any passage onto that bottom lane. Now, Void Grubs, why everyone is up here. Nature's Grasp available for Foreigner. Summoners up across the rift outside of that heal.
Yeah.
What an honourable battle going on down there. Foreigner gets hit up by that pillar. Subjugate is up and in will go Ignore. Trying to find a passage onto Foreigner. It's a great choice to advance the flash. Ignore gets himself out of the culling and tanking up. The rest of it will be Forever. They're going to start hitting away at these Void Grubs. The healing coming through from this Nami. No mana left on the Lucian. It's a dicey fight. Kyose throwing these bombs over the wall. Foreigner going to get locked up. The Chaos Storm there. So much damage coming down. And Violet and Scott running away desperately. Kyose on the other side throwing these bombs constantly. Denying a bit of the damage there is this Leona. Ignore, going to have to leave. But the 3 Grubs now picked up by Polar Chair as they look to dominate the top side objectives.
Yeah, unfortunately, following a similar trend to the last 2 games now, we're at early leaders established by Polar Chair off the back of Forever, making some great plays again. It just seems crazy that no matter how much of a lead that Dore gets himself in the early stage of these games, it just doesn't matter.
Yeah, I mean, it is still an even game in terms of that gold. So despite the kill lead, doing good in terms of CS. And again, it's mostly Violet, but it's also joined by Dore. Has himself a pretty healthy 15 CS lead. Working his way towards that Hollowed Radiance. It's going to make the lane a little bit more difficult for Gragas. The wave clear will be pretty insurmountable in those side lanes for the Cho'Gath at that point.
Yeah, I mean, it is going to be that Leandri start for Foreigner as well on the Maokai. I mean, yeah, look, the team is definitely not lacking when it comes to magic damage, and you can't really go tank because Forever is just going to take all of that.
Second Dragon.
Very rough situation.
For sure. Second Dragon now spawning in 1 minute, of course. Again, every game we've had so far, actually, no, not game 3, but the first 2 games very much dictated by the pace of which these dragons were being picked up, and so far, Saving O's do have the lead in that regard. They do have the stronger bot lane by a substantial margin. Dore being looked at here is Forever going to be in the area. Prey fails the explosive cast, but does cancel that knockback through use of the flash body slam, and Dore is going to go down. Clears out the minion wave, though, so not a whole lot should be found off the back end of it. I think a lot messier than it could have been if Prey had positioned that ultimate a little bit differently. He wouldn't have had to have flashed, but nonetheless, does do so. They're going to give over this dragon. They're going to look for some chunks, some tower plates in the top side, a bit of gold over to the Trundle, a bit of gold over to the Gragas as well.
Yeah, I mean, despite how the plate systems work, and the more you get through, the slower it gets. Trundle is still just crazy good at taking them. Oh, this is a very bleak scene for the O's faithful.
Well, both teams are O's, so it's fine.
Yeah, but saving us, it's in the name. You thought they were going to be the heroes, but unfortunately, that is not the story that was read, at least not here in the upper bracket final.
And now this tower takes 4 plates worth of damage, is extremely low. A stiff breeze will knock it down. Foreigner at least using this time to be able to pick up that dragon. Will mean that they do have that 2-1, or 2-0 rather, in terms of that objective. And of course, the dragon will be a very valuable win condition. If needed as well, can buy yourself your team rather some time, as it means if ever Polar Cheer would pick it up, it's going to take a long time.
I think that's a pretty good situation with the Ziggs in play. That Infernal Soul will get big value. Oh, Dore does still have the flash.
It's still definitely doing well. Despite the 0-2 scoreline, it's still up in CS. Has the flash too, so it's not likely that a gank would actually work out on him this time round. Had the flash last time, but realized that even if he uses it, the pillar's going to come up and he won't make it out.
I mean, he was up a lot more and could have been up a lot more, unfortunately. I mean, we saw that in the draft. The ban phase targeted him pretty heavily, so it was clear that he had a target painted on his back after game 1. And Foreigner, to his credit, is doing a good job in keeping that jungle lead. Unfortunately for him, once again, Forever has just picked up a mountain of kills early on.
For sure, but just look how strong Violet is. Look how much he's doing in terms of that CS. Up 30 almost. Of course, that 1 kill picked up by Mei very early on has meant the gold lead isn't as massive as it possibly could have been, but still nonetheless, considering it, Violet really trying to put the team on his back.
We'll have to see. Is there that avenue back? It's hard to say, given how the last few games have gone, because Polar Cheer have just hit that critical mass and again, a similar situation. First tower goes down, Nuxie and Blessings claimed.
So the boot upgrade's going to be there. You see the temporary one there for both Jovi and Forever, as well as Prey. Just makes that combat power a little bit more strong for Polar Cheer as they, again, they're on the precipice of making it to the finals already. 4 games it would take if they were to close this one out. And they'll be 3 games away from going to representing the region internationally. Good disengage coming through there, as Scott does have to use his summoners. Nice trade in the mid lane. Violet!
Oh, wow, what a trade.
And this is exactly what he has to keep doing. Finding these trades, these short trades with that Lucian Nami combo to buy time to try and get some freedom to go to these objectives. Once they get that, it's very hard for the side of Polar Cheer to walk into the Maokai. They are, however, going to try to do so as Prey's going to be teleporting in. They get their Rift Herald going down. Scott has no summoners. In will come that Nature's Grasp. Jovi desperately trying to get to the fight. Mei jumped on, but Foreigner's in no man's land and he's absolutely taken out. Same time, however, that Xayah is going to go down. Prey finds explosive cast onto 3. Violet's going to have to use that cleanse away from that slow. And it is a 2-for-1 for the time being as the culling comes down, but it's cancelled. The ultimate, Violet's 1 HP, but Violet's got himself away. Prey, much the same on the top side. Flashes away, trying to get it done. Cozy gets the kill, but it is returned.
A 2-for-3. Ultimately, at the end of the day, this Polar Cheer limp away the victors, but far from unscathed. Jose picking himself up some gold. But again, somehow Forever finds himself 4-0 in the first 20 minutes of the game.
Yeah. Rift Shield was secured by saving Oce. So a potential avenue for them to look to crack open this mid lane tower potentially in the future. But it is being wielded, unfortunately, by Dore on the Cho'Gath. Generally want that on the jungler just because of the access they have to the map. This time, I mean, he's roaming down, possibly just looking for a bit of vision to give himself that extra added level of safety.
Dore is still stacking up reasonably nicely. He's got 7 stacks out of the ultimate as well, so that health is going to be pretty substantial as we carry on.
Now will come this Rift Herald. Only Mei in the area for now, but quickly joining him will be Ignore. The teleport as well from Jovi to try and defend. These feathers are going down. This could be dangerous for Dore, and yeah, he's not going to crash it. realizing that it would be potentially very detrimental if you were to do so. Dragon spawning in 30 seconds, and unfortunately for them, this Rift Herald has not bought them the avenue in that they may have wanted. Nature's Grass coming out. Ryu taking a lot of damage here on the Trundle. A great Solar Flare stops that forward momentum out of Saving Oath, but this Trundle is so low, does manage to get himself out for the time being, and that might have just bought avenue for Saving Oath to pick up this third Dragon. You see Prey waiting there, but he's on a ward. No Trundle, no jungler essentially means that almost not conceivable a fight here. Trying to run out to it though, no Solar Flare, so it's not really an engage angle.
Oh,
nice rupture. May has taken such a large amount of damage. In will come Prey, looking for it. It's Kyoza that ends up picking up the Dragon. Violet taking a lot of damage here from the Arcane Storm. Down go these saplings into the bush, being so annoying for these immobile carries on the side of Polar Chair. Flash away from Dore as he does get chonked away by this Trundle. Prey and Forever still looking aggressively, but not able to find all that much as Kyoza heading mid to defend the tower.
yeah, I mean, again, they just get out with what they came for. Avoid losing anything. A real smart play from Saving Oath. I mean, they do so much to deny Forever that avenue in. Does get the subjugate off, but it's towards the tail end of that fight. But these are very, very narrow margins where it feels like it could just tip at a moment's notice.
Unfortunately, for the side of Polar Chair, down 3 dragons to 0 means that so much pressure on the map has been afforded to Saving Oath. And with Violet leading the helm, with just doing so much damage here on the solution, working towards the rapid fire cannon, making those trades even more unavoidable for the Xayah. And again, this is why you don't see the Xayah just blind pickable. You really want it into these engaged comps, and while it's not the worst comp in the world for Xayah, the Ziggs and the Lucian paired with the Nami make it a lot more difficult than you'd potentially want.
Especially with Kyosa rapidly approaching that. Leandris has the Black Fire Torch. So it is just going to be any skill shot hitting connects pretty significantly.
Good to see this game. Scott being a little bit more reserved. A few less deaths. 2-item spike.
That's been suffering this time around.
Absolutely. 2-item spike coming through now for Violet. Exactly what you need. Not even close, it seems, for May on the Xayah. Gonna have to once again respond to the push here in the mid lane. Clear out this minion wave. We'll be able to do so. Violet. Nature's Grass coming through. They're really looking to take down this tower, but the minion wave has been taken out pretty low. Rupture lands, but it's only on to ignore. As Kyosa and the rest of the team all in the vicinity. Not able to get that tower low enough to be executed by the Satchel this time round. But losing out of the Nature's Grass means it's a lot harder to actually find a crash into that tower that isn't going to be answered by this Xayah. Prey in the meanwhile does collect himself a tower in bot lane.
The biggest problem being is that Seraph has been finished up by Prey. Oh dear.
Artican. Hello? Alright, Forever just tanks Artican for a long time, but eventually stops tanking the most detrimental part of its damage. Now, control over this bush ward, or this bush, is very, very important around the Artican, as you see. Polachir have started up. They're trying to find avenue in. Explosive cast does land onto 3, but not going to find all that much value realistically, as they're going to have to peel away. Prey using teleport to join means he's not going to be able to do the same if he does recall. Artican was stopped though. Neither team now hitting it.
Artican resisted straight, almost single-handedly contributing to Zobi going down there. No resistances to speak of, and tanks are full culling.
Level 11 now for May on the Xayah. Will most likely have his Navori Flicker Blades. With how long he's been out on the map, and there it is. Completed for him, so 2 items for the Xayah now. It is still Violet that does edge out slightly when it comes to those items, when the pickaxe has been picked up. Of course, the Berserker Greaves versus no boots is where we see a bit of that disparity.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of the game state, Saving Oath has really weathered. I think probably the hardest part of this game, given the acceleration that was there for Polar Chair. They've got some key items on some key players. The Andre's now finished up for Kyosei. So even if an ability hits even a slight bit of damage if the minefield connects on one, that burn damage from those two items are going to be just slowly ticking away at the health bars. So these extended fights of Polar Chair are really going to suck. Oh my lord.
Nature's Grass coming out and very low as forever. He's knocked up. He's going to be taken out of the back of the team fight. He does get the subjugate off. Violet getting so low and does get himself away with that flash. Shutdown comes through for the side of Saving O's. But unfortunately for Kyosei, he's getting targeted down. Jovi with the flash does get himself a kill. The Zenith Blade, Prey, the Rupture. So much back and forward. It's a 2 for 3 for the time being with both the carries still alive on the side of Polar Chair. But lower health bars as Jovi's going to have to do a lot to defend this dragon. It's a potential soul for this Saving O's lineup. They're all headed down there and Jovi has a big job to do. Now there is the Oracles. Violet is being gatekept from getting back into this river. But the Xayah on such a low health total can just be isolated out and targeted down. The dragon not looking like a sure thing. There's no teleport here for Prey. And at the moment it looks like Ignore doesn't even have one for his spellbook. Jovi coming in. He has to find so much to try and stop this. He doesn't have the ult. He's trying to find the poke but will not connect. He's got to pull the trigger if ever this is going to be a success. He is walking forward. Foreigner getting taken reasonably low. Dore much the same. Down goes the gravity wall as Forever trying to get there. The stun lands. Oh my god, everyone's arriving but down will go the 80 carry here for Polar Chair. It's a smite fight and Foreigner wins it once again. Dragon Soul picked up for Saving O's. The team fight most likely their way as well as a double kill comes through for Violet. Most likely will be a triple kill and Prey on the backside can do nothing but watch as Saving O's well and truly come back in this game. And we'll go Prey, however, he is going to get culling down and Violet most likely finds himself another as Prey goes golden.
Oh boy, Kyosei. I mean, it's been a slow burn game. This is kind of the pacing that they needed in game 3. But they get there now. Infernal Soul on a Lucian and a Ziggs. I mean, that is a terrifying combo. They will get themselves a lot off the back of it. A great team fight. May just completely zoned out and finished off by Violet. And Foreigner, again, is just so clean with these smites.
Yeah, able to so consistently win out on that 50-50. Unfortunately, the team fighting that we're seeing here out of Polar Chair just leaving a bit to be desired. I mean, the Xayah really finding about as close to zero value as you can. The uptime just non-existent, realistically. Especially when compared to that of Violet's, who now has himself an almost 2k gold advantage in that isolated matchup. Baron buff well and truly on the Rift as well as the Arakan still yet to be taken.
Effectively with 2 smites in play with Dore, that ultimate of his. Most of these objectives are very, very easy to secure.
Yeah, I mean, it's just too hard to walk into the Ziggs and the Maokai. They've got no one really that can just walk into those champions. And even if you do, using those 2 champs exactly, you can still just zone away these carries. I mean, Victor can't really get through the saplings and neither can the Xayah. So really, with all the tools in the world to take this one, get us to a game 5 for Saving O's. Starting up on the Arakan now, down half HP, Forever trying to find a way in, up in this top side. Not really going to be an avenue.
I'm not sure if Polar Chair quite realised that this is what's happening. Violet could be in trouble.
Yeah, Violet's not going to be any idea that there's a Trundle waiting for him here. Flash not available though. As Violet, oh my lord! Forever just finds him. Gets the solo kill over onto Violet, and that might be an avenue for them to look towards this Baron. Give them a huge advantage for the next 3 minutes. And they are going to start it up. Now Ziggs and Maokai still going to do a lot at stopping them. Ignore very, very low, and yeah, they're not going to be able to take it.
I mean, while that was going on, Prey actually claims the top inner, and they're going to get themselves mid tier 1 as well. Yeah, just... I don't even know if Polar Chair quite realised that the Arakan was going down. And just position themselves looking aggressively into Saving O's topside jungle. Forever finds the biggest freebie of the tournament. Violet had no clue.
Absolutely. 900 gold shut down. Unfortunately, it's on the Trundle. Definitely not necessarily the champ you want it to be on. Although it does have value due to the Cho'Gath.
All tied up across the board, 11 to 11, 47k apiece. 200 there picked up as some CS does go the way of saving O's. Looking for something potentially ignore. Oh boy.
Oh, mate. Being very greedy with the recall. Eats the culling. Flash forward from Violet, but the barrier's enough to keep him alive. Is it actually? The bomb comes down. Ignore will be able to live, and May does much the same. However, with how low this bot lane is, it should just be the Baron being picked up. Out of just sheer greed with the recall.
I mean, that neutral macro game has just been all O's all day. DP's coming in though.
Yeah, I mean, looking to contest, but there's nothing to really talk about as before Forever can even get near to the pit, it goes down. Prey waiting in the wing, sitting on a ward though, so it's very well aware as to where Polar Cheer are for the time being. Maybe they can look for a fight to stop any progress. The barrel comes down, but it's not what you'd like. Very far from. Solar Flare does connect onto Foreigner, but Mikhail's Crucible going to be able to be used to get him out of there. Jovi as well walks away from that tidal wave and still finding a reasonable amount of damage onto Violet. Recall's now able to come through for saving Os as Polar Cheer. Quickly, this game is getting a little bit out of hand.
Very much looking like we might just hit that quota for a potential 10-game night. I mean, if this pace continues for saving Os, we are all but sure going to a game 5 in this series.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's just very inconceivable as to how the Xayah can look for a fight. Ghost going to be popped there. Upchip keeping Polar Cheer away from these minion waves. Another explosive cast lands, this time onto 3. And Prey definitely doing a lot of damage, but there's no follow-up. That's going to be the tower going down. Trying to push out these side lanes. You see Jovi doing a good job there in the top side. Means that it doesn't really seem feasible for saving Os to push out anything but mid for the time being. They are aggressively setting up vision in the bot side jungle.
Yeah, I mean, the control, the grip firmly over the game now for saving Os. It would come off the back of a pretty catastrophic misplay if this slips away. 9 seconds to Elder. They're just sitting there waiting for it, but Polar Cheer know full well that they have to contest this. Otherwise, it is all but certainly game over.
Yeah, Elder Dragon up. Violet looking aggressively onto Forever. He does get a bit of health back, but not nearly enough as an Nature's Grass comes through. And so much damage. That's 3 quick kills. May's going to go down as well. There's nowhere to run. Dore's chasing after him. He is kiting, but the sapling will seal his fate as Foreigner gets the kill. And the mid-side Jovi can do very little. Violet flashes onto him, will secure the last kill. It's an ace for just the one. And unfortunately for Polar Cheer, they're going to have to do it in game 5 as saving Os do take game number 4.
Well, they hold on, they stay the course, they wait for their moment, and then they slam their fist down and take game 4. Look, the early game again was a bit rough, for sure. Targeted out was Dore, not even just in-game, but through the draft as well.
Trying to put on a final stand here, but with Violet still topped up on HP, there's nothing really left to do. Foreigner, one last flash Bramble smash for good measure, as it will be saving Os taking game 4, heading us to a game 5 and a very, very tightly contested series.
Well, I mean, given how games 2 and 3 went, you wouldn't have thought that we were going to a game 5. We thought it was all going to be done here, given how the chokehold that Polar Cheer seemed to have on this series. But saving Os, they pull up at the last moment, deliver us to a game 5, and keep the hopes alive.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, an exciting series, absolutely, that we've got on our hand. And ultimately, the closest one we've had so far was that game 4. And I think more and more as we go through the series, we find out how important it is to get these dragons, because it's been very, very much contested. You guys hear the silver scrapes. We're going to go to a break. Once we're back, game number 5 in our upper bracket finals between Polar Cheer and Saving OCE. Welcome back, everybody, for the fifth and final time of at least this series, and I cannot believe we have another best of 5 after this. But nonetheless, we've got to get through this one first. It's 2 apiece, and it's for all the marbles here. Polar Chair going down in Game 4 is saving Ose really fire into action, and Violet on the Lucian playing near on flawlessly. Gets us here. A lot of champions now removed, and we're about to get some dicey drafts.
I don't think any of us really realised that this is how big a task it was going to be to save Ose at the beginning of the day. Going to a 5th game in the opening series with the potential of another 5 down in that lower bracket finals. Oh, look, it just shows how desperately in the hole Ose was. There is a lot of work to do to revitalise this region.
And here we are into the draft. The saving Ose now on the blue side to pick up the Nidalee. I imagine that bans remain the same. And now, as we head into our last draft of this, rather of the series, you have to think it's time.
Halfway mark.
Yeah, true. You have to think it's time for Prey to bring out one of his signature champions, the likes of the Fiora, the likes of the Camille.
Yeah. You got to do something a little bit different. I mean, to be fair, we are that deep into the trenches of champion pools.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen Camille earlier in the draft.
The one champion that has been sort of, insta-pick ban across all of APAC in the early games, Azir, just has not been touched.
Yeah, and I'm pretty certain that Kyose does not play that champion, so if either of the top mid laners rather were to pick it more than likely would have to be Jovi. So we'll see if he does go towards it. Aatrox banned up against Prey once more. Now, Rumble, again, Doraemon getting targeted out with that ban.
Oh, yeah. Top lane. Copping some love, so to speak. Now, I mean, Doraemon, you want to keep him down. We've seen, even when under the pump, how much of a monstrosity he can become for the Saving O's roster. Galio, again, has been the perma third ban for... Actually, hold it, chair. Saving O's the ones taking it away this time around.
Yeah, no, they have been the ones taking it away from Jovi the whole time. So now Polar Chair, they're going to get the Jinx of all champions taken away from Violet. I mean, there is just still so much available. The Caitlyn, the Aphelios stick out to me. If you go a little bit lower, you've got the likes of the Kog'Maw and the Jhin.
Smolder.
Don't get the Jhin. Do not be baited in.
Again, we've still got the likes of the Smolder coming through potentially.
Yeah.
Like you said, Kog'Maw. There is options. We are not quite out of choices out in that bot lane. I mean, Hui as well has not seen the light of day in this series.
Yeah, that champ is pretty rough to pick. I honestly, I would expect it to actually be picked by Kyose this game. First pick, Ahri.
Okay.
Is going to be locked in. A very decent champ, and I mean, there's not the greatest of answers to it currently. What are we looking towards? I mean, the Azir is fine, actually. I think the Azir is fine into the Ahri. I would be very surprised to see them not take it.
Yeah, I mean, most of your jungle pairings, okay, there you go, they're just going to lock it in. But yeah, most of your Ahri's most notable jungle pairings are already gone through the fearless draft. So,
yeah, absolutely.
It is going to be interesting to see what we get in terms of the jungle pool. I mean, Sejuani, your tanks are still there. Skarner.
Yeah, we're definitely not out of options just yet. In terms of those AD bruisers, we are. And also, important to note, we didn't touch on it, there has been a substitution actually on the side of Saving O's, as Foreigner has been subbed out for Evelyn. So Evelyn going to be coming in here for game number 5.
I mean, he's been pretty clean on those smite fights. Wouldn't
so Nautilus,
say he's had a particularly bad game.
Yeah, Nautilus locked in can be jungle, in theory. So it is either the jungle or support, of course, but not exactly sure which one yet. More likely is going to be support, but have to wait and see. Renata. Again, I mean, if you pick the Renata into the Nautilus, you may as well just send the Nautilus jungle. Pick yourself a counter pick.
An option, not something that we've seen in a wee while. But definitely not the worst of shouts in, for sure.
Final pick of the first phase now coming through for Saving O's. I mean, 80 carries to me would be a logical pickup here just before you head into those bans. Varus, you can go the on-hit. I mean, it's not the best into the likes of the Azir, but it's no slouch. And more than likely that is what we're going to see here as Violet will lock it in. Renata, Varus. Usually this pairing does mean on-hit Varus.
Yeah, I mean, it makes for a pretty impressive lane as well.
Tristana.
Tristana has some safety at range.
It's a confident pick into the Renata Varus. I think the Renata Varus should have a pretty good time into it. Still don't know exactly where this Nautilus is going and still not yet locked in. Lee Sin.
Oh boy.
Oh boy.
Nautilus support.
Nautilus will be support and Lee Sin going to be locked in here in the jungle for forever. As we head to the next phase of bans, Viego going to be removed. It is one of those stronger sort of second tier junglers that are still available.
And we'd find a nice pairing with the Ahri in the mid lane. Follow up on that charm would be very, very good.
Well,
I don't even know if that's worth it.
No. I mean, I guess in some way...
It gets value. It does get value, I think, into this comp.
Trying to survive the lane, I think, is the important thing. Misfortune would, I think, be the next logical ban if that is the route they're going. One more ban now to come through for Polar Chair. Again, if you can target it towards those junglers, ultimately, even typically on one of the more skirmishy junglers, Renekton taken away. This does allow for angles for the likes of the Fiora, for the likes of the Camille. Gives them an easier lane phase to navigate.
I mean, looking at it, Ashe as well, potentially a bot lane pickup, a little bit safer, offers some of that global pressure as well.
Yeah.
I mean, it's going to be a rough lane regardless, I think, with
Aphelios.
Varus, Aphelios, Samira. I think MF going to have the best time. I still think there's potentially an avenue for the Ashe, but...
Yeah, I don't think Samira, a champ that really wants resets against a champ that doesn't, locked in. We're at game 5 and we're getting a Samira.
I mean, is there some angle where this is potentially a Samira top lane or something crazy?
No, no, no.
I wouldn't have thought so, no.
Camille, maybe locked in away from Prey, trying to beat him in his own game, potentially.
Well,
is locked in. So what now?
What is the game plan for the jungle? I mean, you can potentially go that tank route.
You can, yeah. I mean, you've got so much damage. Volley Bear, potentially.
I mean, the wild card qualifiers, it has seen its fair share, and it is going to be locked in.
Volley Bear, locked in here.
And Fiora is just going to be absolutely slammed and no hesitation whatsoever.
The Fiora into Camille top lane matchup. I mean, if ever there was a way for Polar Chair versus Saving O's to end, it's a Prey champion versus Prey champion matchup in the top lane. The lane which, for the most part, has dictated how these games have looked just so often. Of course, I have some doubts in the bot lane. The Samir and Nautilus into the Varus Renata seems like a crazy good matchup for the Varus Renata. Samira, a champion that typically relies on bursting someone down, getting a reset, getting out against a bailout. Doesn't seem all that amazing for me, or to me, rather.
Yeah, I mean, it just feels like there is so much that is going to be able to stick to this Volley Bear that... Oh, well.
Yeah.
It's a gamble, for sure. And Polar Chair, given how this series has gone for them so far, you could imagine that the gamble potentially might pay off, especially looking back at the last game. It did start so very, very well. I just don't know. Well,
Evelyn coming in, so it's going to be a different look nonetheless. Now, we are going to look at the replays. Once we're going through them, we'll get into the game. I mean, it's so exciting to look towards. Game 5, and I mean, just the O's classic. We've made it to Game 5, and somehow one of the mid laners is a Zia still.
Yeah, no, it's not something that we see. And I mean, again, Forever is just such a thorn in the side of Saving O's. Throughout this entire series, he's established himself pretty sizable leads.
Yeah. I mean, again, nice dive there. And that's what really was somewhat the beginning of the end, honestly, with just how many minions Mei was losing. And honestly, the champion's Eye was just not that good in that matchup. I will say, again, in this game, not the best game for a Samira. There are other tools to deal with it.
Well, I mean, it was that top lane. Dora gets...
That ult was
brutally
so
punished
funny
throughout the majority of this game, and then still turns into that monstrous Cho'Gath that they always seem to end up turning into. And the Ziggs as well. I mean, Kyose's value on the Ziggs was just so massive. Just how much threat that he had at all times.
Yeah. I mean, looking in here, just so close. I mean, Violet almost going down, just playing his life perfectly, gets himself away. Even this fight. Oh, it's been chaos. It's been chaos, and it's ending with a Fiora up against a Camille.
And you want to know the best bit of it all, Destian?
What is
that?
For the
first time in 2025, an O's team is going to a Game 5. Who would have thought?
Two of them. Two of them going to a Game 5. I mean, look at this game was just so close. The beginning of it, it looked like, realistically, Polar Chair should have been able to close it out in 4, but it was Violet on this Lucian, just playing to perfection. I mean, Kyose as well, doing so much to disallow the Xayah any real movement. So much gold going over in this replay that you're watching right now. It does give Violet a pretty good passage back in. Unfortunately, he then walks into a trundle.
He walks into Forever, who is an absolute beast at this point. It does nothing in the grand scheme, unfortunately. They just have so many tools to deal with that trundle.
Yeah, and absolutely. I mean, there's no way you're predicting the Trundle to be there, to be fair. No one's thinking, all right, there's a Trundle at my red buff potentially.
Yeah, I've looked at it. It was off the back of the fact that Vulture had no idea that was what was going on. They'd gone for a look into established vision on the top side, and then they just happened to stick around. I mean, you saw it. Wherever he's about to recall, he then noticed that Violet is sprinting towards him, thinks it's a juicy target. I mean, given how these games have started early, Polarchair has established the lead very early on, off the back of Forever, playing phenomenally in that jungle role. Now, on the Lee Sin, another champion that is excellent when it comes to playmaking. I would be very surprised if we don't see him up 4-0 again at some point.
Yeah, I mean, I'm excited to see this. I mean, look, you look at the side of Polar Chair and look how exciting their team comp is. They have the Azir, who is exciting despite, you know, being played so consistently. Fiora, of course, we barely ever see her, but the outplay potential on this champ is crazy. We then have a Lee Sin and a Samira as well. And the only other champ that's somewhat normal, of course, the Azir, and then the Nautilus. Everything else is just all entirely new. As if I look to my right, I do believe we are loading onto the riff. We should have that up for you very shortly. In fact, we have it up for you now. It's Game 5. It's Polar Chair on the red side. It's Saving Oce on the blue side. And what a way to kick off our marathon day.
Of all the champions to make it to a Game 5, Azir and Nautilus
Yeah.
and the Varus Ari were not on my bingo card.
I mean, the Ari has fallen off in terms of her priority for sure, but I mean, Nautilus Azir making it this far is kind of insane. At least in the case for the Nautilus, he has been banned a few times. So there is that you know, reasoning behind it, but nonetheless, I'm really looking for how proactive Forever can be here on the Lee Sin early on. If we can find advantages for the team, because realistically, the side of Polar Chair, either they win really hard, really fast, or they're just an all-in on the Fiora split push win condition.
Yeah. Unfortunately, for Saving Oce, Jovi already has one CS. He's got his one last set, that's game. He's got the lead.
Mid lane. Should be a reasonable matchup. I mean, we've seen it a few times in the LCP. No real winners generally. Heavy trades early on here in the bot lane. The extended trade will almost always favor that of the Renata Varus, and you're seeing it there, the lethal tempo stacking up.
Oh dear. I mean, it has been a long time coming out of the LCP since we last saw an on-hit Varus. It has been lethality for the longest time just because there has been so much consistent threat onto it. The only way to play it safely. Ooh. Ooh.
Yeah, massive trade. I mean, the thing about playing a champion that someone, I mean, it's not a one trick, but he has put so many hours into the Camille as he knows exactly how to play around it, especially when he's on the other champ that he's spent so much time on.
Yeah. It's going to be interesting. The very electric picks, for sure.
Yeah, I mean,
boy,
look at the trades. Dore, the flash. Oh, dear. Oh, if you come for the king, you better not miss it. Unfortunately, on this occasion, Dore, playing a Prey champ into Prey, has fallen for first blood exceedingly early on.
I mean, the fact that there have been as many solo kills in the top lane this series as there have been is rather
It's kind of insane. Let's take a look at the replay. I mean, it's just so well played. Prey knowing exactly how to play the champ. Sure, you get that shield up for Dore, but the damage that follows it was entirely true damage. He waits till the shield falls, flash, gets the last vital. Simple as that. I say simple as if I'd be able to do it. I would be dying under that tower, but nonetheless.
That's because you weren't playing Kazante.
True. Handshake's going to land onto Ignore. And still, I mean, the point of strength here for the side of Saving Oce has to be this Varus. The Varus Renata can really take over a game. Jovi trading very heavily onto Kose, doing a good job of dodging out of that orb of deception.
Even's had a crazy clear this game. My lord.
Oh dear. Oh dear.
Oh no.
He does
Not
have...
again.
He has a lot of mobility.
Not
Oh
again.
no!
Not
Oh
again.
dear. Oh dear. And I think we're going to watch Dore get marched down a lane. And we're going to see another kill here onto Prey. And there it is, 2-0 to kick this game off. 500 gold advantage very early on, and it's sitting entirely in that top side.
Oh dear. I mean, oh yeah, look, you've died once solo, you've then overplayed your hand, got ganked. So, yeah, the fact that, again, it's happened more than once is kind of criminal.
Yeah, absolutely. Violet, I mean, he did it last game, the flash forward, Lee Sin's here forever, but the handshake is great out of Scott. A flash used, nothing really gained, as Scott had already lost that flash. More than likely was aggressively, if I had to guess. Dore now trading very well into Prey.
I mean, again, just non-stop fighting up on this top side. That lead for Violet, I think, is the big thing. If they can just keep that rolling, Varus becomes a very oppressive champ with a lead.
Prey, how close is he to level 6? Early Dragon, going to be secured at least here for saving Oce. Once again, they've been very good at doing this, and this game might even be the earliest so far. Oh dear. Oh dear. Dore, I think, wisely looking to take a recall.
As it stands, Prey has, I think, at least personally, for the most part, shown to be a slightly better top laner throughout this series. Admittedly, there has been outside interference. Forever has consistently helped set him up with those leads. He is just holding his own well and truly.
Oh. Something is down. Some summoner of some type is down. And for good measure. Lane swap coming through. I think a wise decision, being that Dore is already behind, trying to do anything that can inflict a bit of damage onto Prey is going to be good, but unfortunately 3 members up here. Very vulnerable, other bot lane of saving O's, flash away from Violet, and that might not just save him. Scott's going to eat at least the tower.
Oh, yeah.
Violet going to try and get away. No, absolutely culled down. Scott no flash, all but certain to fall as well. As the lane swap goes lacking and Prey gets himself another 2. And I'm going to be honest with you, Panda. I am almost ready to call it. This Fiora is going to be so hard to deal with in the side lanes.
I think the entirety of Polygee is going to be very hard to deal with at this stage. Oh, no, Mogwin. He's about to have his blue buff stolen. He is 6, and Yosei is coming in for support. So they will at least deny Forever that. But a 4-0 Fiora in the top lane at 7.5 minutes.
Yeah. It's going to be very difficult to navigate this game. Straight back up to the top side. Unfortunately for Violet now, he's without his flash. So he is going to be vulnerable. The teleport coming through as Ignore heads to the top side. Prey is there again, this time Evelyn joining. Gets that vision down. They're going to spot out the fact that Prey's here. They're going to see that Ignore is as well. The level 7 on the Fiora to the level 6s that just came across for Violet. Of course, not going to be able to just blindly throw out that ultimate with the parry being up and available.
Oh no.
Scott, no, good handshake. It isn't going to be dodged out by that parry. Is even trying to find his way onto Prey. Prey's going to get stunned up. Down the backside, does go forever. And no flash on this Fiora, but he has created the distance. Kyose, can he find the kill? He's getting the reset. Prey will go down. Double kill to Kyose.
Flashes face first into the wall to assert dominance and finds the kill regardless. And that's a brilliant answer back from saving Oce. Kyose finds 2. They get the shutdown.
And find 3 in
Exactly
total.
What they need.
Yeah. Answer back. They are now ahead in gold, Saving O's. A fighting chance once again. In fact, a good fighting chance. A lot of that gold onto Kyose. Possibly, in terms of just raw skill, raw League of Legends talent, the guy you might most want it on. Take a look at the replay.
Forever is just looking for it. He wants that setup with the team fight, but he's lost so much HP off the back of Violet and then Prey. Chase down Kyose, flashing to redirect that Orb Deception as well. Comes in very, very clean.
Very well played. A good angle. Getting off those grubs, immediately responding to the aggression shown by Polachia. Dore now ahead in CS. Still certainly behind when it comes to raw power. I imagine Prey getting very, very close to his Ravenous Hydra, at which point trading with the Fiora is an impossibility.
Scott playing in the wings, waiting for his opportunity for the hostile takeover. Chains of Corruption are there, so could likely make for an easy pickings.
No level 6 yet for Ignore, and admittedly the Samira are going to be able to completely negate that hostile takeover with the Wind Wall.
And things slow for a moment, as we have seen in the past. At this stage in the game, there is a bit of a lot. Dragon is armed, but neither team really has the prio that they need.
There's the Ravenous Hydra.
And just go for it. There you go.
So these trades, even if Dore gets a good trade for himself, immediately Prey's just going to heal it all back off the wave. And this is where Fiora becomes so annoying to deal with, because it feels like you just, even if you just outplay her, doesn't matter, she just backs on out. Next wave comes, back to full HP. She does it again. You don't have that luxury. Even down this bot side, of course, vision granted through that Scuttle Crab, and it's possible now that Polachia going to look for a fight and will go forever. He's going to get dragged back. Oh no, he's rooted up, he's berserked. He hasn't been able to move the whole time, but the Inferno trigger, Mei Young trying to do it. The Dragon will secure one. That's the reset. The Wild Rush there and available for him, but Kyose doing so much to thwart off any form of attack, and May go and win. Can he get Scott? No. As Saving O's have played about damn well as they can, they get the win. They're going to get the Dragon as well.
Yeah, oh boy, that was a chaotic fight to say the very least, and the fact that Saving O's come out on top, they just could not find the spacing. Polachia. All the while Prey is just continuing to punch on down onto Dore.
Absolutely, Prey. Going to be able to get himself some tower plates. Still the point of strength here for Polachia, but the rest of the map going very, very well for Saving O's.
You look at it so far, this is exactly the position you'd want to be in. Avoid having to go a back-to-back best of 5. Unfortunately for Saving O's, they'd have to go the full length and breadth of a BO5 to get there.
Absolutely. And my lord, to think one of these teams is going to have to play another 5 games.
Oh boy.
Hex flash to be used. Ignore, just going to miss. Scott misses as well though, and there's the knock-up. That's going to be a kill going over to May. Finds some much needed goals. Samira, very much a snowbally champion, as Prey is just destroying Dore. Kyose waiting in the wings. Definitely the point of strength on the map here for Saving O's. Anything he's involved with, at least so far in the game, has turned into gold.
Absolutely. Dore still not quite at his Triforce. Priority working towards his. I mean, it's crazy again that somehow Polachia have started with one of their laners 4-0, only for it to slip back into a much more contestable position for Saving Us.
Absolutely. Scott will get hit by the hook. Has a nice hostile takeover. It is dodged away by... Oh no, the stun on Jovi, but he does get the knock up eventually. Bailout there for Scott. And that is the reset. Violet trying to do the damage. Can he do it? The shield is there.
Oh.
And it's an absolute wipe. Kyose as well. Going to be able to pick up the scraps as another double kill going towards him. It was a close look in, but the bailout gets Scott back up and Violet just out of range of that Azir. And it's really all going to come down to Prey if Polarchair want to hope in, but Saving O's dominant.
Now looking for it here. Forever's down the spot lane, and unfortunately for Polarchair, Jose 4-0-4, lane partner not found.
Dore now teleporting back. Are they going to be able to look to punish this? I mean, Prey half HP, it doesn't feel all that viable. Is just going to hedge his bets, take that recall, looking towards his Triforce on the Fiora. Kyose 4-0-4.
Yeah, he's having a... honestly, he has held this down the mid lane for his team so well.
And Evelyn coming in as well for the first time this series. Game number 5. 206 being everywhere he needs to be on this volley bear. Has the 2 dragons as well. Now it is the Rift Shield being started up by Polarchair. Kyose in the area with that Spirit Rush available and so strong on the Ahri. Bit of damage being dealt. Prey as well as Dore looking to possibly join their teams.
Empress Divine is just coming back off cooldown. Still no depth charge. So they, I mean, would have the avenue in for Jovi, but it likely would be a death sentence, unfortunately.
Backing away from the Herald. Prey is going to look towards this tower. Doraemon in the area. Not going to be able to land onto Prey. And Prey's just looking towards the tower entirely, ignoring the fact that Dore's there and will claim it. More gold onto the Fiora.
I think Dore was expecting there to be support coming down as well, because he was looking in a pretty good spot to potentially dish out some more punishment.
Mate, I actually think he still loses, unfortunately.
He probably does, but he could have at least threatened a little bit more. Just wants to play it safe, doesn't want to give up the advantage that they've found.
Now Rift Shield being started up. Again, Saving O's going to be on that. Everywhere that Prey isn't, they are just so much stronger. It's not even a comparison, really.
Yeah.
Violet.
It's a great spot.
Well and truly ahead.
Power. The problem being is they don't have the most reliable lockdown for Prey. If they do connect though, I mean the layers of CC following it up are just incredible.
Rift Shield being placed down. Looking to possibly crack up open this mid lane tower. You see Prey actually coming out to the mid lane. Everyone is here. Even if he crashes in, he is going to get Empress divided. This could be a bit dodgy. Nice knock up on the Jovi means it can't happen. A lot of damage. There's the Empress divide onto 2. Even gets the ult back in.
Lord.
So much damage. The Inferno trigger not able to find much. That's a 3 kills very quickly. 4 and the ace. As Saving O's have 4 left up and available. Wiping the fight with only 1 falling.
What an absolute steamrolling. Saving O's come into the fight. All they get is Scott. A support for 5 and a dragon and a mid-tier 2. You take that every day of the week. Saving O's out to live up to their name.
Absolutely. The 5v5, it's a nice knock up onto Jovi, means that he is stunned up. He takes a lot of damage before being able to offer anything. And then from then on in, looks like Ewan might go down, just able to get the ult off in time and cause enough disruption, get the healing through that Volibear has in his kit. And unfortunately for Polarchair, time is running out. They might have to look towards the second series of the night, up against Rich Dynasty. We eagerly await them in that lower bracket.
And I mean, the biggest winners of tonight easily have to be Rich Dynasty. Regardless of the outcome of this match, they have been able to sit and watch every draft coming their way, potentially. And I mean, no one is wanting to have to prep for 2 best of 5s. You don't want to have to prep for the worst case scenario. But you better hope, if you're Polarchair in the current state of the game, that you have.
Absolutely. Prey may be feeling a little bit of pressure now to look for something himself. Doesn't have the Triforce. So relatively even in power now with Doraemon, despite the impeccable start he had. 4-0 at one point. It was Kyose and Evelyn, the big turning point. Able to roam around the map, get to the plays first. And that's how we find ourselves in this position. 4K gold advantage, 2 saving OCE, 3 dragons to 0 again. And almost every single game of the series has come down to the dragon win condition, where it is just that tipping point.
Oh, Lord. It is bang on midnight here in New Zealand. We started this at 8 o'clock. 5 games in this series, 4 and potentially another half hour to go. This could be an early morning finish.
Ah, you'll have to see it. Wouldn't have it any other way.
The O's Classic.
The APAC Classic.
Oh, indeed.
Right? Dore fighting out. A lot of damage being done. Dore doing a good job of staying next to that wall, disallowing that 4th Vital to come through. And you see the commitment down to this bot side tower. Demolished there for Prey. They're going to get themselves in it. All the while, of course, Evelyn now starting up on this Zatakan. There is no response to be had with everyone so heavily focused on this bot lane. There's still a good chunk of change, and there's no realistic way they could have fought this anyway. So I think best out of a bad situation.
Indeed.
Fortunately for them, Kyose gets himself one.
And they are making the most of these opportunities. Polar chat.
Oh!
Just missed that tempo stall.
Could have even forced out an ultimate, realistically. I mean, Kyose, while he is strong, he doesn't do well in that 1v1 against a champ like Fiora. A lot riding on Prey. If Polar were to win this, it just has to come down to this Fiora. Unfortunately, though, I don't think they're going to get the opportunity. Realistically, if the 4-man collapse comes down onto him, the strength just isn't there on the other side of things between everyone else.
Yeah,
really not that much strength to speak of.
On the shoulders of just a Fiora.
That's why it's such a solo queue champion, though. It does tend to sort of be how that champion is. Trying to take down a second tower. Dore with a bit of wave clear, though. Goes aggressive, though. This could be a bad look. Oh, dear, knocked up. Does get the Hextech ultimate and then flash away as well. Evelyn and the rest of Saving Ove trying to run there. They might be able to take down Ignore, but not necessarily the best of targets. They are going to get that kill for free. Everyone else able to get themselves away. So despite the loss, I think a relatively okay look for Polar Chair. Only losing that Nautilus.
Yeah, I mean, Ignore.
Oh, no.
Life. Oh, okay.
Dore no flash.
So it was all just a trap. It was all just a fever dream. Unfortunately, Prey sort of gives away the gamble.
30 seconds until Dragon, and with Forever still positioned in that top lane, it's not looking all that likely that they're looking to contest. It should just be the Soul going over, the Mountain Soul. Prey will get himself another tower.
He's making some real bank this game. Unfortunately, it feels like it's for nothing.
Oh dear. Kyose. That's a good chunk of damage. This Dragon will be picked up. Although headed down there, maybe Forever looks for a steal. I don't think he's going to get there in time though. Well and truly on vision. Ignore's going to be first there into the pit. They are looking. Hook does connect, and can he get in? Yes, he can, but even once again, will be getting that smite. The Infernal Trigger not doing all that much damage. In comes Zovi, though, trying to find it. Evelyn, bail out. Can he get it? Yes, he can, but still the kill comes over. Prey trying to find what he can. Zovi finds a reasonable amount of damage, but down they go. Down go Polar Chair, and up goes Saving Ose as 3 stand tall as they take the soul and the fight afterwards.
I mean, it looks so tragic to start. Violet explodes all, but immediately it looks like Polar Chair have that look in that they've been yearning for all game. And then Evelyn turns the tables, comes slamming on, and Kyose, the amount of damage he pumped out in that fight was genuinely terrifying. And at 21-9, a soul taken, not a single tower left standing outside of the Polar Chair base. Saving O's are primed and ready to book themselves a spot in the grand finals. All they have to do is sign on the dotted line.
Absolutely. Very, very far ahead now. Everyone except Dore. Prey now with the third item online. But all he can really do is side lane. When he's in those fights, he's not all that strong. And while there's not the most amount of CC, the hostile takeover, even just the targeted stun from Volibear, generally is going to be enough to take him out with the amount of damage coming through from both Kyose and Violet. Kyose quietly 8-0-10 here on the Ahri.
No. The sacrificial lamb.
Yep, he's dead.
Kyose picks up his 9th, but it's only worth 120 gold.
He did use ult, and no one's in the spot lane. Baron also is not up. I mean, Prey's going to get himself an inhibitor tower. At minimum, if not the inhib. I mean, there's a couple of recalls coming through now. No ultimate here on Kyose. Prey is going to break this tower open 100%. Kyose also gets his recall stopped. They are going to look towards the Baron. But how much is it going to cost them? Can the side of Polarchair delay them? Because Dore certainly cannot fight this Fiora at this stage of the game. They are coming. Teleport being used here. That's ignore on the Nautilus. You see Forever. Oh no, even fails the ultimate over the wall. They're having to back away. They're not willing to 50-50. If they lose the 50-50, the game over.
Dore, he's looking pretty rough at the moment. Prey is hunting him. Unfortunately, just can't get that time up on the tower.
Oh no, Kyose.
Oh, Kyose.
He does have ult back. Not willing to risk the 50-50. Again, if they lose that smite fight, while they've won every smite fight this series, one of them, if they lose it, Prey gets Baron up minions, no one can recall, and the game just ends.
I mean, those situations are few and far between in League of Legends at the moment. The fact that it is 22-9, but the gold lead is all of 1,700, 26 minutes in.
It's all on this Fiora. Look how far ahead.
1,000 gold. 4.5. If you want to be technical.
Oh my lord. Prey dropping down the ward before he heads back to base. Straight out to that bot side. He doesn't care about breaking open another inhib. He cares about ending this game. He knows the objective for saving Os is the Baron. He has to be that pressure in the side lane. Now there is teleports available for both Dore and Coach Kyose. Feels funny to call him Coach Kyose. They have started now on the Baron. There is a ward on it. Again, a smite fight. If it comes down to it, a smite fight could just seal the deal. Now they're out of pink wards though. They've cleared out this Baron pit. Vision can be granted by this Lee Sin. He's able to get away. They're all onto Jovi. That's everything committed onto the Azir. He does get the Emperor's Divide out. He does get away. And Prey's all alone down on this bot lane forever. If you smite this, you might just save the game. Kyose will find Zovi. He finds the kill. 2.5k gold. Forever's in. Does he get it? Can he get the smite? Yes, he does. He gets it. Has the game been saved? Teleport back from Kyose and Prey with the Baron of minions in the base. Kyose try as he might. He's going to lose the Nexus tower. Dore's made his way back. Prey's 1v3. Can he find it? No, he can't. The Zonyas. They've saved the game. It's Violet and Evelyn will push to end.
Oh, the gamble, the base race. It has been such an iconic League of Legends moment for the longest time, and unfortunately, if not for the Baron recalls, if not for the TP from Kyose, this very well could have been Polarchair stealing the game. Unfortunately for them, this is not Season 3. The Baron now gives you so much more, and saving Os on a mission. Stealth was an option, but it's one they gave up on after that third game.
Unreal ending, and what a way for Game 5 to end. I mean, Kyose saving the day with that teleport in. He's the target of that Fiora ult. He Zonyas is the last mark, and unfortunately for Prey, not getting that healing, not getting that true damage, not getting that kill means he can't possibly find a way to take down that Nexus. And Violet and Evelyn, all the while, they realize if they're able to stop Prey, they're going to end the game, and that's exactly what happened. I mean, congratulations to Saving Os. They will now compete tomorrow in our grand finals, and unfortunately for Polar Polachia, they've got another best of 5s on their hand up against Rich Dynasty to try and desperately fight for that position, for that last position available.
If you'll notice on your screen, even Prod lacked faith that Saving O's could do it. They're in the grand finals. They're safe for the moment. It is, of course, Polachia down to that lower bracket finals. And I mean, look, after how things had gone in Game 3, you could believe for sure that it was going to be Saving O's down there. But they have something to do. There is a mission. They are on a mission from God to save Oceania, even if it takes them to the bitter end.
Yeah, it's their holy crusade now that they have to try and march forward with. I mean, Rich Dynasty, they've got a lot of work to do. I mean, last time these two teams met up, it was a clean 2-0 in our best of 3s, going the way, of course, of Polachia. And now, I mean, if they can do it again, if they look as clean as they did last time, they could be getting their 3-0. They could book their ticket there, but I think for my money, Rich Dynasty have been looking better and better as this tournament has progressed. It's not going to be an easy job, and especially with how fatigued these players must be after such a hard-fought best of 5. But ladies and gentlemen, while everyone gets ready, we're going to have a bit of an extended break, around 20 minutes, and we will be back while we let Polachia reset, mentally reset, get some food and whatnot. You should do the same. We'll be back in, again, roughly 20 minutes, and we'll have that lower bracket finals ready for you. Lives we might have been done, but absolutely not. We've got another one coming up, and Polar Chair once again will be in it up against Rich Dynasty. But before we get into that, congratulations is in order, as of course Saving O's has made it to the grand final, but also Blue Panda here has spooned the Herbie Raw pet. So congratulations for that spoon, mate.
Yeah, look, it's amazing what happens in the break between two series. 20 minutes and I go and pull it. You were how many dry on it, so I can understand you're probably a little bit chuffed right now.
Yeah, fair enough. But looking at the series ahead, last time these two teams went up against each other, it was a 2-0 going the way of Polar Chair. And honestly, while this time Polar Chair, I mean, they're looking good. Let's be real. There was a couple games there where things went pretty poorly. I mean, game one most certainly was the game that looked the most one-sided. But outside of that, very clean game 2, game 3. And game 5, they really, really made Saving O's work for it. I think going into this game, they're going to be fatigued. That is without a doubt. So how much that plays a part into this, of course, they're all players that have spent more than 10 games of League of Legends in a day. But when it comes to competitive environment, it is very different. You have to communicate a lot. There's a lot more thinking going on as to what you're doing constantly in the game. I still do think that I somewhat favor them. Again, you can also argue that they're now warmed up, right? They've just spent 5 games playing together. They've been able to identify what their mistakes were, a little bit easier for them to shore up on it, while Rich Dynasty, they're coming into this fresh, and so maybe that gives them the advantage in that regard. But the mistakes they make in the series, they're going to have to learn along the way, whereas on the other side of things, again, they saw their mistakes in the series that's just gone by.
Yeah, I mean, look, this is the esports equivalent of running a marathon, having a 20-minute break and then going to run another marathon, so it is going to be some hard yards. I think for Polar Chair, either way, you want this to be a 3-0, even if it is you lose 3-0 just for, you know, that level of mercy killing, I suppose, and just being taken out of the tournament that way, because another 5-game series would be an absolute slog for them. It would be an amazing run, an amazing story as well for them to get themselves back into that rematch, but I could not imagine anything more exhausting other than potentially casting it.
Yeah, definitely. I'm feeling a little bit tired after that one. I mean, especially with how it ended. It was so intense. Gets the Baron steal. It looks like Prey might be able to actually get it done. Gets hit by one charm. Also, the Zhonya's from Kyose means that he wasn't able to get it done, and Violet alongside Ewan just marched down and end the game. So, I mean, heartbreaking. And honestly, it could even be that takes away some of the motivation, some of that drive. You know, it's like we were that close. We were just tripped over the last hurdle, so to speak. But still, I mean, a lot of work to do here for both these teams to make it to that last place in their finals, because realistically, we're at the top 3. One of these 3 teams is going to go represent us internationally to try and fight for that spot that the Chiefs currently have. And it's not going to be easy over there either, so you know, maybe this is just some conditioning to get to that point.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly it. But, I mean, you look at how close that last game was. Realistically, you take this game back, you know, 5-10 years, and there is a very real chance that Polar Chair just straight take that off the back of what was a phenomenal Baron steal out of Forever. He then sets up Prey, who is there, primed and ready. Unfortunately, with Jovi being dead, if Jovi's alive, maybe he can teleport in and support this play, but he gets both Nexus towers down. Unfortunately, the recalls, the empowered recalls, would have been even worse there. I think that realistically, if it had been, yeah, that too, the charm coming out of Kyose, then goes golden, avoids disaster. It was a very rough situation.
But very well earned from Saving O's after finding, I mean, Kyose in game number 5 just stepped up to the plate and really delivered. I mean, very much was the MVP of at least game 5. I mean, when you look at the series, I'd say probably Violet as to being that MVP for the team over the course of the series, but especially in game 5, Kyose with that clutch factor. Able to land that charm as soon as the parry ends to secure basically his team the victory, get them into the final. They're now 1 best of 5 away from going again and representing us internationally, which obviously the Chiefs have done all year, but now it'll be the second team from the region to do so. And it's not going to be easy. And of course, one of these 2 teams between Polar Chair and Rich Dynasty could take it to them. I mean, Polar Chair, we already know, are very closely contesting them. And Rich Dynasty, if they beat Polar Chair, then you have to start asking questions.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's going to be interesting. There's any number of possibilities down in this lower bracket final. And I mean, with what we saw out of Rich Dynasty yesterday, drafting seemed to be the biggest hurdle for them. You look at that game 1 of their opening series of the stream portion of this tournament, they kind of draft themselves into a hole. The game looks really rough. They then bounce back and have some much cleaner draft games 2 through 4. So they can't be affording to make those mistakes against a team like Polar Chair, because we've seen what they can do with very, very little. We've seen what they can do with a lot. So you give them an inch, they will take a mile every single game.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I don't really know what to expect anymore. Do we see the Shaco coming out of Poltron? Because while they did lose that game, himself had a pretty good game for himself, right? He got very, very strong and was able to find the only kill that they found onto Halo during the duration of that, pretty much solo. There's a lot of questions, and I mean, honestly, when I think about it, when I look at sort of how the last series progressed, how the series before it yesterday progressed, it seems to me that if you just go for a solid 5v5 team composition where you're able to take the fight to them, you have some good AoE combos, that typically is where we see the most success in this region as a whole. Even historically going back, that is what we've been best at, is these 5v5 front-to-back team fights. As soon as you sort of stray off that already founded path, things get a little bit more dicey. I think it becomes harder to find impact when you're, again, looking for that split push. Prey did a good job, but they weren't able to get across that final hurdle. So I think looking at champs like the Ornn, like the Scion, these team fighting tanks, these team fighting champions is going to be good for both of our squads.
Yeah, I mean, the big focal point for me this game is Polar Chair. It's going to be forever. If he gets a jungler that he can be a playmaker on, we saw. You look at the Pantheon, you look at the Lee Sin, even to an extent the Trundle. He had so many massive moments throughout that series. Even the Jarvan, while it wasn't the most extensively that he was able to establish on a Jarvan, those early kills didn't do as much for him as it did compared to other games. But when he consistently found these 4 kill leads out of nowhere from the jungle.
Yeah, I mean, he was getting ahead pretty consistently throughout that series. Even, I mean, excluding the last game when Evelyn came in, I think was the only game that he was actually not winning immediately from the start of the game. So, again, yeah, if he's able to find that success. But he is going up against Poltron, who, again, he has a lot of good knowledge when it comes to League of Legends. You look at yesterday, every single game, Poltron was massively ahead. He was invading Captain Tofu, finding all of his jungle camps, just accelerating. On whatever champion he was playing, he was just getting further and further ahead. So maybe in that case, we have quite an evenly matched jungle matchup where Poltron plays a little bit more aggressively, constantly invading, finding these angles. And on the other side of things, a little bit less constant with the invades as we are now headed into draft for our second series.
Well, it's going to be interesting for sure to see what is taken away already. The Ambassador.
Yeah, maybe
Band-Aid ripped by Polar Chair.
They still think they are up against the same team and are banning the same champ.
Well, I mean, Rich Dynasty answered with the exact same opening ban that we saw out of Saving O's, which is
the
that
Shaco. The Shaco's gone.
Oh boy.
Yeah, maybe Rich Dynasty downloading.
Well, I mean, exactly the same ban.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, if it's not broke, don't fix it, I guess.
Well, it seems to be the formula. They've literally just straight copy-pasted this formula from Saving O's on the upper bracket final. Polar Chair, I mean, what are they worried about? And who's to say, really? There's plenty still left in the tank, for sure. I don't know if we're going to see... Okay, so going to be the Rumble, take it away. Rumby, the Nocturne. Yeah, I reckon it's probably a safe bet after that last series.
Yeah, get rid of that Nocturne. A very strong champion, of course. Talia taken away from Jovi as we head into our picks here for Polar Chair. Have whatever they want, essentially. Taking blue side in game 1.
I can't wait to see Fido's Akshan mid again.
It could be.
Oh dear.
Aurora. Immediately taken away. I mean, it's one of Fido's most played champs, so taking away immediately does make sense. They did try it in game 1. It didn't find success. But not necessarily due to the Aurora, I do want to say.
No, not at all. The Aurora, in fact, was having a pretty good game on the whole. What's the answer back for Rich Dynasty here? I mean, they've been sitting back. They've been watching the drafts.
Cassio.
They've been watching...
I think that's ugly. I think it's a little ugly. Yunara, though, that is a good champion. A good start there. Raze, of course, playing it yesterday as well. Didn't find the victory, but did look good himself. It's just left wanting, I guess. The front to back was just stronger on the other side of things. With the Cassiopeia and the Yunara, you are leading into a front to back team composition. But Cassiopeia, typically a champion you see in sort of the third, fourth game of a best of 5 at best.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's going to give that room to work with. Varus being harbored here by Polar Chair, having just been knocked into the lower bracket by it. It's a strong bot laner. Now I'm going to lock that one in.
Yeah, so far at least for Wei, he is keeping true to the fearless format and doing it in his second series, at least for himself.
Varus Karma bot lane.
Very strong. What's going to be the answer here for Gavin? Just going for the Nautilus.
Okay. I mean, it's a solid combo. Nautilus is just very strong in the bot lane in terms of what it offers. It, again, fits very nicely into the comp that's already been ground out by Rich Dynasty. Gwen, looking to be banned away here by Rich Dynasty in the top lane. Wasn't the most impressive game. Unfortunately, it was kind of just held down for almost the entirety of that game by Dore.
Yeah. Xin Zhao taken away as well from Poltron. I mean, he is more than capable of playing a lot of different champions. You got the Wukong, the Vi, the Pantheon, all still available. Fiora banned away from Prey in game 1. I mean, fair enough after how last game was looking.
Yeah, I mean, very nearly clutches the series back from the jaws of defeat off the back of that Fiora. So I think Rich Dynasty, having sat back and watched that, and say we really don't want to have to deal with something like that. Jarvan targeted away from Poltron.
Yeah, makes sense with the Karma and the Varus.
Absolutely.
Now,
What do we look for? Top
Sion.
Sion.
Yeah, I mean, the Fiora and the Gwen ban, not too surprising, but this does open up still the likes of the Camille that we didn't see, of course, Prey on, but Dore, it is a champion certainly that Prey is able to pilot, so we'll see if he does go towards it. I think after you saw his Fiora performance, you'd kind of want him on one of his comfort champs. While the Sion that he did play was incredible.
5k gold lead on that Fiora into a champion that he's intimately familiar with.
Yeah.
Yeah, that Sion was terrifying. Trundle in the jungle for forever, and he had a great game on that too, despite the loss.
Yeah, absolutely. Started the game up 4-0, found the solo onto Violet. Some great positioning. Last pick now to come through into the Sion here for the top laner in Prey. What will we go towards? Really everything left available outside of, I mean, I guess three bans towards him, fair enough. Orianna.
Aurora top.
So it's Aurora top.
I think that's a pretty
bold.
heads up read. Yeah.
I mean, it is, but this Sion's going to have a pretty good time at purchasing magic resist, and while, yeah, Trundle will steal some of it, it's still going to be a pretty decent game for a Sion.
Yeah. Fortunately, very much, I think Polar Chair on a bit of a timer. Realistically, the Sion, good chance of getting to the point where he is pretty hard to take down at the best of times. I wouldn't think that this is going to be that on-hit Varus. It gets a pretty dicey game.
Yeah, I mean, you do have champions that can deal with the tanks. We'll see. I mean, the lethality Varus will do exceptionally well against champs like the Cassiopeia and even the Yunara, just by having that extended range, and Cassiopeia really hating to play into these ranged champs. The Orianna actually one of the best matchups in the game against the Cassiopeia, so holding that flex in this Aurora to navigate this Orianna against it does bode well, at least for the mid laner here of Polar Chair. But of course, as this game progresses, the Cassiopeia, a very good champion into the likes of the Trundle. So it's weird played around. I think I do prefer coming out of the draft Polar Chair's draft, but if the side of Rich Dynasty do get ahead, they should probably just run away with it, because there aren't the greatest tools in the world at dealing with champions like this Yunara.
Yeah, absolutely.
And we're going to go see the replays. So, replays from the last series. Of course, I mean, it was such a close game. And you'll see how this started if you did, for some reason, miss it. It seemed all but certain that it was going to be Polar Chair headed to the finals, but unfortunately, weren't able to do so.
Oh, yeah. I mean, going from game one, where Dore is just running Prey around that top lane, to Prey pretty much handily winning the top lane for the rest of the series, despite the results not necessarily translating into the 3-2 or 3 whatever that was being looked at by Polar Chair.
Again, just starts 4-0. And this fight is where it all turns around. Hook goes wide. Scott lands a massive handshake. And while they do ultimately almost get away, it's Kyoze that arrives at in just due time. Gets the resets online. Even there, that one securing the deal. Prey not able to get away from this Ari.
And Kyosei looking so clean on it throughout this game. And for the most part, the entire series was such a big player for this team. And Evewood coming in clutch at the very tail end to help get this over the finish line. I say again, just the amount of damage he did in that team fight was crazy.
Even here, get a nice kill. Unfortunately, while I was excited to see the Samira, it didn't really offer a whole lot, unfortunately. Jovi here almost gets the kill, but Samira going down does give that bailout back to Scott, gets himself back up. Jovi's not able to capitalize on the low HP Varus, and Evelyn pretty securely takes down alongside Kyosei. That Nautilus.
Oh, Jovi gets clipped by the Rift Herald. Evelyn gets Emperor's Divided and then just ults straight back in with the bailout on him. Oh, this Volibear champion.
This was fine, this death. It did mean his team got away. And again, one thing that has been a bit of a struggle for Forever is these smites. He was pretty consistently beaten when it comes to that. The last one, which will be shown very shortly, I imagine, he did manage to kick Evelyn out of the pit, which allowed him to get that Baron pretty uncontested. And unfortunately, Prey was not able to get it done there. Kicks him out of the pit. Secures that the Baron is all but certain to be theirs. If anyone was able to get out, then this could have been a very different game.
I mean, the most brutal part is, we didn't quite see it there, but Kyosei finds Jovi on the top side of that fight by the red pit and finishes him off because he was trying to recall back to base. If that doesn't happen, Jovi and the rest of Policha actually have a pretty decent shot at stalling out those recalls and the teleport even.
Yeah, I think if Jovi gets back to base, he just teleports into the enemy base and they probably win.
Exactly.
But yeah.
I mean, it's just crazy.
Just the clutch.
That one little domino, it was enough to really help sell it for saving us.
Yeah, Kyosei turning up truly when it mattered. And this is the final Nexus going down in that Game 5, which leads us to the position we're in now, where Policha having to go up against Rich Dynasty, coming off the back of a 4-game win yesterday over the Outcasts. And my lord, what an absolute marathon run it's going to have to be for Policha. I mean, it could be a 3-0, but even then, it's still 8 games in a row they're having to play of competitive League of Legends, which I mean, it might have been done historically, but it certainly hasn't been done in the near, or the recent past, that's for sure. We are going to game.
It's one of those things, you got to be very, very grateful League of Legends does not have bracket resets in its competitions.
Yeah. And there we are. Into game. Game number 1. Game number 6 for Policha.
Oh lordy. It is a deep road. So it will be that lethality Varus in the bot lane.
5 members all in this top side. You have to imagine that the entirety of that last series, this Rich Dynasty roster, all in a Discord trying to, work out their plan. They had a lot of time, a lot of research that could be done.
Well, right. Gonna avoid disaster here. Oh no, it's Nautilus Doombot. This game might be over already. No unsealed spellbook for Gavin, and it is Arcane Comet for BBP on the Scion.
Yeah, interesting. I mean, it makes the
lane.
lane...
Scion. I'm here for it.
Yeah, I mean, he's not going to really get much usage out of the grasp, so just going and leaning more into that poke, which Scion does have a reasonable amount of in his kit, especially when pretty much every ability he lands is a slow or outside of the W, knock up even if it's a charged Q. Does mean that a large amount of those Arcane Comets should land.
Absolutely. He's gone shield first, just to barely clear those waves. Try and match some of the wave clear that Prey is going to have early on.
Absolutely. Heavy trading down in this bot lane. It is going to be the lethality Varus with that Arcane Comet. Good trade coming out of the side of Policha. Sorry. I was just watching to see if anything more happened. And it's
scrapping across the rift, it seems.
Now, the second we look away, Gavin is almost under the tower.
And I mean, he was just so ready and willing to throw that hook out on the Nautilus yesterday.
That was Clown. It was the other
That's
team.
right. Look, Nautilus is so far on stream have been pretty eager.
Yeah. Poltron going off a little bit of harass here in the mid lane. Give some pressure over to Fido.
Not that he was all that desperate for it. He's actually, in terms of harass, winning up this lane pretty well.
Yeah, doing a fantastic job. I'm interested to see something that, as many of the viewers will know, Shock over in Korea, when he first got to Challenger, was playing a lot of Cassiopeia, and in matches that were not favorable, would just go for the Q max, or at least 3 points in Q.
Yeah, for sure. Just that little bit of harass means you don't have to stick around. He's played plenty of Orianna this year as well. That is a pretty sizable lead down in that bot lane.
Fido flashing forward, the auto attack doesn't enough, no! And now, unfortunately for him, gets over aggressive. And while it was very, very close, close doesn't do a whole lot for him. That's first blood going over to Forever. Once again, it's a theme of the day.
Yeah, he's consistently found these. I mean, it's crazy to me how pushed up Raze and Gavin have been. Oh, okay. Yeah, Gavin's doing the thing.
Gavin lands the hook, but he's going to take actually not that much damage, especially with Raze coming through and offering a lot back.
I mean, there was nearly a 20 CS lead building for Mei Yang. Despite that lane priority that Raze and Gavin had, they have been dropping a bit of CS. Off that pressure, though, they do catch up.
Yeah, doing a good job down here. BBP as well, nice knock up there. Gets that charged up Q. Has himself a bit of magic resist now, so will be able to stand up to this Aurora a little bit better than before.
They should be falling to Raze here, and they will just pick it over. Looking for Gavin.
Yeah,
oh,
Gavin's
okay.
going to hook back and ignore, not with the heal just yet. Should be a turnaround kill, and it will be. And May not going to be able to offer that much in return either. Oh, until
One Forever's down here.
Gavin, no flash. Going to walk straight into this Trundle. Razor's in the area, but he's not going to be able to provide all that much, as Poltron might just be able to.
Oh boy.
Gavin's so low, that's piercing arrow landing. Raze might go down to the barrier, use the flashes there. Poltron now in a 1v2, does get the first. Can he look for the second? Q dodged away from, and Forever's dodging, but he won't be able to dodge that one, and the burn should be enough. No, the Karma's there. Just in time.
Indeed. Oh, they had no idea that Forever was coming down. Now that Mei Yang has picked up 2 kills for himself. Gavin taking that kill as well means that Raze is not to the ideal position compared to his lane opponent.
Absolutely not.
X-Flash!
Straight into ignore. Gonna have to hook himself away. If I could quickly see, I want to see what if I could quickly see what abilities Orianna is leveling. See if she's going the 3 points Q. Okay, she went 3 points Q. I think often Oriannas go for the 3 points W is what I meant. Bit extra wave clear, bit extra trading power, but with this, able to move the ball around a bit more freely.
Yep. Ignore doing his duty as a support, clearing out that vision, trying to set themselves up. And I mean, again, Forever is going to be such a strong point on the roof, but Poltron much the same for his own team.
That's the Dragon. I mean, maybe learning from the last series how important these are. Going to be able to pick the first one up here. Completely uncontested. As soon as it goes down, though, Poltron might have an avenue to try and look for an invade on that top side. A few camps up there, and would give himself an advantage in terms of gold, but it's not that powerful yet. Still got a couple more stacks to get. Level 6 for both the junglers.
And both solo laners. The timing is coming through nicely. Mei Yang picks up the Chains of Corruption as well. They are starting to hit those peaks in terms of team fighting potential. I think we likely see a lane swap here with Grubs just coming up. They will exactly do that. Rich Dynasty going to be there first to the plate.
Yeah, bringing out this minion wave too, but Razor's hitting it, so we'll push it back in. Still, can a minion... Oh no, Gavin has destroyed that thing. Now the Void Grubs have spawned, but there's a wave crashing into the tower of Polar Chair. Still, Forever trying to look for that first grub, will smite it away. Mei gonna have to go in and answer this minion wave, see if he can clear it out and get back down here with that Chain of Corruption available. Bit of poke landing there from Ignore, but they are looking to just give over. I think wisely so. Good timing on that lane swap means that first to the plate will be Rich Dynasty. Poltron coming over the wall though, looking for the blue buff. Able to get himself out.
BVP's going to get a lot of value out of the build path this game.
Prey. Ooh. Really getting himself out.
And again, BVP does credit not falling all that far behind. Oh, Hex Flash.
Oh, Gavin. Good Hex Flash. Ultimate available for him now as well.
And that was some crazy reaction time there for Gavin. He was looking at Hex Flash forward. Spots Forever just coming out of that fog or immediately flicks it backwards.
Mid lane's going reasonably well for Fido, but you're seeing the trades now edge a little bit further towards Zovi. Just that additional range available for the Orianna.
Yeah, and the Sheen here for Fido. So, in terms of combat power, it's going to be hitting reasonably well.
Oh no. Ignore is going to get hooked up. Is going to get absolutely annihilated. Ray's hopefully able to pick this one up. Does miss the W. Flashes. Doesn't have the movement speed. Ignore. He's gotten himself out somehow.
Oh, well, look. Oh, dear. A prime opportunity. I mean, you don't get very many of those set up for you. And he still managed to get away. And speaking of get away, Prey forced to run from BVP. Giant spell as well for Fido.
Did Forever spot out Poltron? I think he has. In the area to make sure that Prey doesn't get dove. Poltron looking for something. Will find Ignore, but it's not going to result in that much.
I'm intrigued. What is the build path here for Fido? Surely this isn't Lich Bane Cassiopeia? Like, that just doesn't make sense to me. Surely this is a mistake.
Yeah?
I
don't know why
that or Iceborne Gauntlet. There is nothing that I think can be justified.
Yeah, I mean, the only option is Lich Bane, but...
It has to have been a blasting one, and he just clicked the wrong thing, right?
I guess.
I don't even know if that's entirely possible.
No, me neither. That might just be a couple hundred gold sunk into the void.
I mean, that's the thing. That would have been his blasting one. He would have been most of the way towards a Rylai's if that was the angle.
Yeah, I mean, with the Giant's Belt, it should be. I have an AP item building out of that.
We'll see if he looks for recall. He's taken a decent amount of damage off the command shockwave from Jovi.
Yeah, there's no real explanation for this Lich Bane, I don't feel. Okay, let's see if he sells it. He's recalling now.
I don't know, in for a penny, in for a pound.
Alright, let's see. Teleporting out. No, he's
no,
kept
okay.
it. What on earth?
It's going to be the Muramana Lich Bane hybrid Cassiopeia build. I don't know what's going on.
Well, yeah, I'm
Just when
perplexed.
saving Oast make it to the grand finals, they realised just how desperate a situation the region was in.
Has had a lot of time to warm up on his smites. Gets this one.
You know, unless it's like, shit. Yeah, there's no way it's like a last hitting. I don't know. Like
All right, let's just wait and find out. Let's just wait and find out. In any case, Dragon going to be picked up here by Rich Dynasty. Poltron getting a good amount of damage onto it. No one here to respond. Fearva not able to find the invade either, but pings onto the camps means he is going to look for that red buff at least.
Ultron is beelining there though.
Yeah, and so's the rest of the team. Flash available for the Trundle. Or
I think he spotted Raze. Just wasn't hugging that wall, so had the vision.
yeah. Checking to see the Trundle's not still lingering around. Wasn't. Left immediately. Things to do forever. Where is Aurora? I'm assuming up on that big pile of champions. Yep, there she is. Doesn't have teleport either to answer BBP down the bot lane, so he should get a reasonable chunk of damage onto this tower. Will be a plate for him. So definitely getting himself some gold here.
Okay, so Rylai's is done. The Fido in the mid lane with a Sheen. Is this the point where, you know, the sunk cost fallacy, do you reckon? Like, I've already invested this gold. Do I just... Given the emoting, I'd imagine this has been a mistake.
Yeah, I don't see anything else. This Lich Bane on Cassiopeia isn't real. You don't auto-attack, you just eat.
No. But does it become that sunk cost fallacy? Is he just sitting on a Sheen for the rest of the game? Does he upgrade it?
Maybe he's hoping he rolls the augment that makes your abilities apply on hits.
Even then, I don't know.
He's been spending a bit too much
the most
time.
Value out of the Lich Bane. Although, to be fair, maybe an Iceborne Gauntlet angle with that augment would be kind of crazy.
You know, it would be Lich Bane. In any case, gank up at the top side. Jovi gets everything thrown down onto him and will be taken out. It's Fido that claims it. Great identification. It's something that, unfortunately for Jovi, even in the last series, did happen quite a lot. Was just caught out on those side lanes, wasn't protected enough, and enemy team able to capitalize on it. Now, Baby Banana Peel coming up here with that Scion ultimate. It's going to go head first into a pillar. Of course, would be a 4v5. Jovi no teleport as well. BBP taking a little bit of a damage, but not all that much. Popping the ultimate now. Chain of Corruptions is going to connect, and it's finding a lot of damage. Piercing Arrow as well. Forever doing a good job of kiting around, but Rage finds his way onto that backline now. That pillar's going to stop him in his tracks. Prey takes the one kill. Piercing Arrow able to get another. That's two quick kills. And Prey still in the thick of things, trying to look for the damage on a Poltron. Finds quite a lot of it, but Razor on the other side of things, trying to find one. Can he? Yes, but the Piercing Arrow will shut him down on the back end as Prey, dipping and diving around this team fight, has found so much for himself. And they'll top it off by giving Jovi one over as well. Team fight going the way of Polar Chair.
And then he's just not allowed to move. Can't play the rest of the fight. Oh dear. It looks, I mean, look, it wasn't terrible. Raze picks up a kill. Unfortunately, they just outright win that fight, Polar Chair.
Oh, he was so close to picking up more.
Nothing gained off the back of that, though, is the problem.
Absolutely. Gavin. On the bottom side, with Forever up here, it should just be that this Rift Herald is going to be able to be picked up. Take a look at the replay. I mean, it's so close. Look at Prey doing so much damage, and Raze finds an angle and he pops that ultimate. Everyone's getting so low, but only barely not able to get these kills. The shields as well from the Karma helping so much at the back end of that fight. Now with the Sheen, able to take down towers quicker. Does get himself the first of the game.
With the Phoenix Codex, that doesn't build into anything with the Sheen. Oh dear, I think he's just going to sit on this until he finds himself close to an item, and that's when it gets pawned off. He's looking towards that Archangels, of course. Maybe
he's keeping it there for the side lane. Because it does help him take down the towers a lot. Can constantly proc abilities, so we'll have that Sheen up and available quite often. Doesn't get to the blue buff in time though, so doesn't get that additional mana regen.
It's that Giga Brain Korean solo Q-Tech. It almost makes me think back to the old like OG Freak like champion spotlight videos where he runs through the build path that you want to go for.
A lot of aggression shown. Prey in the area. Very strong now in the Aurora with 2 items already purchased. That Blood Leader's going to help Jovi as well. Rift Herald going to be placed down as they look to create some pressure around this river. Going to force a response. Ray's walking there. Mid lane tower is going to get taken out, and Baby Banana Peel going to lose half his HP on the bottom side of things, though. It is Forever and Poltron doing a bit of a battle dance.
Ostring around the Dragon Pit again. Unfortunately, EVP's not the healthiest of individuals yet.
Yeah, half HP. Still will take a reasonable amount of time to shred through, especially with the lethality Varus, but ultimately, the fact he's here does mean that Forever has a good subjugate target. Going to be walking forward, can pull the trigger on it. Poltron now tanking up this dragon, means he's going to lose a relatively high amount of HP, but pulling the trigger now, down goes Gavin. Forever does get that ultimate off, and he's so much tankier now. Between Worlds is great, Praise in the back line. Oh no, he's gone back. He can't get back into the fight. Can they get the smite though? This will be the first one for a while, and he does. Now Baby Banana Peel charging up that Q is going to get slowed down. No one falls, but the dragon picked up by Polar Chair.
Oh, the classic O's nothing burger fight where both teams just walk away after the objective's taken.
Oh, I think Prey could have won that fight handily for him, but unfortunately,
very much so.
W's into his ult and pops straight back to the wrong side of the fight.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very interesting situation. Oh, Raze.
Forever so low there as well, but thank you to the Subjugate, giving him a bunch of resistances and a bit of health back off that Scion.
Yeah. I mean, Forever, to his credit, has been playing really, really well.
Gavin is going to see.
No way they're looking for it again.
Yeah, Gavin flashes over. Ward placed down, ignoring a bit of a rough position. Is going to get locked down, flash away. Great pillar coming out of Forever as in comes Prey. He does not have the Between Worlds though. No ultimate on this Aurora. Gavin going to go down. Prey claims it. That's a killing spree now for him as he's dipping over. PvP does have ult, so he's not really under that much threat. The ult lands though. That's the Chain of Corruption straight on a Fido as well, who will find the stun. Prey trying to get away. Can he? He hasn't for the time being, and down he will go. Fido gets himself another kill. BBP's going to fall as well though. And it's a 3 for 1. Going the way of Polar Chair yet again. 10 to 5 now the kill score. Well and truly warmed up.
Oh no, the Sheen's gone. It's game over. Oh no. If not for that, maybe they had a chance back in.
Yeah, has sold the Sheen.
Does finish the Seraph though, so I suppose you probably get a little bit more benefit out of that than the Sheen was giving you.
Yeah, finds himself a nice shutdown onto Prey, so a good amount of gold being picked up by him. 2.5 minutes till Dragon, so nothing really to be seen down here. The other Khan is there, but not likely to be started up.
And Forever again, just lurking anywhere there's traction to be found for Rich Dynasty. He's been locking down the roof pretty cleanly.
$2K gold advantage, nearing on 3 at the moment for Polar Chair. Now very well and truly ahead, but still fights. You do want them to start off with some low health members off the back of this Varus poke, but the only two you can really look towards reliably is going to be Raze and Fido. Fido's done a good job of getting into these fights in angles that the Varus cannot locate her.
Sure. EVP's had a rough run of it too. He's just taken so much damage before he's actually able to get in position.
Ultron, not going to be able to find the crab. Prey's damage dealt stat is going to be crazy this game because he's just hitting a Scion. Poltron.
The classic.
Finds a reasonable amount of damage. The Redemption's going to come through. Gavin goes flying forward. Chain of Corrupt is going to land onto him. Death Charge put down. Nice piercing arrows. Poltron trying to get away with that invulnerability and has until May snipes him down. A fantastic piercing arrow will find its mark. Now Fido going forward aggressively. Takes so much damage, but flashes, finds the stun. That's going to be the Varus down. Unfortunately, Forever's going to find 2. That's 2 going at the Ignite. Popping, Raze trying to find the damage as well, but as Prey comes in, he's answering that damage call. It will be Raze falling. One more auto tech will do it, and Ignore finds it. Now Baby Banana Peel. Oh, unlucky. He is an absolute goner. He's finding a lot of damage, but unfortunately the Karma Shield's more than enough to keep this Trundle alive. Flashes dead on into a wall.
Slips on a banana peel.
Certainly does.
Oh dear, that's grim. That's very grim. And especially in the game state, that's not really what you wanted from game 1.
Now take a look at the replay though. I mean, they find the immediate kill onto the Varus, and Forever does a great job of saving it. Raze trying as he might in this backline when Prey finds his way to him. Forever just staying out of range of that Yunara. Eventually finds a way onto Baby Banana Peel, who flashes dead on into a wall.
Oh, production. Doing BBP dirty with that one. I can't wait till we get to the replays after the game. That's slow mode. All the world to see.
Forever is just so fast. He has the Oriana speed, has the Karma speed. Trundle. Yeah. Very scary Trundle. Otacana is up and available. Dragon much the same. It would be Soul Point if Polarchair were to be able to find it. Prey needs to be careful though. Has the invisibility. But Gavin finds him. He's locked down. That is so much of the damage for Polarchair. Eliminated in one foul swoop. Otacana started up.
Down in Aurora.
Poke is there. Redemption's going to come down. It gives them vision. BBP able to find a little bit of zoning through that queue. Jovi in the back line. A nice stun. Fido finds it. And Jovi is going to go down. Try as you might. The Otacana is found. Raze gets that, and he gets a whole lot more. As Rich Kingdom find the fight they would want. And Prey, who is so much of the damage, goes down that easily. Gavin finding him in the side lane. Fido having that ward available, stunning up Jovi and also taking him down. 3 items now for Raze as he finishes up that Infinity Edge and becomes a very menacing threat here for the side of Rich Dynasty.
I mean, that mid to late game monstrosity that Yunara can become, we are hitting that stride. And
oh, they're starting Baron.
Okay.
Prey's here this time. They still have the poke from this Varus. Of course, there's no Trundle. It's going down very fast. If they want to try and stop this, it has to be quick. May's going to get stunned up, though, as Prey's trying to find a way in the back line. He's rooted up. He's stunned down. Can he find the Q? No. Raze survives. Poltron takes the kill. The flash away from Ignore, but the hook lands directly onto May. It's a 3-man shockwave. The damage not quite there. Oh, no, but has Rich Dynasty bitten off more than they can chew. One goes down. Low health bars. The piercing arrows are connecting. More movement speed for this Trundle, and maybe they can get it done as the Redemption goes down. Forever claims it, and he sidesteps the Miasma, trying to still run forward. He'll be able to take Baby Banana Peel. One more auto, placed first into the wall, and down he goes. It's 2 kills, but the Baron in the back pocket for Rich Dynasty.
If I had $1 for every time BBP slammed face first into a wall and died this game, it's not a lot of money, but it's crazy that I'd have $2.
Yeah, and the Dragon's going to go down too. That's Soul Point now, being picked up for the side of Polarchair.
I answer it back. I mean, look, it's a call. I thought maybe off the back of the Otacana they were going to take the Dragon, but they spot that opportunity to sneak the Baron away. And I think that's very much worth it, given that it's just Soul Point that Polarchair currently have.
Yeah, and they would have got away with it too if they had have just left. Unfortunately, opting into the fight, they lose 2 members. Does stunt their progress on that Baron. They should be able to pick up this mid tower now, though, as Teleport's going to come in. That's BBP. You see Fido pushing in that top side as well.
Yeah, they would have gotten away with it too if it weren't for those menacing kids and their dumb dog.
Prey taking a lot of damage here, still trying to fight Fido. The flash. Gonna pull the Between Worlds and lands onto Fido. Can he find the damage on the back end? No. What a fantastic ultimate, but still not enough. as it's going to be ignored, taking the kill. Ray's flashing forward, May trying to kite away. The slows are there. There's so much damage coming down, and he gets out. The shockwave could have ended him, but he does manage to make it away. These Karma shields are being very difficult to deal with. Not going to be able to land that stun. And it is going to be only Prey going down, despite the very low health bars and Ray's flashing forward.
Oh, Fido, that was a bit of a whiff. Gets the stun onto Prey and immediately picks up tower aggro as a result and just dies.
Definitely. How it is, 4 towers to 1. Dragon's the win condition on the cards for Polar Chair, but Rich Dynasty hold all the cards as things stand. Found themselves back in the lead in terms of gold, 1k advantage. Poltron playing a fantastic game for himself alongside Raze. Going for that more Malmortis as the next item, being that he is against so much magic damage.
Absolutely. Let us finish the 3 items deep now for Fido in that mid lane. Ray's 3.5, he's working well on towards it. You look at it. The Abyssal Mask for Gavin is going to be amplifying Fido's output. Not to mention Yunara and that passive of hers means that there is plenty of value to be found.
Oh, May has to be so careful. He's going to get jumped on by Poltron. Pops the Yomus. Dragon spawning in 2.5 minutes. The Baron buff now gone. Baby Banana Peel doing a good amount of damage here at the bot tower. Ray's in the area as well. Down will go that Redemption. Can they find their way onto this Yunara? No flash available for her. Not the most amount of lockdown though. In fact, nearly none, realistically.
Yeah, but he thought about it. Stepped out of the brush, gave away the gate. And now Ignore knows full well that they're sitting there.
Coming around on the flank alongside Gavin. Just creating that pressure to take down this tower, and they will be able to do so. PvP taking a lot of damage though. Next wave coming in should mean this tower does go down. Does Polchair head to defend their mid tower instead?
They're looking for Fido.
And they are looking for Fido, and Fido's being able to kite away. Did lose his flash. Still holds the ultimate. Yeah, I'm pretty unfazed.
4 and 5. BBP has just been the absolute damage soak this game.
Yeah. Dragon, the next talking point. 1 minute. Baron spawning at the same time, however. So it could be a trade possible. Unfortunately for the side of Polar Chair, with this lethality Varus, they don't really have the damage to take it out in the time of which Dragon can be taken or soloed even by Fido.
Yeah. Unfortunately, just not the most amount of value off the back of that Baron. Denies it away from Polar Chair, I think. The most value they got out of it, in fact.
End up getting a couple of towers.
Yeah.
The map control well and truly in favor of Rich Dynasty. They're in a good position to be able to get the vision control they need to secure one of the objectives without losing the other. And Raze especially so far ahead in this bottom lane. 2 levels is the gap. And a lot of gold. 60 CS lead as well.
Yeah. The Fang's coming out there for May. Trying to cut down on the shielding potential.
Forever. Gonna be relatively unharmed. Desperately needing to land some of this Varus poke. That one will go horribly wide. Ray's working towards this mid tower, is sprinting the opposite direction, has to pop the ultimate, and Ray's left all alone, but he's managed to kite it out. Baby Banana Peel in the thick of things as Ray's still trying to find an avenue to find that damage. In will go Poltron straight onto Prey, but the damage is not quite there.
Oh no.
And that is the shockwave that will land onto Ray's. That should just spell despair for Rich Dynasty. As Forever just sprinting on forward, the resets for Prey. and Baby Banana Peel goes down as well. It's Poltron and Gavin, all that's left. But Dragon Soul and an Ocean at that for a Trundle is going to be picked up.
Raze avoids all of that. All of that engage onto him. And then just to step back into the Chains of Corruption in Command Shockwave combo. Yeah, that's a rough situation given how strong he was looking. And Polar Chair just gifted a lifeline.
Poltron landing that Q, maybe looking to find this kill here. The Ocean Soul is going to be healing up Prey bit by bit as the teleport's coming through. If Poltron goes down, this could be the Baron being picked up. He's trying to find the damage. He does jump away. He's over here, though. Has the invulnerability, does get himself out. But Forever's here as well. He's going to be able to put down that pillar. Can he find that piercing arrow? It could just mean Poltron goes down. Poltron trying to get away. It's going to be 2 kills. And Baby Banana Peel's coming in to hand deliver a third. The ultimate. Oh, it's a Chain of Corruption to get onto Raze. Oh, but the stun. Fido trying to fight back. Fido doing so much damage. A triple kill. And eventually the shockwave will mean Fido goes down. A valiant effort for sure out of Fido, but unfortunately it's an ace for 1.
Oh, a game that was in the palm of Rich Dynasty's hand until they clash in the mid lane. Polar Chair find the perfect entry into a team fight onto Raze, and May just holds that Chains of Corruption to the perfect time yet again. That's 2 team fights in a row now where it has been reserved solely for Raze to stop him getting any sort of acceleration in a team fight.
Top lane Inner going down. The Baron will go down too. They're waiting for the respawn possibly, but choose not to.
Trundle. He's so fast.
Yeah. Yeah, Trundle, there are a few champions that kind of scale with movement speed, and Trundle being one of them is having a grand old time with the Orianna and the Karma. Made even grander by the fact he's got that Ocean Soul to consistently top him up during these team fights. An uphill battle now for Rich Dynasty. The gold lead swinging back in favor of Polar Chair even more heavily than it was prior to the Baron.
Oh, well, I mean, look, they're still fighting power. More Malmortius being built by both Poltron and Raze now. Unfortunately, the GA not really going to offer all that much. If it is proc, you're pretty much dead to rights anyway.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be pretty hard to find a value out of the respawn, unfortunately, as River found, but able to just run on out of there.
Oh, hold on.
Oh, look how strong this Trundle is. Oh, my lord.
Raze was building towards an LDR. He's changed that direction pretty suddenly. I was wondering where the quiver had gone.
Yeah, gets himself.
Drops it.
Yeah, he needs to. I mean, the Ocean Soul, you have to get it. You have to get this heal cut. So it makes the correct decision. Maybe thinking when he was going towards that LDR that they might be able to secure these dragons, but it's just one misstep and that plan goes crumbling to the ground. Still, he's very strong in this Yunara. One good team fight out of him, and there's an opportunity still for Rich Dynasty.
Oh my lord.
Gavin's going forward, but it's on to Forever, and this guy is so unkillable. Made even worse by this Ocean Soul as the siege does begin upon the Rich Dynasty base. They're looking for Prey once more, but Poltron takes so much damage. He's able to get away, and Prey does much the same. Unfortunately, just remaining at full HP, Poltron's going to have to head back to the base. Mid lane inhibitor tower going to go down. Mid lane inhibitor will follow. Prey just sitting there buffing up these minions, trying to get that tower to go as well, and it will. No ultimate for him on the Aurora, but no ultimate needed. Fido stuck behind a pillar, but not going to go forward any further. Gavin's hook just goes wide onto Prey. Oh!
2 lanes.
They're
Oh,
looking.
Gavin, he's looking.
Still, Baron now has been dealt with. Unfortunately, so has the base of Rich Dynasty.
Yeah. I I mean, it's not like they're completely out of this by any stretch of the imagination. With a Yunara and a Cassiopeia, one good ult, Raze can run rampant through a team fight.
Yeah. Where's
But they just have
Cassiopeia's
not been
boots?
Crazy. I mean, look, you pick the champion in the arena. The voting round sometimes doesn't go your way.
Very true. 4 items on the Cassiopeia, headed towards full build here for the Yunara. Already at full build for Zovi, but one of those is a Magi's, which is considerably cheaper than the actual item. Of how well he's been playing, I don't hate to see it.
Yeah, for sure. 7 and 3. Horn Mail as well for forever. So Fido going to be struggling a little bit more, that heal cut. Although, to be fair, he's not going to be proccing it. It's going to be Reigns that's struggling the most. Not that there's a huge amount of heal potential on him.
Elder Dragon spawning in 20 seconds. Poltron potentially just looking for a steal. If he does get it, it will buy a lot of time, but Forever's here. Fido, oh dear. Oh, dearie me. That is one very dead snake. Flashes away straight into Forever, who will very quickly take him down. Poltron still sitting in the area looking for a potential steal on this Elder Dragon, but for the time being, not even starting it up. And in fact, maybe not even looking to, as they realize it could be happening. Pillar goes down. Gavin's going to go down as well, as Raze can do very little but watch. He pops the ultimate. He's trying to find what he can. He flashes in, but he is going to be chopped down. But he does get himself a double. Has that done enough to buy them time? Has that done enough to stop the siege on the base? I think it has.
I don't know, Poltron and BBP, I mean, Jovi and Prey hitting very, very hard right now.
They are.
No subjugate.
Oh, that's a lot of
okay,
damage coming through. That's a lot of damage. Poltron trying to take down this minion wave, as is BBP, but down comes the Between Worlds, and down will come Rich Dynasty. The respawn timer on Fido almost there, and Baby Banana Peel limping back to his base. 1 second on Fido, 3 members still for Polar Chair as they take down Nexus Tower 1, Nexus Tower 2, sure to follow. And a lot of damage coming back, but Subjugate almost back, and it will be as the Shockwave lands onto 2 and removes them from the Rift and game 1. It's Polar Chair now leading the series 1-0.
Oh my god. Fido was there for a second and a half before he gets 1-2 punched by Oriana. That was just egregious amounts of damage. Holy.
Yeah, we found a lot of damage there on the side of Polar Chair, and I mean, I'm getting so used to saying their name at this point. It's can they get it done this series? They do lead it now 1-0. Rich Dynasty, on the other hand, I mean, they were ahead this game. And again, similar to our first series of the night, it's the Dragons that end up being the tipping point. As soon as that Dragon Soul came through, it didn't even look like there was a glimmer of hope anymore for Rich Dynasty. So going forward, again, as we said last series, control over those early Dragons, a good team fighting comp that can let you prepare for them and fight for it is probably the best way to go.
Yeah. Oh, it's... I mean, to be fair, look, we've seen sort of a similar situation for Rich Dynasty last night, where game 1 doesn't quite go their way. The Cassiopeia, again, sort of fits into the similar vein where the draft just wasn't quite there for them. But Polar Chair just seemed to have this cohesion that is very, very hard to match.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, honestly, to credit Fido, some of those team fights he did play very, very well. And considering what he's sort of dealing with in this Cassiopeia, it's not an easy game to pilot it. But unfortunately, it wasn't quite enough to get them across the line. Now, we are going to go to a break once again. When we are back, game number 2 between Polar Chair and Rich Dynasty. We'll see you there. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Game number 2 about to get underway of our second series of the night. It is Polar who lead the series 1-0, and it was a very, very back and forth affair, but once again, Dragons become that tipping point.
Yeah, I mean, largely off the back of Forever, who again has a magnificent game for himself, despite the best efforts of Raze, who, again, on the Unara, looked like a real beast. Fido as well, despite detouring slightly on his item build path halfway through for a Sheen.
Gets himself a tower, I suppose. Champion Select is all loaded up, so we'll get that on your screens now. And Bessa, Shaco once again, Aatrox, Nidalee again for Rich Dynasty. So bans remaining the same here for game 2.
Well, I mean, what have we rounded out with? Rumble came in that last game. Maokai. Okay, Poltron being targeted there with that one by Polar Chair. Rich Dynasty up the red side. Aurelia. Talia, they're just sort of figuring out what they least want to play against.
Yeah.
Talia is going to be locked in.
Now, blue side first pick once again for Polar Chair. See what they want to go for. Nico, really strong first pick. The Nocturne left open this time round, so obviously was banned last game instead of that Maokai. Going to be an immediate pickup here for BBP on that Rumble. We saw how good he is at that champion yesterday.
They look to potentially deny something along the lines of the Kaiser away from the Nico pairing. I wouldn't have thought so. Torque instead, but I think they're going to be happily giving that over. With Vi available, I mean, you've got a lot of reliable setups. Xin Zhao, I mean, you look at your normal junglers, Wukong. Going to be available here for Polar Chair to pair with that Nico.
Now, going for the next round, yeah, the Wukong. Compare it with really anything. Annie's going to be the choice. Of course, for Rich Dynasty, this Corki is a flex pick, can go towards AD carry or that middle lane, so most likely we'll leave that open as they head into the second phase of the draft. Jungler would make sense to pick up here for Poltron. Again, the Nocturne is there, but otherwise the Vi is something that he's gone towards, and we have seen with the Rumble quite a lot in Tier 1 play.
Yeah, unfortunately, one of the strongest mid lane pairings for the Nocturne and the Orianna was played in that last game. So, loses out somewhat. I think the Vi or Xin Zhao for my money would have been the strongest two junglers for what they're showing already, and Vi is going to be hovered here.
Yep. We'll be locked in. Second phase of bans now coming through. Siva.
Pretty smart ban given that one of the natural counters to the Vi.
Absolutely. Now for Polar Chair. What will they look towards here as they look to ban out something? Most likely, I mean, supports. Strike, I mean, it's something they can ban considering they do have that Nico. Rel is going to be where they start with again. Gavin, very well known for his Rel. Renata, another champion that he is synonymous with.
Yeah. No, you got options. In terms of that lockdown, I mean, you could go your standard engage supports. I mean, Rel would have been phenomenal from what's being shown by Rich Dynasty, but they're just not going to get that, unfortunately. So you got to look something.
I mean,
Yeah,
intriguing.
I mean, it makes sense. Again, another pretty standard counter to the Vi.
Kind of. I think it doesn't make that much sense considering how hard of a lane and then even the Rumble, how hard those two champs make the game for Isaiah.
Absolutely, but I mean, May has been pretty capable.
That is true.
I mean, he's looked very, very good on the Zaya in it showing in that last series, and the Ricard as well. So they're just taking out both sides. It pairs incredibly well with the Vi. So that's the last thing you want Gavin to have.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, second phase of the draft, Renata. Hovered at least for now, and we'll be locked in. So Kaiser alongside the... Cannot be Nautilus.
Galio could be an option. Into the Rumble, does really, really well. And is really answer the Vi.
Yeah, it would be pretty decent.
I think you'd be foolish. Okay, I think that Galio would have gotten so much more value, but no.
I mean, we saw the last time Prey played this Mordekaiser. They certainly did win that game. And Aphelios, possible for Raze here. going to be a tough lane into the Kai'Sa and particularly the Nico.
Oh, they stick it out.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's very difficult to be the Renata into the Nico in general, just because you kind of want to be aggressive in that lane, right? And unfortunately, the Nico is just the queen of bottom lane. We're going to take a look at the replays from last game as we do get ready to load up into the Rift. And I mean, it all started here where Fido very nearly finds the solo kill.
Oh, you just think Electrocute, Cassiopeia probably would have got that kill. But then even had it even worse later stage of the game. Hey, again, Gavin on this Nautilus put in a lot of work to set Raze up. They did a lot to try and accelerate the spot lane.
Certainly did. And Raze did get very fed. I think maybe a potential avenue in. I mean, even here, right? They do manage to get that kill. Poltron responding in kind. And I think he was just... He had the belief that the burn was going to take down this Trundle, which it typically would if not for the Karma being there.
Scumbag support's ruining it. Oh, and the Sheen plays for Fido. He's dead at this point, unfortunately, in the replay. Again, Raze, hyper aggressive. Very nearly finds that, if not for Ignore on this Karma. Getting that root off. I mean, kind of an unsung hero this game. He sort of just sits there in the background, making sure that his teammates are shielded up and sets up those root plays. And again, just Fido denied once again because of Ignore. Can't do anything more. He does get his one kill, but that's about it.
Get there another one there. I mean, so much back and forward. It's a big, big fight here going the way of Rich Dynasty. Prey coming in, trying to turn it around, and does do so pretty successfully. I actually cannot believe
BBP.
how back and forward every single game has been, for the most part. There has been a few exceptions.
In the early game.
Yeah, for sure.
Oh, what a hook from Gavin.
Yeah, this almost...
Everything onto Prey.
Yeah, this almost secured the game for Rich Dynasty. And I think they honestly were in a position where, we'll see it very shortly, they could have probably and should have probably won if not for overfighting after taking the Baron. You see it here. This is exactly what I'm talking about. They have the Baron already. There's no need to fight. They got the objective. They lose Gavin. Eventually, they'll lose Baby Banana Peel as well. And while they still get 3 members with the Baron, it's 2 members that could have had it that don't.
Oh, he's so fast. Ravage plays around that petrifying
he's so good.
Baits it out from Fido. And then, yeah, BBP slams into yet another wall. And you watch this team fight here. So the Chains of Corruption lands onto Raze. It is singularly held to try and stop his progress throughout these last couple of team fights. He gets caught by the command shockwave, and it just completely ruins this incredibly fed Yunara's time. And we get, I think it's the next one as well up in the top lane. We see it yet again. So May is there, looking to cut off Poltron. In comes Raze, Chains of Corruption immediately back towards him to stop his progress forward. Boom. Can't move forward, can't contribute to the team fight at all.
Well, watch Fido. Fido does a really good job here. If he was just slightly stronger, it could have been a little bit different, but fortunately not.
And watch Fido again. He is about to disappear. He's up. 1, 2, 3. Walks himself into the middle. He's up for about 10 seconds, and then command shockwave hits. Boom. Dead.
It was an impressively fast death there after the shockwave does land.
I think he was dead longer than he was alive off that last respawn.
Yeah, very possibly. And, I mean, at least this game, you're not too worried about that. He's got himself a reasonably okay matchup there in the mid lane. So, I mean, taking a look at things here, the Corki into the Annie. The Annie's not going to suffer all that much, to be honest, in that matchup. But neither should the Corki. Corki has that safety as well when you're trying to avoid the ganks that could potentially come through. I mean, the Wukong Annie, very scary, but mainly for the team fights, lesser so the ganks. Of course, at level 6, yeah, the Wukong becomes a lot scarier. But I think Fido has a better champion for himself. It's also a champion he's played a lot of, so should feel very comfortable. Not to say he hasn't played a lot of Cassiopeia, but in general, not the easiest matchup into the Orianna. And despite that, he was doing very well, of course. But going into this game, a bit more of a traditional, what I expect out of Rich Dynasty draft, so it does look good for them, and I do think they have kind of the upper hand coming out of the draft phase. So we'll see where it ends up going, but certainly a better look.
Yeah, look, I think maybe a little bit of a deviation. The Galio possibly could have been more valuable. We'll see. We won't know until we hit the rift.
Absolutely. We're going to be loading into the game now. It's going to be coming up onto your screens. Game number 2. Polar Chair leading 1-0 on the blue side up against Rich Dynasty on the red. Having that side selection here. That is the side they've opted into. Interested to see once again this Mordekaiser. This time, instead of against the Cassante, which is a hard matchup, it's into the Rumble, which is a hard matchup.
Yeah.
Not because there's a massive
combat
counter.
Rumble though, so there is still an avenue for Prey to actually take these fights, which is a little bit concerning for BBP.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, if BBP has the overheat active, Prey will just melt. So, I mean, BBP very, very capable on the Rumble. He's going to know this matchup like the back of his hand.
Okay, so we've had the latest round of fun champion skins, you know, your box toy Corky. When do we get Whack-A-Mole Mordekaiser or Whack-A-Mole Poppy? Anyone. Just someone with a big wacky thing. It could be a Whack-A-Mole skin. It would work so well.
I don't know. I'm too tired to know.
Yeah, pretty much. Stun. Oh, Electrocute. Classic. If Corky does go pretty hard, though.
Conqueror there for Fido, though, so... Jovi, I think, actually trading a bit too heavily. Could have just taken the Electrocute proc and left it there. Would have been in a good position. Potion used from both of them. Of course, one extra there being the Doran's Ring start for Jovi.
Oh, abilities. And a Wukong Nico on the same draft again. Gross. Just clones. Clones galore.
Circle theory as well. Definitely going the way of Polar Chair.
I think Prey has technically the biggest circle in the game. Even though with the Death Realm, because it is just a big
probably.
circle.
I was just trying to think if there's anything bigger, but I don't think so. Unless you include Doombot Amumu ult.
Oh yeah, that thing is kind of gross.
Oh, Fido has to be careful. Being marched away from the minion wave. Great start to the lane so far for Jovi, but will just be a teleport and most likely answered as well by the Annie.
Yeah. You'd imagine so. Oh.
Oh, mannerless champs.
The shame of a refillable pot recall and teleport back to lane.
Yeah, it's not the worst. Eventually sell it for 60 gold. Beautiful.
Yeah. Return on investment for sure.
I mean, Jovi not having taken a recall yet and still trading well into that health bar is always going to bode well for him. Does have to be careful though. Poltron could look to punish the fact that he is so low on HP. Wave not in a very good state for him, that's for sure, as Raze playing aggressively. Handshake connects, a nice stun there, but Raze does get caught by the root from Nico as well. And forever down on this bottom side, it will be matched by Poltron. But Raze showing his proficiency here on the Aphelios. You see here, Ignore going to be first to the Scuttle Crab in these bot lanes. Forever's going to try to pull the trigger. The root lands. Ray's going to flash and cleanse away. But in comes Poltron. He's on the clone for the time being. There's another clone. There's so many clones. May trying to find the damage. Poltron's going to go down. That's going to be first blood. But the bailout. Oh my God, Forever, you absolute beast. This man could play as many games as you wish, and he's been so consistent throughout. But despite that, Fido able to find the solo kill mid.
Yeah, look, I think someone need to. I think we need to do a PC check on the Forever. I don't even think that it's his PC per se. I think he's just screen cheating. He's living in Rich Dynasty's walls at the moment.
That was such a good play. Making sure not to give over his life, takes Raze at the same time, and unfortunately Zovi being exceptionally greedy with his teleport eventually does pay the price. Sometimes if you don't find the recall at the right time, you are going to lose some minions. This time he continues to just stay in lane and Fido punishes him well. Both mid laners losing their flash, but only one of them picking up a kill. So it's a good answer back. It gives them some gold. It gives them a potential avenue of power. As Raze going to take more and more damage from this Nico.
It was a 50-50 and he picked the wrong one. The clones this game are really just going to be egregious. We even saw it in that last fight. Just 4. 2 Wukongs, 2 Nikos. It just clutches the screen.
It does, and Nico clone, just the most egregious in the game. Trading again in the mid lane.
97 a grand all time. Up in the top lane, it has just been a farm fest. It is the least fighting we've seen between top laners this tournament.
Yeah, so far. It's been an absolute brawl in that lane for the most part.
Oh my.
Jovi finds a reasonable trade back, but now Rocket Barrage going to be online. Both junglers in the area. Poltron's not going to spot out Forever being there. Now they will meet in the river. Ignore coming along with Forever. There is no response just yet out of the bot side. Gavin nowhere to be seen. Forever looking aggressively for this camp. Poltron does get the smite.
Looking for something, but the root does land.
A lot of damage.
Oh, Forever. That early Sheen pick up again, getting them some value.
Now do they look towards the dragon? Again, the theme of the day is these dragons are just winning the games. I think not really too much surprise. There has been a fairly consistent theme of League of Legends since the inception of the Dragon Soul.
Oh, back in the old days when all you got was 150 gold, and even then...
190, mate.
Whatever. It was a long time ago. Inflation.
It was. True.
Back in my day, lane start was boots and as many pots as you could stuff into your pockets.
Yeah, I think it was 4 from memory. And I remember instead of what we have now, you also used to have the occasion where it was the rejuve bead 9 pots instead of, you know, which is essentially the same, which is Fleet Footwork, Second Wind, Doran Shield.
Yeah. Or the ever so fun blue pot, which is just a non-effective thing.
True, the mana pot.
Or the Oracle's Elixir. Oh lord, so many items long gone.
Top lane, PvP doing a good job of finding himself a lead in terms of that CS. Definitely the least bloodthirsty that lane has been so far. Forever finds his way onto Fido. Fido does not have any way out, and he's just going to be claimed. Getting way, way too aggressive in the river. Had absolutely no business being there.
Forever reads the Valkyrie so cleanly too. So that is all pro gone mid. Prey can collapse on down. There should be all 3 grubs. Realistically, I don't think there is any chance that Poltron even steals the one. Unless he's willing to flash over and then Vault Breaker out, or vice versa.
Will be the 3 grubs. Dragon's still available. No Cyclone for the time being, so it could be an avenue in for Poltron to get something back for his team. As that combat power of the Wukong will be significantly lowered, and it does look like he's headed down there to do so. So again, while the grubs, yes, they're picked up here by Polar Chair. Again, I think we've had 1 game today that didn't go to Dragon Soul.
Yeah, for sure. Haven't had an Elder either.
Yeah, we've had the Elder spawn, but yeah, not actually had it collected.
I don't know if Chiefs has found themselves an Elder this year either, so...
I have no idea.
To see. Yeah, look, I think at this point we might be getting Toy Story 5 before we get an O's Elder Dragon.
Isn't the usual way you go about that saying Half-Life 3?
Well, Toy Story 5 is coming out halfway through next year, so I'm giving them the benefit of the doubt.
Scaling up into this game, the bottom lane, of course. As this game progresses, the Aphelios champion gets very, very strong, and while there is the tools to get to him, mostly it's reliant on flash in general, having that flash on the Nico or the Annie. But of course, Raze, if he loses his, he could be in a really rough position.
Or more than likely, Prey just walks up to him and takes him to the death realm.
Yeah, but I think that's something that Raze would win given the right guns.
Yeah, but it just means he's not in the fight for Polachek, and then
For sure.
I think pretty comfortably take the rest of it.
Yeah, it is just another good start to the game for Polar Chair. See if they're able to hold on to it this time.
The gentleman's agreement. Mordekai's a Rumble top lane.
It is the Rumble feeling better off it though, just having more CS.
Yeah.
We haven't really gone up there to watch much for good reason.
Because nothing's happening.
Yeah.
I don't think any of them have lost a single point of HP that wasn't to minions.
What's puzzling you, Kaiser?
The fact that this top lane is not doing anything. Oh, Death Realm!
Yeah. Top laners are now. And it's Forever that's going to be there to match. Poltron, he's coming up the river, but he's not going to be there in time. BBP trying to flash away, but he is going to go down. There's the one last Q.
A long arm from Wukong.
Yeah, the additional range you get from that Q. Fido takes a large chunk of damage, as the Tippers is going to be utilized by Jovi. And Forever, once again, as has been the theme of the day, getting himself very far ahead in that jungle. 3-0-1 at the moment.
I don't know how this dude keeps consistently finding those leads.
He's just
He does.
a very
It's so
impressive
criminal.
player.
He really is. Maybe he is the hero that Oasis needed all along.
Very possibly. Did fall to saving O's, of course. Today, not long ago.
Oh, not for lack of trying though.
That
My
is
lord.
true. That is
I
true.
think the main reason the series went to 5 games was largely off the back of his efforts.
Yeah. The wild arrows for the Kaiser this game. I mean, there is just so much AP. You're kind of forced into it. Kaiser and Wukong being the AD dealers and the rest AP. So
He's going to be building all that much magic resist though is the thing.
yeah, but any magic resist is really good against AP, right? So you just want to try and spread that profile a little bit more. Because still, ultimately, you know, Hex Drinker can come through for Poltron, and that is more than enough to deal with AP threats. And so Jovi and Prey will start having less effect against the Vi, and that's when the Kaiser and Wukong are going to have to step up. And, I mean, for the early game, of course, already Forever has stepped up, well and truly.
I can't believe that 12 and a half, it's 13 minutes and at 3-0-1 you're asking Forever for more. What
Well,
more
he's
can
got to
this
win
man
the
do?
game.
Yeah, he
So,
does.
I mean, if he
That's
goes,
crazy.
if he's, okay, I'm 3-0-1 and calls it a day here, I'm pretty sure they're going to lose, so.
Yeah. He's not playing Java in this game.
Not much really happening as a matter of
Herald's
fact.
a minute 40 away, Dragon's 30 seconds away.
Yeah, first of the game, of course, was claimed by Rich Dynasty. The game not too far out of check, but unfortunately 2k gold advantage at the 14-minute mark is a reasonable amount, as I heard a Pop Blossom going off, and I have heard Poltron going down in the kill feed. Fido is going to flash away.
That is wildly unfortunate. Yeah, Fido flashing as well, just to
Oh
avoid his
dear.
bonk.
Oh dear.
The Death Realm, and then of course Forever's there as well.
A rough position for Rich Dynasty. Raze, though, maybe that Bashing a Hope. Going to get himself very, very strong on this Aphelios if he's able to continuously find himself this gold. Unfortunately for him, though, the rest of the map somewhat falling apart.
Olacher have just done such a consistent job of shutting down their opponent's top lane to the extent that they are barely relevant.
Teleport coming in. This is Fido, stunned up immediately. Forever's there with the Cyclone, going to get stunned up. Gabin's going to go down, the Killer Instinct is there. Poltron doing what he can onto May, and it might just be enough as Raze flashes forward, finding a lot of damage, has the cleanse, gets the one for himself. That's a shutdown. Red-white now, as Raze trying to do what he can again, will find one more. Poltron claiming the credit for it, but Ignore not letting that Vi away. Can Poltron get himself the kill? Ignore putting down that clone, making things a little bit more annoying for the Pol. And unfortunately will fall as Forever now 6-0-2 on the Wukong. Raze goes psychotic in the middle of the fight, trying to find something for his team and does a pretty good job of doing so.
And the worst and most frustrating part of all of it, BBP's teleport only just came off cooldown. If he had been able to get down there to the fight, it was all but done. That equalizer would have been the difference maker. In a choke point like that would have been crazy.
Yeah, unfortunately.
6-0-2 on the Wukong.
Yeah. I mean, a massive gold lead now. 4.5k at 15.5 minutes is a ridiculously substantial amount. And I think to no one's surprise, the majority of it is sitting on Wukong.
Oh, look. 2.2k at 15 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, it's like you can't even really blame Poltron that much because this has just been the theme of the day for forever. This is just what we've come to expect now. If he's not up 2.5k gold, something weird's gone on.
Yeah, he's probably been subbed out, realistically. Oh, dear.
And that will be the feats of strength. They really, really love letting us know.
Oh, yeah. To be fair, I think in almost every game played today, Polar Chair has taken the feats of strength. I'm pretty sure just all of them.
I don't remember. I'm so deep into casting League of Legends today that I have absolutely no idea what's gone on so far.
What do you mean? 7 games deep is a lot? No.
And we're not even at the end. Top lane tower is going to fall. It was the bot lane that does go down first, though, and Raze gets some more gold for himself. Again, really looking towards him to be that difference maker. May taking a lot of damage, Fido. Great job on the Corki to be able to punish that health as much as he does. BBP actually teleporting out. Didn't need to. No one was looking for him at all.
Overcorrection.
This knocks up Gavin for good luck. Handshake does connect, though. Gavin took that personally. Trying to turn things around. Oh, no!
Oh, no!
Oh, no! They will be able to get it back. The bailout comes through and a shutdown going over to Fido. Unfortunately, though, Poltron unfortunately gets cake on his face.
Oh, the O special.
Oh, that happens way more than just an Oce. I'll let you know that.
It's the Apex special, really.
It happens way more than just an APAC, I'll tell you that.
Oh, Lord. It is a rough gig.
Bot lane tower is going to be taken out by Jovi. Get himself some more gold. Ray's working towards that Infinity Edge. Different build today than we saw out of Praedyth yesterday. Instead of going for the Collector, going for a more late game intensive build in that Yuntal Wild Arrows.
Yeah. I mean, it's a hard angle for looking. Trying to figure out where Rich Dynasty bring this one back. I mean, 280 carries often does present a pretty decent opportunity. Oh boy, that was almost another clone angle.
Now, vision control trying to be established around this dragon, which will be spawning in 1 minute. No other objective to speak of. The Artican not long after. But in terms of that wallet gap, certainly will be favouring Polar Chair as things stand. One good team fight. If they can find a nice isolated target, especially if it's a shutdown onto Ignore or onto Prey, things can switch up. I mean, it's pretty hard to get the shutdown on or a peck onto Prey because he can just ult someone.
They can't get away.
Why enough time for the team to arrive?
So that is the 2 items as well for Prey. Riftmaker into the Bloodletters. Is this the 3rd item Hex Plate? You'd almost imagine so.
Yeah, I mean, he did last game. I don't see why he wouldn't this game. There's no real difference.
Yeah.
I mean, there is, but
All
nothing that should change the
Oh.
ultimate. Says, unfortunately, Ignore's going to get locked up, but he's not going to be taken out. Everything going wide now as Prey flashes forward. Is going to be flashed away from by Poltron and still will go forever. Fido does get the Valkyrie back to his tower and should be relatively safe there as the Death Realm all but utilized for nothing. It will still be this dragon going the way of Polar Chair. You have to imagine after the back of every single ult, barring that Moonlight Vigil being used.
Yeah. I mean, his zoning tool even, it's pretty potent. Artican, the trade, it seems
Oh
like.
yeah, Prey no teleport. They're going to try and look to start it on spawn. They have the 280 carries. Are Polar Chair going to be aware of this? That doesn't look like it for the time being. They are maybe going to start hitting up there, but look how fast this goes down. 5 members on immediately. Artican going to be picked up here by Rich Dynasty. Absolutely nothing to answer. Chovy.
Take.
Chovy. No. This is going to be a clean take. So something found for Rich Dynasty. And a pretty important objective. Absolutely. Mid lane tower going to be picked up. See if they can get anything more. Doesn't seem like it.
Realistically, we needed to. Car, not the biggest of losses. Decent number of petals, though, going to be found there for Rich Dynasty.
Yeah, 38. That is a lot of combat power.
Oh, yeah.
A bunch of XP as well.
To the 9 that Polar Chair have.
And the pedals essentially doing not much but catching the side of Rich Dynasty up in XP, but that in itself is very important. Gavin really the only one that's not at the same pace of his counterpart now. So a really, really intelligent macro play coming through from Rich Dynasty. See if it...
2 bloodletters for Polar Chair. Seems like somewhat of an oversight.
Yeah, I think so too. Actually ahead in XP now, Fido. Definitely a fighting chance. 2 item power spike for this Corki. No objective to fight for the next 3 minutes though, so... I don't foresee anything major happening. I mean, our games today have been very bloody, but between these two teams, that bloodiness has tended to come from a little bit later on. Jovi going to be jumped on. The flash away gets himself clear of Fighter for the time being. As down will come. Ignore the Pop Blossom, the Killer Instinct. Poltron is going to walk away, but Fido flashes head first into the wall. He's taken out Raze. He is well and truly in the thick of things, as Forever will claim that name. It's a nice equalizer splitting off the team. Ignore will be taken out. It's a shutdown going the way of BBP. So they do at least answer back with 1, but both AD carries being taken out is a great look for Polar Chair.
Oh, that was so criminal from Jovi. Has the flash up and drags Poltron just halfway across the rift. Means that Vido cannot follow it with any significant damage. Oh, my lord. That's grim. That's very grim.
Rough look. Just pray. Headed back to that top lane. No towers to take, but just try and get some minions. Maybe even steal away Poltron's camp. Just for good measure, why not?
No, he's not playing. He might be one of these two teams at some point, but not right now.
Eagerly awaiting whoever may win this competition.
Forever's playing. I think why not getting get really.
Right. Looking for that 1v1 on a fight, or he is going to win it, but Poltron here to maybe answer back. A good sidestep away from that Vault Breaker. Now Poltron. Oh dear. Oh dear. That's a lot of damage coming through from the Mordekaiser as Poltron desperately running away. Won't be able to do so. Nowhere left to run. They're going to give that over to the Kaiser. I think falling apart a little bit here in game 2. Still, they're not out of it. Ray's not at that Infinity Edge yet, and likely nothing to be found for them until that does come through, and even then, it does feel like a little bit of a pipe dream as the current standings are concerned.
Absolutely. It should be IE finished. I mean, he was pretty much on the cusp of it anyway, so we'll just go home and finish that off. We'll be hitting a little bit harder now.
Joby looking for Gavin. Handshake does connect. Going to get that stun as well as the equalizer drop to try and clear away this wave, but it's not going to stop Polar Chair from taking out the tower.
Yeah, they're just losing what little assets they did have remaining.
Oh, hold up. Root does connect. That's a lot of damage. That's a lot, but the Moonlight Vigil not going to be in range. The heal and Proto Bout are able to create enough gap. What I was going to say is maybe we looked at this all the wrong way. Maybe that best of 5 was nothing but a warm-up for Polar Chair.
I don't know how much more warmed up you can get as Forever, who's consistently just starting the game in the first 15 minutes with a 4-0 kill score.
Runan's now online for May. Baron being hit. Getting taken down relatively low. Forever is going to be in the area though. Oh dear, he makes his way. A nice handshake, and he gets himself out. The Pop Blossom is massive from Ignore, and Ray's trying to get the reset, won't be able to do so. Fido does clean up one kill on the backside of things, but it was a dicey looking. Gavin saves the day with the handshake until Ignore rips their dreams apart.
4 for 2. Unfortunately, Fido just does not have the HP to stick around and try and threaten. So it's a slow take, but one that is going to be entirely uncontested.
Now the Baron in the back pocket, a 10k gold advantage, and game 2 victory on the horizon. Polar Chair, if this was following suit from what occurred in the last time these two teams went head to head, it would be a 3-0. They're certainly looking to get that 2-0 up. And Gavin, I mean, I don't know what more Gavin could have done there to try and save the day. Unfortunately, Nico just so powerful. And while Forever goes in, looks for that engage, does a great job of getting him out, bailing out the squad from that massive cyclone that could have come through. But this Nico champion is just so wholly unreal. Just unreal.
The 4-man Pop Blossom, just all the setup that Polar Chair could possibly need.
They luckily are able to at least get the one. Take down, mate.
Yeah, a bit of gold injected back into the hands of Fido off the shutdown, but I mean, realistically, the gold gap on the rest of the Rift is so egregious that it barely makes a dent.
For sure. Oh. Going to be able to take down this mid lane inhib tower. The inhib will fall as well. Most likely not long for the world is that bot lane either. Recall coming through now from BBP. Rejoining his team. I mean, the wallet gap's certainly there. I think this should realistically be the end of the game if Polar Chair are able to find that engage. They have the flash available here on the Annie. Poltron going forward onto Prey, but he's going to be one shot.
My God.
He's killed before he even gets the ultimate off. And now in a 4v5.
And then immediately falls dead to the ground. That's so rough. The damage output from Polar Chair at this stage in the game is beyond overwhelming.
And Jovi all the while has kept his ultimate up. I really think, I mean, Polar Chair should be able to look for the end here. Jovi has his ult available, Pop Blossom lands, but it's a Grace Onions from maybe Banana Peel. And down will go Ignore very quickly. May trying to find damage, but Raze is going to be able to claim him. That's 1, that's 2, that's 3, that's 4, and it's only Forever left. Triple kill going over to Raze, and that's the exact person you wanted in as Rich Dynasty have a fighting chance once again.
Oh boy, the overcommit in base, not respecting the damage threat. With Raze having space, and I mean, he's 2.5 items in Aphelios. That is a huge source of damage.
And while I said I think they can end, they need to look for the engage onto that main source of damage, but Raze stays completely untouched. The tower's there, the boy's there. That's a lot of gold back into this Aphelios' back pocket now. In fact, I wouldn't even be surprised if he gets an entire item off the back of the shutdowns. Pushes out the wave, gets himself a shutdown tower while he's at it.
Yeah, I mean, it's all but certainly Lord Dominic's finished.
Oh yeah, if not another item.
Yeah, I mean, what is the next angle? LDR.
I would imagine it's going to be something like the Phantom Dancer.
Yeah, so that is exactly it. He picks up the Zeal. So he is hitting insanely hard. LDR picked up, though, on the other side of things by May as well.
The unfortunate situation is, while now Raze is very, very strong, there are a lot of people that can get onto him.
Can we see how much that gold has swung off the back of that? Okay, so he's still technically behind.
Yeah, essentially even. 300 gold at this stage of the game, not all that much. Poltron going, oh dear. And that might just be the undoing. The Pop Blossom! Oh my god, Ignore! The follow-up not immediately there, but down goes Raze. And with the death of Raze, the hope for Rich Dynasty will fall alongside it. A double kill for May. Make that all 5. Actually, Poltron making his way out for the time being, trying to get these minions. It's 4 down as Poltron all that stands. But unfortunately, as 4 members strong of Polar Chair march down towards this Nexus, it will be game 2 going towards them.
Oh, what seemed like it was a defiant roar turns out was only a death rattle from Rich Dynasty. And off the back of that, the Dynasty might just be coming to an end, unfortunately.
Respawn's coming through, but I don't think they're going to be in time as the Nexus towers will fall. Poltron maybe trying to bide some time, but I think it's just going to add to the death tally as he does flash forward, trying to find that 1 kill, the Bale out there, not going to be able to do it. And that is game number 2, going to Polar Chair.
Oh, Lord. You'd think having done the exact same thing, not 5 or so minutes earlier, Poltron would remember that Wukong can do shenanigans like that. But no, he immediately sends it, sniffs the heels, and he says, yeah, that's got to be the real thing, right?
Yeah, unfortunate find, the ultimate going onto that Wukong clone, and the fight thereafter going to always look rough, but I mean, impossible fight as soon as Ignore finds that 4-man Pop Blossom, the second one he found during that game, and at the exact same location, mind you. So another great game by Polar Chair. They are now 2-0 up in the series. After their 7th game of the night, they're leading. They are 1 singular game away for the 2nd time tonight, or 3rd, I guess, if you include all of the last series, from making it to the finals to getting that rematch up against Saving Ice.
Oh, Lord. Could we be making up time? I don't know. I could not possibly hold my breath. We thought for sure Polar Chair were going to do it, but yeah, they didn't quite get it over the line last time, which is why we find ourselves here.
Absolutely. We are going to throw to a break once we're back. Game number 3. Can Rich Dynasty fight back? Can Poltron and the boys get it done? We'll see very shortly. Welcome back, everybody, for what could be the final time today as Polar Chair do lead the series 2-0 up against Rich Dynasty. But some experienced players on Rich Dynasty means that, yes, you're down 0-2, but certainly you are not out for the count. I mean, Raze as well, he's been popping off despite the positions his team has been in. I mean, back against the wall, picks up a triple kill and a fighting chance. Unfortunately, it falls at the next hurdle. But here in Game 3, you get a fresh start, back into the draft, new champions, new gold. Can they get it done?
Oh, no, shush. Shut up. This is the Forever Fan Club. We're here to get it done. I am all down for Polar Chair supremacy as we look to round out what is going to be the start of our 8th game tonight. This is just criminal. Aatrox and Besser is gone. It's almost 3 o'clock in the morning and we've got another best of 5 tonight. Technically tonight.
Possibly 3 more games. Oh, yeah.
Oh,
I guess 3 more games.
Shut your mouth. No, stop talking. You're done.
Oh, dear. Oh, dear. I am so tired. Gwen is going to be banned away from Prey. Actually goes back to the Talia. So, sticking with the same 3 bans again here, Rich Dynasty. Not allowing Jovi onto that Talia. Final ban now for Polar Chair. What will they choose to get rid of? Maokai again, so the Nocturne remains open. It's a champion that is exceptionally strong currently.
Yeah, but its natural pairing's gone. It does lessen some of that power. I mean, yeah, look, it's going to be very, very good. Zinzal, Voltron, going to be locked in immediately. I mean, Pantheon just should be the natural answer for Forever. He was so clean on it.
I'd be surprised if it wasn't what he goes for here. We'll see, though.
Oh, come on, just do it. Just do the thing.
There it
is. Shock horror.
Oh, dear. Oh, getting delusional here on the cast.
We're hitting that funky hour.
Oh, we're well past Witchcraft hour as well. Now, second pick.
This is that funky hour where your mid laner and solo queue locks in Hail of Blades Annie in the mid lane.
Possibly even Sheen Cassiopeia.
Oh,
Sivert was banned out last game. This time it is going to be picked up early on in the draft for Way. Rich Dynasty now get their next 2 picks heading into the second phase of bans. What will they round out the first stage with?
I'm sorry, both these teams are in. No one's picked up the Ivern jungle.
Unfortunately, I mean, I think even when the series ended up starting, for Gavin, whose birthday it was yesterday now, unfortunately not able to find the success here, but there is still 3 more games potential. Rich Dynasty are very far from out. Again, starting from anew, Raze has been performing very well for himself down in that bottom lane alongside Gavin.
Oh dear.
And the Victor for Fido.
Lane.
So what will the answer be?
Oh, I can't wait for Rich Dynasty to pick Jin bot lane.
Oh, I think Raze is taking matters into his own hands. He's picking the hyper carries. Rise, yeah, pretty natural response. Is a good lane for both of them, really. It's no one of these 2 mid laners should be massively winning.
Yeah, I mean, not quite the Talia combo, but at least it will offer some of the follow-up towards that Pantheon post 6.
Absolutely. Bans to come through now. Zaya going to be taken away from Raze.
Yeah,
Bard is the response, possibly.
Yeah, denying Desire and Rakan pairing is understandable. I mean, there are still plenty of options left in the bot lane.
Zeri. I mean...
Oh, I think this needs to be something egregious, honestly.
There goes
something
the Fiora.
Real dumb. Pick up the Draven.
Rel going to be picked up here for Ignore. Had some great ultimates there on the Nico. Can he do the same on the Rel? You'd have to imagine, yes.
No,
actually, he goes back towards...
Gone Brom.
Oh,
okay, no, he does go full circle.
Still 5 seconds left for him to lock in.
I think Rel is just going to get more value than either the Brom or the Leona.
AD carry
Oh, please, no.
AD carry and top laner now to come through for Raze.
I think Raze just needs to go stupid on it. Pick something wild. Lucian is not quite that to me at this stage.
Yeah, I mean, Lucian with a lot of playmaking potential, and with how well Raze has been playing as an individual here in this series, I don't hate to see him on it. Now, what is the pairing, well, at least what is the blind rather going to be for BBP? It is going to be his Gangplank. Great success on it yesterday. Hoping to replicate it now. So an answer to come through. Prey gets his counter pick. What is he going to look for himself? He's so far having a pretty good night for himself outside of that game 1 of the first series, which feels like a month ago. Camille, been asking for it all night, and we will finally get it. It's locked in. So we are going to get that Camille out of Prey at long last. It's going to be up against Baby Banana Peel on the Gangplank. 2 signature champions going head to head. Could be a series-defining matchup. Either way, of course, this Gangplank, one of the bonuses you have out of it is the ability to impact the map from anywhere. So while you do kind of get that out of Pantheon, the Gangplank offers it even more so. Doesn't matter where you are, that cannon barrage can come down. We saw it used to great effect yesterday for Rich Dynasty, certainly knowing how to utilize this Gangplank.
Yeah, look, it does give them somewhat of a match. Suddenly the Grand Skyfall comes in, that cannon barrage comes down, just slows the progress to Polar Chair a little bit. Yeah.
Yeah.
You'll forgive me, I am somewhat reclined. It's 3:15 in the morning, and this chair sucks. It's not my chair. My chair's too loud, so I can't use it during broadcasts. So, yeah.
Well, I'm also very tired, but I am eager to see this. I have been wanting to see Prey on the Camille for the entirety of the night. He is so good at these champions. It's why he just permanently lives at the top of the challenger ladder here in Oceania. So getting to see him on those champions is always going to be exciting. We do have the replays from last game ready, so let's go and have a look at those before we get into our third game of this series. This was the end of it.
Yeah, it was.
And that is the replay.
Oh, Lord. Please. Oh, we're going to do Poltron dirty? No, not yet, it seems. I mean, this is a really good shout-in from him. Comes in.
Oh, but watch Forever. Oh, it's just so good.
Not just that. Forever makes the play, denies any chance at Poltron getting that bailout off as well. It was just so good. Yeah, Forever waits for the Valkyrie to start up, catches it with the Cyclone. Oh, Prey. Every single time that Death Realm goes out, Forever is here to catch BBP on the exit.
He almost gets away. Not quite able to do so. This was a good looking for Rich Dynasty. Gavin able to land a handshake. Yeah. This one isn't going to be too detrimental. The bailout there to keep Gavin up and alive. Pop Blossom comes in straight away.
Yeah, Race just runs it straight to the middle of everyone. He was greeding a bit for Jovi there.
Unfortunately not able to find him. BBP cutting off the rest of the team means they do get that shutdown over onto Ignore. Oh, it's so beautiful. Fido luckily on the other side of things able to take down the kill onto Mei. Does lose them the Baron, however.
We get to see Poltron's other just complete whiff on the cease and desist. No, unfortunately, it just doesn't matter. I mean, this was a phenomenal shout back in from Raze.
Yeah,
so much space.
I didn't see it at the time, but what a hostile takeover from Gavin. That is essentially what allowed so much room for Raze. Lands across 3, if not 4 people, but oh dear. That right there was the final blow. Ignore finding his way in across the wall into a 4-man Pop Blossom. And while Poltron will be able to make his way out, everyone else falls.
And at this stage, it just didn't matter. Poltron was not going to be able to do anything in the face of 4 very, very strong members of Polar Chair. And I mean, you even saw it. It was a bit delayed coming out of the fountain there. He was just thinking about sitting and letting it roll.
Yeah. Unfortunately, that was the game. 2-0 is, of course, where we are in the series. It is match point that Polar Chair find themselves at. They got that in game 3 of last series and they weren't able to close it out. Now they are on the precipice of making it to those finals to get that rematch up against Saving O's tomorrow. for that spot internationally to go and compete against the other wildcard regions. And I honestly think, because I've been watching the other wildcard regions, I think OS will do relatively well against the majority of them. I'll be concerned against the PCS teams, I'll be entirely honest. I think DCG and Frank are honestly nearing on being one of the better teams, well, not the better teams, but certainly nearing on being comparable to the likes of DFM, SHG, and the Chiefs in the LCP. So I think those PCS teams will be a very big task to try and take down. But as to the other wildcard teams, I mean, I think OCE is on par, if not even slightly better.
Well, it's between Thailand and the Philippines at the moment. Inferno and Full Sense playing for that last spot in the wildcards tournament. So, I mean, look, both have looked incredibly good.
Yeah, for sure. And now we are into game for the 8th time tonight. 3rd time of the series. Polar Cheer.
Surely, please.
You don't want to be here till 5 a.m.?
No, because then I have to drive for 90 minutes just to get to the studio for tomorrow's grand finals.
Yeah, well, you get room crafting.
Maybe it'll be drive to the studio, have a sleep angle.
Oh. Apparently we're coming back to us.
Beauty. Yeah, so finish 5 a.m., 4 hours sleep takes us to 9 a.m., 90-minute drive that's at the studio at 10:30, sleep for the next 6 hours, and then we still have time to play some Arena.
Oh, I will not be playing Arena. I've got better things to do than do that. Maybe some Doom bots. Heavy fighting going on level 1 here as Ignore is going to be forced to use that flash to get away. Gavin only using the Ignite, so big win here at level 1 for Rich Dynasty.
Absolutely. Again, it's going to be forever. This, I think, going to be that linchpin. They do have the setup. In Jovi on that rise, once he does crack on levels 2 and 3, an early gank could be very detrimental to the likes of Fido.
Absolutely. Prey here on his Camille at long last. Up against BBP on the gangplank. Ignore, no flash. Taken out very early. Not exactly sure how that transpired, but losing out on that flash, costing the bot lane here of Polar Chair dearly.
Mate, had some decent damage though off the boomerang blade. Prey with his Camille. I mean, what is? We saw that Fiora versus Camille game, a 5k gold lead in that top lane. On a champion like Camille, a 5k lead could all but certainly be enough for Prey to solo carry this game.
We're very far from him having that kind of lead, and I think against Gangplank it's near on impossible.
Oh yeah, that dude is committing tax fraud. What's that? You get extra gold for last hitting minions with your Q and your barrels? Ah, lovely.
At least for now, Prey doing a great job here.
Can't remember who it was. Someone suggested adding ability draft to League of Legends. So you, instead of like you just get your champion and then you pick abilities. Could you imagine like a champion picking GPQ and Twisted Fate passive? Just the sheer econ.
Yeah. Yeah, that would be a bit ridiculous. Heavy trading going on mid. Fido! Oh, the level up. I don't think it was ever resulting in a kill unless Zovi was very confident flashing under a tower, but still. Oh, Prey manhandling this top lane.
To BBP's credit, he is keeping that CS lead as small as possible.
Jovi being looked upon
here.
Gank. Yeah, Poltron finds a way in, the flash away, but Poltron's going to be able to get that first blood. Actually, second blood. As Jovi being very greedy with the flash, not flashing away from that grand entrance, leads to a reasonably free kill. Being picked up there by Poltron. It does cost him his flash, but nonetheless, happy with the gold.
Oh boy. That was a great read from Gavin to come up.
Yeah.
Assisted the team.
Poltron in a pretty good position now. Unfortunately, Gavin being looked at does have the flash. A lot of damage coming back to him. We'll be able to get over that wall.
Right. I mean, again, just how under the pump BVP is looking. Very happy to just sort of sit here.
Playing that barrel mini game. Wins out that occasion.
Yeah.
I think both top laners going to be able to recall and get that Sheen. A very important pickup for the both of them.
Yeah. Definitely gives some more trading power to BVP. Being able to proc it off his skew.
Yeah, absolutely. Prey now hitting level 6, so Hextech Ultimatum going to be online.
Not a heck of a lot. Despite some early skirmishing going the way of Rich Dynasty. It's just sort of, again, posturing, saying it with your chest and... Okay, Jovi's not done. He's not had enough just yet.
Voltron in the area, but so is Forever. It's going to spot out where the Zinzao is and look aggressively onto him. So he does have to be careful. No flash for him. In comes absolutely everyone. Praise here. Feeder Warfare going to be claimed, however, by the side of Rich Dynasty. Poltron will be falling as Fido flashes away back to safety, but Prey gets himself a kill. A good find there by the side of Rich Dynasty, as they do now lead 3-0. Have themselves a reasonable gold lead, heading towards that 1K mark.
Yeah. Unfortunately, a slightly slower game for Forever starting this off. Does come in there, but it's not his usual 4-0 at, you know, sort of 8 minutes.
Yeah, not this time round. What a marathon cast. I don't think I've ever...
No, shush, because it's not done yet. That's the
Exactly.
thing.
We've got till 5 a.m. This is coming back to all 5.
I might be passenger princessing it up to Auckland. Let's have a nap in the car.
Passenger princessing on the cast. Might have to go chug down another energy drink.
That's alright, my mother-in-law's a nurse. I'll just get her to put an IV line in.
Heavy trading in all lanes, really. Oh, Gavin goes in. Grand Entrance lands, this time onto Forever. Jovi does land a stun as well, as Gavin getting very low, but with the Battle Dance gets himself out. A lot of damage coming through from that splash through the Rise. The culling there too. Trying to find a way in, and they will ignore right in the thick of things. As Jovi trying to find the kill onto Raze as the Boomerang Blades flying. And it will be a 2-for-1 going the way of Polar Chair. A little bit over-aggressive in the jungle. Importantly, though, Fido here on the Victor. Getting himself those stacks nice and early. 2 teleports coming up into the top side as Prey looking very aggressively. It will be Ignore matching him. Not really sure what he's doing. He's just here for the love of the sport. Oh, there you go. Grubs has spawned.
Yeah, it'll be Grubs, it'll be Vision Control, the classic duty of every support. I think that might be a pretty significant difference maker in this matchup. Gavin not running the Unsealed Spellbook isn't going to be able to get that teleport up at crucial times on the Rift. And because of that, Ignore is just here. It will be a straight trade. Dragon for Grubs, it would seem.
Looks like it will be. Again, I mean, time and time again, these Dragons have been more impactful, but giving over the 1 and trying to contest the 2nd if you are in a stronger position can generally be fine. We'll see if they're able to do so, because pretty consistently today that hasn't been the case. Now Ray's going for something a little interesting. Looks like the Kraken Slayer will be his choice of item here on the Lucian. Not typical out of that champion in general.
For sure.
Used to be. Obviously does apply it well with that passive of his. Can get a few of the Kraken rotations through. Oh, Rise Wave Clear is so therapeutic. Could put me to sleep, arguably.
Of all the champions in this game, to not get a Dunk Master skin, Rise is the most perplexing.
Hold up. Dunkmaster, you're talking about that. Camille and Pantheon might just be on that list as well as BBP uses those oranges, but there's not really anywhere he can go. And that's another kill going over to Prey now, 2-0 and 0.
Joby comes and attacks as the wave for his contributions.
Ultron's going to be up in that top side, able to answer the wave crashing, but still another win as Prey finds himself 2-0, working towards that Trinity Force. Raze does get himself some important gold off the back of these tower plates, though.
Joby literally rocking up to the top lane to say that he did his part. I mean, so far, yeah, decent build-up. I mean, it's equal in terms of gold, but you look at the champions that have that gold and suddenly the picture looks a little bit askew.
Absolutely. Jovi going to be able to stop that recall. Raze does dash away from a bit of damage, but still takes a reasonable amount on the back end anyway.
I mean, it's going to be interesting though, despite that 20 CS lead for Prey, I fear that it is a fraudulent lead, because I'm pretty sure GP's gold will be matching, given his passive. Actually, let's have a look at the numbers. Yeah, there you go. Oh no, okay, so he's still holding pretty decently. Obviously, BBP has not been finding much of the, proccing off that passive.
Yeah, unfortunately not. Prey going aggressively here. Does not have the Hextech ultimatum, but BBP does take a tower shot, and Prey's going to use that to look for that solo kill. One more auto attack might just do it, and there it is. Oh, BBP walks back, gets hit by the tower. At that stage, it is pretty much a done deal. He has the flash, but it could have just been matched anyway.
3-0. Oh dear. With a what will be 30 CS lead in just a moment.
Prey on the Camille. I mean, looking pretty good. You wonder why it wasn't picked up earlier in the night.
Because it was stolen away from him, so he picked the Fiora
Okay,
instead.
that was game 5. It could have been picked in any of the 4 before it. Poltron coming in, finds a nice knock up on the Jovi, but a lot of damage back. Forever finds even more there as he walks away.
Triforce is done. Ultron's still looking.
He's going to get stunned up. Ultron, unfortunately, having to use that ultimate as the round warp coming through for Jovi, trying to find his way into the teamfight. Ignore going to be able to take away Raze from this fight.
Oh, wow.
Will be going down almost certainly as Gavin tries to flash away. Ignore on 1 HP does get taken down by Poltron. 1 for 2. As a disengage will be coming through. It's a big win there for Rich Dynasty, but unfortunately for BBP, he's going to add to the death total. As Prey is absolutely running away with the top lane now. Trinity Force and the plated steel caps to just the components of the Trinity Force. I think there might be a massive hole in the sinking ship.
Yeah, unfortunately, EP may have scuttled at said ship. Oh my lord. 4-0 in lane, it's not forever this time. It's Prey.
Oh, he's been here before though, and need I remind you the result of the game? Although the most exciting of the night, for sure.
Only because the stakes are that I get to go to sleep. My hopes and dreams rest on the shoulders of Prey's Camille.
I'm here for the long run. Give me another 3.
Yeah, because you don't have to go anywhere afterwards. Oh dear.
Turret plating will fall soon.
Oh lord. Yeah,
I mean, Findo is very, very strong here on the Victor. Why are there just 2 challenger players in OS with almost the same name?
I mean, we've got Prey and Praydith, so
That's true.
there are a few of them. At least it's not Hans Sunday and Hans Summer in the LEC.
That's true. Anyway, as things stand, it's going to be a second dragon picked up here for Rich Dynasty. So that dragon stacking a valuable win con potentially. And Fido as well on this Victor. Getting a lot of those stacks, getting a lot of the upgrades based on his kill participation. 5 out of 6. This champion, while not that strong in the early stage, or rather the mid stage. Oh my lord. Because I think the feats of strength were completed.
Yeah. No?
Yeah, they were. 3 kills in a tower.
Yeah, but Rich Dynasty got the first 3 kills.
That is not true because the game was 4-1 in favor of Polar thingy. Polar
I
chair.
don't know. It's 3 a.m.
Wasn't it? Oh,
No,
I don't remember either.
I swear it was the first couple of kills going the way of Rich Dynasty.
Well, the sound was made, so someone got them.
I don't know, math's hard at 3 a.m.
Yeah. Oh, actually, no, that was just the tower going down sound. Yeah, no one's got them yet. That's crazy. But with Ray starting up this Rift Shield, it would be them claimed. Ignore it, trying to find a way in. Does drop that Ignite onto Poltron. You see Prey in the area, and he is very scary on this Camille. Not quite at the 2 items, but awfully close. Forever as well on this Pantheon. Can he find passage into the back line? Jovi's not going to be there, so it would be a 4v5 until he does channel away at that teleport. In will go Gavin, but in comes the collapse backwards. Prey's going to get taken down. Poltron claims it. The Rift Shield does get secured here by the side of Polar Cheer, rather. The team fight win. Triple kill even for Fido. The casting has taken a hit. The sleep deprivation has set in.
Oh, lordy. Fido, it might just be the win condition. I mean, it was a brilliant play from Rich Dynasty onto Prey. He could not play that team fight. CC'd into oblivion, thinks he can get over the wall, but Poltron follows him immediately.
Yeah,
All
they do get the Rift Shield.
Was find an angle onto Raze on the back line.
Take a look at the replay, I think. Oh yeah, here we go.
Yeah, you look at it. Prey's immediately jumped on by both Poltron and Gavin. Look at the damage that comes out instantaneously.
Identifying the target that needs to be taken out and doing so in a very prompt fashion. Of course, the fight was a 4v5 as well, so with Jovi coming really, really late to the fight, it was always going to be odds against him.
Well, that is an ambitious call from Fido. Magi's second item. He is 6-0 with those 3 assists to boot. So, I mean, look, he's very much in the realms where it is worth its weight.
Gonna pull the trigger on that Grand Skyfall. Gonna be able to get down onto BBP, who does have the oranges and will flash away. Definitely another point of targeting potentially, as he did lose that flash. Hextech Ultimatum gonna be up for the next time they look towards it. And Prey maybe even picking up himself another inner tower. And Blue Panda, this game is looking awfully reminiscent of Game 5 of the last series Polar Chair did play. Prey finds himself up 4-0, looks for the split pushing, will get himself another crash down onto this mid tower. Some great drifting.
Now just going to get it there with the wave prepped, so big value out of the Herald.
Now 2 towers, evens out that gold. Dragon spawning in just a minute. And it's going to be a dragon that ultimately Polar Chair are going to want to contest, being that there are 2-0 up. Jovi trying to run away from Poltron will be able to do so with that phase rush.
His rod as well. Just ticked over to 7 stacks. Almost finished up. Oh, forever. Yeah. What a dodge.
Forever, yeah, able to dodge away, taking a lot of damage, but in will come Ignore. Can May find damage on the backside, though he's trying to get those ricochets. He's not able to do so for now, as Ignore does get taken down very, very fast. Prey in the thick of things, but he's not going to be able to battle these two and has to immediately run away. Double kill for Fido, who finds himself 8-0 with 18 stacks on his Magi's. Only 18 minutes in.
Oh boy. If I had a buckaroo for every time a mid laner just scaled into oblivion this evening, I would be a very happy man and could go get myself a Big Mac combo.
Maybe after the series at 5 AM.
I'm not leaving the house at 5 AM.
Not in Hamilton.
No. It's not worth the risk. That plus the nearest McDonald's is shut down for renovation, so definitely not worth.
Dragon up now. Obviously the fight is very much going in favour of Rich Dynasty of the recent times. Nice stun landing onto Poltron. Bit of damage on the backside as well. Prey, can he find a nice avenue in? It's going to be difficult. There's a lot of damage coming through, especially Fido here on the Victor has completed himself up that Horizon focus now. Prey's going to get that priority over that mid wave. And unfortunately, Forever now down a substantial amount of XP across the map. Poltron pulling the trigger there, trying to find his way onto Jovi. Jovi is trying to run away. Prey comes in the backside, is going to be able to maybe lock down Poltron. No, not able to do so. There's a lot of CC coming through, and will come Ignore. So much damage. Gavin on 1 HP, jumps straight back in, does get taken out. As Fido running for his life, can Forever get it? Yes, he can. Big shutdown for him on the Pantheon, but still the fight. Going for a 3-for-3. Fido taken out, though. Going to lose the majority of those Magi stacks. And the Dragon going to be looked upon by Raze possibly, but it chooses rather to head towards the bot lane and push out that wave.
Just stalls things out again. Do you think is what you want for Volachair to extend this game just that little bit? Allow the Sivir and Rise to become those absolute beasts that they can.
Yeah, but already, as we take a look at the replay, I mean, it was a hectic fight. Poltron, he's very low. He finds his way in. Prey gets onto him. The flash over the wall means Prey can't finish the job, though. And he comes straight back in, able to secure that kill. Ignore, alongside Forever, finds so much room in this fight. Looked like Fido might even be able to live, but just one quick Q out of this Pantheon does eventually take him out. Back to life, though. Prey taking down this bot lane tower. It's going to be more gold onto this Camille, who is very, very far ahead. Poltron takes a bunch of damage. Crash down, going the wrong direction as the Grand Entrance going to lock him up. That's going to be a quick, swift kill as this Chaos Storm can scale up with Fido, does get it down. Ignore goes down as well. That's 2 kills going the way of Rich Dynasty, as Poltron continuing to succeed and find these amazing engages onto the right members alongside Gavin.
How did we just have back-to-back fights in that same part of the jungle? Oh, Volachair not learning, but Prey comes in. Just going to be able to finish off this tier 2. Look to get himself out, of course, but Anakan going to be the answer. I think every single tower so far has been taken by Prey for Volachair.
Yeah, so far. He's exceedingly wealthy on the Camille, as this is going to be soul point of the Cloud Soul as well for Rich Dynasty. And this game is just so ridiculously similar to Game 5 of our last series. But instead of the Fiora, it's the Camille.
I mean, it's only about a 300 gold lead. But one team is primed and ready for that soul.
Yeah, the Anakan as well is going to add a lot of bonus gold worth of stats that you don't get to see through the gold graph. Taking a look at the gold, I mean, it's a 4k gold advantage in the mid lane alone, and it's nearly matched in the top lane for the other side, and that is why we see such it's close gold affair. 80 carries reasonably similar as well. Of course, Sivir will scale.
They're pretty drastically different. Fido is going to be impacting the team fight overall, whereas a lot of Prey's damage is single target.
Absolutely. We'll see what he turns this Tunneler pickaxe into. Does he go for the Steeraxe, a more team fight orientated build, or the Hullbreaker, which of course is not?
I don't know, given how much time he's had at these side lanes and on those towers. I mean, this is feeling very, very similar to that last game of the first series of the night.
Yeah.
You might even be looking for an angle onto that inhib tower.
It feels like it almost direct replication. Just the different champion. Poltron going to get taken down very low. Zovi, can he find the stun? Yeah, that's the ultimate. That's a big loss. Recall's going to have to come through now.
Ready to stop the recalls. Potentially get Prey an angle in, but the TP's coming through.
Yeah, ultimate utilized here by Forever. Not going to find much value at all.
On the hunt as well as that Grand Skyfall. So they were looking to stop the recalls. Unfortunately, a little too late.
Yeah, and with Fido teleporting down too, this wave's always going to get cleared. The Victor going to be perfectly fine at taking down these minion waves in very quick fashion. That's another big difference between the two comps that we saw in Game 5 with the Ahri. Not quite the wave clear of Victor. Still decent, but...
Same, but different. And BBP now has the 2 items, so there's going to be not quite closing the gap, but at least finding some value across the rip.
And Prey recalling, most likely will have that third item. We'll see what he does go towards. The Steerax would make a bit of sense, but so would the Hull Breaker. Does go for the Hull Breaker. So very much leaning into the split push here on the Camille, and I think wisely so, considering how these fights have gone. And you take a look at the team comp as well. With the Rise and the Sivir, there is a lot of wave clear available. Not the most amount of poke, though, and as this Baron does spawn, an opportunity for the side of Rich Dynasty to pull the trigger on that objective. Prey very far away from any sort of a structure down the bot side as well. So they are going to start up the Baron. It's going to be spotted out.
TP's there, and there is a control ward in the tri-rush.
Gavin,
PvP,
not
the
quite.
only one that can match him at the moment as well.
Yeah, coming down to do so. I mean, I would be worried to be BBP under a tower, though. Has a bit of wave clear. We'll see if he has to use the cannon barrage on it, because that Hullbreaker up cannon minion does take a lot to chew through. Prey choosing the fog. Doesn't necessarily know where everyone is, so not feeling confident enough to really play hyper aggressive. It's going to back off once again after pushing out that wave.
I mean, this game is beginning to feel somewhat like a bit of a Mexican standoff, a situation where no team can really do much of anything without walking away unscathed. They are just going to lose somewhere.
Yeah, I mean, the big bonus that you have on the side of Rich Dynasty is you do have this Cloud Soul win condition spawning now in 35 more seconds, and they are just the stronger team composition when it comes to that 5v5. You see just how strong this Victor is. Fido, 20 stacks on the Magi's, 10, 1, and 5. He finds himself as Raze, still only on the 2 items, but that is matched by Mei. So in terms of those 80 carries, no big discrepancy either way. But as things stand, maybe even allowing an opportunity to look for someone to solo away at that dragon while they prevent any attempts at the Baron. Prey will now reach the top lane inhibitor tower. Instead turns around. They are going to pull the trigger on the Baron, it seems. It's going to be giving over the Cloud Soul. There's nothing they can do to stop that. You see it there. Fido doesn't have teleport, so can't join the team immediately, but starting up on the Baron now. Other side of Polar Chair. Gavin and Poltron in the area looking to try and stop them. That's the Cloud Soul going over. Now Gavin on the Rakan has so much additional power. Cannon Barrage goes down. Baby Banana Peel now in the fray of things. Mei getting taken so low. The barrel will not land. The smite, however, will. So much damage coming down. Oh, and it's all coming on the Polar Chair. They're able to take the 2 kills. The culling coming through. Raze so fast. Prey's going to get taken out. Only Forever left up and available as the teleports will come through. Can he get himself out? He does have the Baron to try and stop any attempts on the Nexus. Doesn't have the E for now. Will have it eventually. And the movement speed. Oh my lord. No flash. He will be going down almost certainly as Raze with the Cloud Soul does have the movement speed. And Blue Panda, I think we're going to a game 4.
Oh, we are. And the crazy thing is, Forever probably gets out there if he just immediately Grand Sky falls back into his own base, but even then, I just don't think it's enough where they keep themselves in that game. Fido is just such a force. The entirety of Rich Dynasty is ramped up. There is a good chance that RD are on for the reverse sweep.
Absolutely, a great start. Gavin and Poltron having a great time finding these team fights, and Fido able to capitalize on them just so well there on the Victor. Picking up so many kills, getting those upgrades so quickly, which is where the Victor does find strength. If he does get those upgrades online very early, then he does become a very strong champion, and that's exactly what we saw here. So well played by Rich Dynasty. They're going to take us to a game 4. They're going to keep fighting for their lives here in the OPQ.
Oh boy, I mean, you wouldn't want it any other way. Yeah, look, it's going to be a long day for us, but we can manage. Caffeine is a very helpful tool in the world of casters and esports and all the rest of it. But that was a brilliant game from Rich Dynasty. It's exactly what you want to see at this stage.
Yeah, absolutely. Now we are going to go to a break. I don't have any fancy send-off, so we'll see you very shortly. Welcome back for the 9th time today. Sorry, it's just an hour. We are in draft. Let's go to that. Get us off the screen, please.
Boom, mic drop. Smash cut to draft.
Oh dear. Abessa shit go once again. I think to no one's surprise at this point, it has been the same thing as has followed throughout the entirety of the night. I mean, the Ambessa, interestingly enough, from Polachia, has not made its way through a draft once.
And the Nidalee Aatrox the same, although usually it's Nidalee first, then the Aatrox.
They're really spicing it
dear.
up.
Oh, misfortune! We're really going off script.
Yeah, I guess just taking away some of those stronger AD picks, especially in that laning phase. Maybe trying to tempt them into a Jhin, realizing that mind control could get them the win.
But I'm missing the center bot lane. It's been so much interesting to watch in the LCP. But we don't get it. Thalia banned as well.
Yeah, so same 3 bans for Rich Dynasty throughout the entirety of the night. As Polachia now get to take their first pick. Side selection for them. They chose the blue side once again.
Oh lord, this is just going to be absurdity. Oh,
Yeah.
I mean, game 4. There's still, again, you're not suffering all that greatly. There's still a number of champions. Maokai.
So they take the Maokai. Last draft, they banned away from Boltron. This time, taking it themselves.
Oh, it better be paired with something fun. Sejuani, the response from Voltron and Tristana.
Yeah, could go mid, could go AD carry. Again, I mean, Fido, really good at these AD carry mid laners. We saw it on the Corki. Unfortunately, did fall in that game, but not really due to him. And there's the Oceanic.
That was the angle. Yone Maokai, very strong combo. You almost imagine this is going to be the Tristana mid lane to try and match into the Yone.
Yeah, I would imagine so too. Although you kind of do like to have these melee mids with the Sejuani. It's not a necessity. Yeah. Now Zig's going to come through in that bottom lane for Polachia.
Unless it's Yone top lane.
Oh yeah, who knows? Actually, I'm not going to count it out.
Zone currently.
I refuse to count out anything at this point.
Until they pick Jhin. Oh, the Fiora. Oh,
yeah.
You don't ban it, just pick it instead.
So, Baby Banana Peel. I mean, he hasn't locked it in yet. I doubt it gets locked in. We'll see. Hovering it for a long time. And there we go. Okay. It is the Leona for Gavin. Going to be locked in. A lot of CC coming through for the side of Rich Dynasty as we head to the second phase of the bans. Maybe looking towards some top laners.
Yeah.
I'd say the... Okay.
Alistar, I was thinking in terms of engaged supports that are left, Alistar most notably, so it is going to be, I think, more than likely banned away here from Polachia.
Yeah, I don't see why not. So it is going to be banned. 2 more bans to come through for Polachia, of course. I don't really know what they look to ban. Mid laners would stand out as the main priority. Whether they look for something like an Akali, I'm not even sure necessarily if Fido plays it, but it could also be the Tristana going mid.
I think they're inclined to believe. It is crazy to me that not only is this our ninth game, but Polachia's ninth game.
Yeah. And the Fiora. Now, Gwen is still available in this game.
Has Sion been played this series? I don't believe it has.
Yes, Baby Banana Peel played it in game 1.
Cassante has not been played.
This is true. Neither has Ornn.
Yeah. Honourable tank top lane slap by. Oh, Jax had neither.
Okay.
When is going to be available?
Yeah, I'd argue this Jax ban leaning towards wanting to pick up the Gwen would be what I assume.
Okay, Silas.
Silas.
Gonna be locked in.
Yeah, good old in that Maokai ultimate for him. Nothing else really just yet, but the Gwen almost certain to be picked up here. The Jackson Renekton lean you to believe that. So Prey more than likely going to be locking this one in for himself. So far, it's a pretty good Gwen game, realistically. Although maybe looking towards the Braum. Braum Ziggs, not a lane combination I typically think of.
No, but it could be Ziggs mid, Yone top lane, and this could
Possibly.
be an AD carry.
Nah.
Okay.
Yeah, I think this
don't
makes
know how much
sense.
value you're getting out of the Braum with the Ziggs pairing.
Well, in the lane, it's not going to be that amazing, but admittedly, it is Braum into 3 melee champions, right? And even Jace a pseudo melee champion. Tristana also kind of likes to get into the thick of things. So it is a good high-value Braum game. Just not particularly when it comes to the laning phase of this game.
Not the most synergy. I mean, look, you do get the slow off. The satchel then makes it a little bit harder. I mean, there is kill threat. Not a huge amount of it, but there is some.
Yeah,
I
pretty
think
low.
realistically, it's going to be just a bit of poke, and then for the most part, just a trade.
Yeah.
Those CS in the bot lane.
Yeah, I'd say a bit of CS trading, and I mean, Razor's going to quite enjoy that. Again, he's been playing relatively well this series. Last game, of course, it was Fido that was the massive leading charge behind their victory, alongside Poltron and Gabin with their engages. But this time, Gwen into the Jace. It's going to be a little bit easier than the Jaxes in general. And if this Gwen ever gets ahead, this game could just be over. It's such a good game for Gwen.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
That's us.
There is still one more potential game after this, which is the craziest bit of it all.
Yeah, a bit of a marathon in terms of the League of Legends. Now, we do have replays ready for you for the last game, so let's take a look at those. It all starts off here as Ovi just a little bit greedy with the flash. I mean, ultimately could have flashed away earlier, would have been able to survive, but gets knocked up, able to get that W mark onto him was Poltron and flash to follow.
I mean, the Gavin value of this game was just crazy.
Yeah, very much so.
He just did so much, and yeah, ignore, just sent right into the middle of it. Helps slow things down a little bit as well on top of all that they're doing. So, I mean again, they're still finding value. PvP was just hard targeted out of this game for the longest time, and it just didn't matter. Again, much like that Fiora game for Prey, it just did not matter.
Yeah, I mean, both games, at least for how I saw them, was, okay, Prey is really far ahead. If we don't do anything, we probably win, and then we keep fighting and keep losing the fights. And unfortunately, so much gold going over to those strong team fighting champions and name Fido on the victor did mean that the game was just so much harder to play than it necessarily needed to be. But ultimately, that does come down to good capitalization from Rich Dynasty as they keep their hopes alive to going and representing the region internationally up against the other wildcard regions and the PCS.
Yeah. Those guys are going to be... Oh, jeez. Could you imagine having to run the full gambit of this stage of the bracket? Hold it here, go 5 games in the upper bracket final. There's the potential they go 5 games here. Just to make it back into the grand finals. To go 5 games again, to then have to do it all over again in October.
It would be quite the gauntlet to run.
I think you'd just be glad that you wouldn't have to play again until October.
Yeah.
Oh,
I'm sure they will. The hard thing, I mean, for them is, so after this game, if they do fall, what champs really are available? The fact we are now seeing Forever...
Senna.
Yeah. I wasn't really thinking 80 carries. There's always 80 carries available. I mean, ultimately, the Caitlyn still hasn't been picked. But
I mean, look, there's champions for sure, but yeah, a lot of weakness now. You're hitting your reserve bench pretty hard. We're going 3rd, 4th string players.
yeah, for sure. The Azir's still there, and I mean, while...
Viego, I mean, there's still those champions that have been strong historically.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it does absolutely is a very interesting situation we find ourselves in, right? This is the second time today that we've been at a Game 4, a possible Game 5 on the horizon if Rich Dynasty are able to play as they did last game. And it's just, I mean, I know that I am exhausted. I'm sure you are as well, and I can only imagine how Polar Chair are feeling after what was, I mean, they were one mechanical outplay away from being in the grand finals and having saving Oce in this position. Unfortunately, they fall, and now they're here, and now, oh no, we've lost Game 3, heading into Game 4 with a very strong team composition they're going up for. I do not envy them.
Yeah, not at all. I mean, it's crazy. The amount of League of Legends we've cast today, not just thinking of the 2025 season, I'm pretty sure you alone have cast the most games of League of Legends in Riot tournaments this year.
Yeah, possibly. I mean, every single game in the LCP will help you do that, but I'm not sure. I'm not going to go and count. Either way, I mean, I'm so happy to be here for Oceanian games. It's unfortunate that it is at 4 a.m., but nonetheless, at least they're getting them.
20 minutes. At the 20-minute mark, we'll be at 4 a.m.
Oh, fair enough. But I do believe we are in game. Unfortunately, there is a pause. I can see it here on my little monitor to my right. Hopefully that does get resolved. But it does mean once we do eventually actually get into game, we're going to have that cool little pause bug where it freezes for a little bit.
Yeah. Just act like everything's normal. But,
the game?
Yeah, you're joking.
The voices in my head are talking to me, and they're saying this game is getting remade. Can we run replays again, please? I need to be off the screen. I am not fit for public consumption right now.
That is a game loss, and this one will just be the final one. Whoever wins takes it.
Oh,
Red
dear.
card.
Nice. Get the replay. Doing a Polar Chair a little bit dirty. We're going for the only game they lost, but nonetheless, it was an entertaining game. I'm going to keep a keen eye on my right-hand side here to see when this game gets started up again. We might need to run the Game 2 replay after this, I feel, production.
1 sec, I'm just reclining so that, I don't pass away in the seat.
Mate, we've got another game to go.
Oh, don't you. Shush. Shut your mouth.
Oh, we do. Oh, here we go.
Oh, look at Forever back in his prime. His fall off between games 3 and 4, games 2 and 3 needs to be researched, I think. Oh, look at him go. Just beating that Rumble to death.
Oh, man. I cannot believe the position I find myself in. And Poltron, unfortunately.
Rich Dynasty finds themselves in. I mean, the question has to be asked, though. Doombots, what's your strategy? Bastion?
Me? For the Doombots, what have I been playing? The most success I found was Briar.
Okay.
Yeah, Briar.
I've seen a few people doing it.
Yeah, I played, what was it? To be honest, like, every game I win in the Veigar mode, I tend to have a Darius on my team, and that champ ends up just doing triple everyone else's damage. So it seems like Darius is the best champion in League of Legends in that mode. But I don't know if that was just luck of the draw or what, but apparently it just absolutely dominates.
Yeah, like, I haven't quite made it to Veigar mode, because every random fill team I get is just the Goon squad, who's so busy in their lane that they ignore the
event,
the little events that Veigar runs.
I hate the King of the Hill event. I've won that in the Veigar mode. I've won that event one singular time. It is so hard.
No, I hate the defend your mid lane tower shield because my at the point 7-1 top laner decided that it was more important for him to go 1-1 fighting the 2 top laners than come and help.
Yeah, it happens. It happens. I remember I played one game where I wanted to play Viego so I could steal their abilities, and I didn't even get a reset the whole game. I just died on repeat.
Funnily enough, the champion that just sat top lane was Viego.
Oh, there you go.
Useless. Oh,
Now-
Fido. He was so close to getting that kill too.
Do we have any update production? Any update?
Well, we're game 4. There you go. Here's your update.
Huh?
We're on game 4. That's the only update I
Oh.
can give you.
Well, production also has no update. I've got a black screen to my right, unfortunately.
It's crazy that our production guy started this broadcast on his birthday. And this is how he spent his evening.
Yeah. Oh, what better place to spend it with the lads?
He could have been in bed by midnight.
He is not. Oh! I have action. I have a client loading up to my right.
Am I right? I have the chair that my feet are up on. And a bottle of water. Remember to hydrate. Water is important.
Okay. Voice in my head have told me there was a rune bug, which caused us to remake.
Hail of blades.
Which often, in my
Everywhere.
experience, means someone forgot to do their runes.
Absolutely.
Possibly not, but also possibly so. Looks like the lobby is now loaded up.
It was the Hail of Blades Oceanic. Just costing the team.
Was it actually?
No, I have no idea.
Oh, I
was
didn't
not
see either.
paying that much attention.
Oh dear. Oh, we're in Champ Select. I can see it. Let's hope they speedrun this.
Only for the same dude to mess his runes up again.
Oh, but then we're going to get the spectator delay. Oh, it's just a nightmare. That's fine. Maybe we'll start playing some replays from the first series as well. The one good thing that I find is that our top 3 teams are also evenly matched. You know, that means the quality of practice they get is going to be somewhat meaningful.
I see we are really just elbows deep in the pit looking for something to call the good thing.
Well, it is. It means when you
It
go
is, yeah.
go elsewhere.
Oh, BBP into the wall.
If he was able to get anywhere but into a wall, I would have been mighty impressed.
Yeah,
In that
going
scenario.
from flashing face first into a wall and then ultimate sending into a wall.
All right, the picks are coming through.
It really should not take longer than like a minute.
Sounds good to me. Game 5 replays after this, everyone. The draft is getting through. Don't you worry, we are headed back into the game. Oh, this
The
was
draft's
such...
not over already. It's just criminal. Like, you know what you're picking. Like, we've done the draft part. You're just doing the draft part a second time.
Yeah, 2.0. Yeah, Alistair banned. Making our way through.
How does it require this much complex thought? You already know what's going on.
I'm just eagerly waiting the game, man.
Oh. Every time it transitions, like, oh, we're in the game. No, we're not. The game is not real.
Look, I'll keep
game is a lie.
giving you updates. Don't you worry. 20 seconds
Oh.
left for enemy team or blue side pick. There's the Braum. All right, nice. All right,
Oh,
blue
the
side have
play
all
game.
5 of their champs locked in, and red side do as well. Now we'll just swap between them. 57 seconds until we get the spectator delay timer.
Oh, joy.
Oh, it's been a long, long night, and the descent into chaos is well
The
and
night
truly
is dark
upon
and
us.
full of terrors, most of it being player coordination. From the tournament organizer's perspective.
Oh, honestly, this game 5, it felt like such a climactic ending until we had the second series.
Yeah. The epic build up to a game 5, only they have to run it back to another epic build up to a game 5.
Yeah. I'm losing it over here. 9 games of League of Legends. Boy, oh boy.
Oh, dear. Oh.
I think very few people have had to do this.
I reckon we just ARM it for if we go to another game 5.
Go back to the go back to the OGN days, and we'll just do blind pick.
Oh please, that could actually no. I think that would just be chaos.
Yeah, I mean, with the quality of what we're saying, it's already chaos. We've already well and truly arrived at that. 2 minutes left on the spectator delay.
Oh,
we are
only
getting
2
there.
minutes to fill. Fantastic. Absolutely brilliant. I'm so glad that this is what I'm doing with my Sunday morning. Oh.
Oh, I'm losing it. Whew.
The only saving grace that I can take away from this is at least I'm not a New Zealand Warriors fan, because that was a rough night for them too.
Oh, dear.
You can't fumble a forward pass in League of Legends, thank goodness.
Oh, no. Oh, poor Prey. Jose again, clutching up. I don't know, I've talked about this clip like
Actually,
4 times.
Maybe that's the League of Legends equivalent of a forward pass, just getting the parry off time with the charm.
Yeah, very possibly.
Oh, actually talking about sport, I'm just so glad we don't have to worry about TMOs in League of Legends. Could you imagine? Oh, please no. If you can't tell, I'm losing my mind ranting, walking around the room.
Oh my goodness gracious me. Oh, production scenes are coming to us.
This is just my state of being. I'm so done. Get us in the game. Oh my god. Bye.
Oh, I'm in tears. I'm in tears.
This is what Oceanic League Legends introduced me to. All because some dude got the wrong runes. And we had to remake the lobbies.
Oh no! Oh, this is so unreal. Oh, I'm like in tears, man. I'm in tears.
There's a very good reason why you don't see back-to-back best of fives in League of Legends.
I don't even know what you're saying. Oh dear. Oh. I'm about to be casting League of Legends at 5 AM.
Oh dear.
Oh my lord. The loading screen is up. Ladies and gentlemen, we're arriving at game 4. Oh dear.
Oh, centering. I'm just centering. Willing myself back into a caster's mindset.
Just take the Garm strat. Close the eyes, mate. Get zen.
Yeah, I might fall asleep. That's the only Once we're in the game, that's what I'm getting. I'm not even going to bother. I'm just staying here, preserving the energy.
Oh dear. Oh dearie, dearie me. Oh, come on, man. We can't be stuck on the loading screen for this long. This is the longest one we've had all night as well. Oh dear. I mean, what have we got here? Let's see. Make sure the runes are correct. Poltron has phase rush. I hope he does not pause this game and ask for a remake. If that happens, just say no. Please just say no.
Ultron has phase rush. I mean, look.
It's fine. It's a good Sejuani rune.
We've seen Unsealed Spellbook on Sejuani, so at this stage, anything really goes.
Yeah,
How
true.
are we not in the game yet?
We're still in... Oh!
Oh, thank goodness.
No, we're not. No, we're the exact screen that I can see.
No, but now I can get up without looking like an idiot.
Oh, no.
Oh, no. I'm going back to the floor.
Oh, no.
All sense of decorum has been lost.
Oh no, not back to me. Oh dear.
Oh.
Yeah, replays, please. Yeah.
I think we've seen all the replays.
Oh no.
Yeah, no, get them on screen. Replays. I want to see BBP flash into a wall again.
Oh. No one else can hear it, but production is also losing his mind.
At this point, I could go for a lap around my house and still come back before we're in game.
Yeah. that sounds like a pretty good
Oh,
idea.
I can't wait for a 30-second break because all of a sudden everything's going to start working again. It's lovely.
Yeah, I think all right. Production has suggested a break. I think that might be good to
The only break
Calm
we're getting is
down.
a mental one.
we'll go to a break. Oh, wait a second.
Told you.
Is this real news?
No, it's fake news.
Apparently
There is
we're
no
in.
game.
Apparently we have made it in. I don't mean to alarm anyone. I mean, all I
Somehow
can see
they
is a
would have managed
client.
to load into TFT. Maybe that's what we do. We just have two separate games of Doombots going, and the team that does the best wins.
Oh. I just want to get into this game.
I can only imagine what my poor partner is thinking, having probably been woken up due to my mental breakdown.
Oh, we are in game. All right, get the game on the screen. We've made it. Runes look normal. This is a good sign.
Ish.
Oh
Oh.
dear. Tovi gonna be losing his flash level 1.
How are we meant to come back from that? I don't know.
Now, a few little battles going on early game here. I mean, last game as well. Much the same result. It was Gavin finding the flash away from Ignore. This time Zovi losing his.
Serves him right. Ping's going down onto a summoner there. I think they are letting the rest of the team know that Zobi doesn't have flash.
Oh dear.
Well, League of Legends. And this is about to be the most boring non-game of all time.
No. There's going to be
This
battling.
is going to be a Garm CFO 30-minute nothing burger and then the game ends. Oh no.
No. We've got cool champs like Yon, Maokai, Sejuani, Silas. That suggests brawling. That suggests battles.
That game had a Mundo and a Kali.
Exactly. So there's
And they
not going
didn't
to be
do
any...
anything for 30 minutes.
Yeah, Amundo's not trying to fight before 30 minutes. Maokai and Sejuani are.
Oh dear. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Esports, baby.
Massive lead in CS for BBP here. So far at the early stage of the game. Of course, range into melee. Prey does have minion wave, a bit of, but wow. BBP punishing Prey for looking aggressively towards those minions. Poltron is going to be able to
for last game.
look for the invade. He's going to be able to find this Maokai. Smites away the wolves
Oh, wow.
and continues to trade aggressively here onto Forever. Fantastic start thus far for Poltron. Prey's not going to be able to answer this aggression either. Similar to what
It
we
is
saw
hard.
yesterday. Prey's
Okay.
jumping in, Gavin getting taken very low, stunned up. That brawl impressive.
Okay. So this is just turned into a exercise of how best to bully Maokai jungle.
Yeah, it's a rough start. Poltron going to be pretty happy with how things are going.
Oh, what is Prey doing?
Yeah, Prey very
Prey's
pushed up.
lost his mind.
But BBP so low that he's not really able to help, meaning that Poltron's not going to be able to find any avenue into that top side. As he walks down the river, will be met by Jovi, but again, not likely to be a battle coming out of it. Pressure enough, though, to stop him on the Scuttle Crab. Has bought enough time for Forever to rejoin the map.
Posturing around the mid lane. Not going to need anything. All that acceleration, all that aggression in the jungle really actually hasn't netted them up. If anything, it has in fact delayed both junglers' timing.
For sure. Prey looking to have a better performance for himself in this game in comparison to the last, but at the moment at least.
We're here again.
Yeah. Oh, same old, same old.
Poltron
Poltron goes flying by. His first blood claimed in the bottom lane. Some way, somehow, the Ziggs Braum paying dividends. Gets that kill over onto Raze.
Well, not what I would have thought would have happened, but I suppose you take it. Oh, Poltron is just doing some cyberbullying right now.
Unfortunately for Forever, really struggling to find any avenue in. Is going to pull the trigger now. Is level 6 there for Jovi. So much time spent by these junglers just dancing around means there is a significant level advantage found in the solo lanes. Immediately gets that flash away from Poltron. Of course, it was essentially a trade.
Ignore is a higher level than Forever right now.
Will, I think, get level 4 off this large raptor. Should do so. No,
Nope.
Still level 3.
Oh lord. At this point, settling might be the best option for Forever on the Maokai.
Very possibly so. Yeah, definitely not what we've been accustomed to seeing him on tonight. But nonetheless, here we are.
And even Poltron's still only level 4. Oh dear. The entire tempo of this game has just been thrown in the bin.
Heavy trading with these two melee mid laners. Not resulting in too much.
Not unsurprising.
Oh, thank you, production. Production just thought he would chime in and tell us it's 4 AM. Thanks for that. Good update. Must be nice to be BBP. It's still only 11 o'clock for him.
Oh, that's gross. Crazy that he could still be in bed before today.
He's not going to want to be.
It may not be up to him depending on how this game goes.
Yeah, I mean, at least for now, very even despite the first blood.
Oh, Poltron. Looking to do it again. Not 6 though.
Level 6 there for Jovi, but he's able to just walk back to his tower. Fate sealed. Was picked up there by Fido as the bot lane of Rich Dynasty head their way up into the mid lane. Still a ward there. Not going to be able to find too much. Prey still suffering a little bit to Baby Banana Peel, who has himself that Hex Drinker. Additional shield against that 1v1 power of the Gwen is always going to be valuable. Jovi doesn't have that Q up. Oh my god, the trade of Fate Sealed and the flash away. I mean, Jovi will be able to get himself clear, but the Void Grub is going to be a whole lot harder to contest. Especially being that the Braum is nowhere to be seen.
Yeah, as soon as he saw that shadow come out, Gavin realised the best way you can actually get in is just walk it up. Holds the Zenith Blade. Oh dear, what a game already. Grub's going to be taken here, all but for free. Unfortunately, for forever, he can't even look for the dragon just at the moment. Desperately needs to get that Nature's Grasp online.
Absolutely.
There he goes, he's ticked on over.
Oh dear. It's going to be forever. Finding his way onto Gavin with that twisted advance, but Braum not quite in the area. Will eventually land that Winter's Bite. Flash away from Gavin. Fido straight into that Bramble Smash.
Can take that opportunity to maybe look to start things up. Poltron eating those saplings.
A good chunk of damage coming out of the Bramble Smash, but the Dragon doing even more here to forever. Poltron sticking around. Very powerful skirmish coming out of the Sejuani Silas combination.
Fido could steal the Nature's Grasp here. It's a little lockdown between that and the Glacial Prison.
Now hold up. Ignore it. Caught out of position and almost certain to go down. It's going to be a kill back. Does flash over the wall, but Raze gets that reset. So much CC coming through. They will eventually find the kill over onto that Braum. A bit of poke damage in return there as the Nature's Grasp does come out, but won't be able to be followed up upon. Now Dragon seemingly going to be picked up here by Rich Dynasty.
Yeah, it looks like it's just going to be sacked there. Oh, Chair does not want to commit to that fight despite the low health bars. I think Zobi. Okay.
Prey and Baby Banana Peel going at it. The Q is going to have to be big here from Prey as he missed that ultimate. So much damage coming down back and forward. No flash for Prey, and the flash is there for Baby Banana Peel. Neither one picking up the kill. Oh, dearie me. Prey, you have to leave, buddy. We'll channel that teleport. Channel that recall, rather.
Two Yawls. One absolutely insane. The other likes to shoot things.
Ray's just patiently waiting. Oh my. Hold up. The flash can be responded to.
Ray's almost walks back into it for Gavin.
Oh!
Rotating down.
Oh,
the
dear.
TP.
That's one way to answer it. Should be a kill going over to Fido. Gavin likely to leave it there. There comes the Mega Inferno Bomb. Minion will finish off the last hit there on that kill. Pretty free look. I mean, it does cost them the teleport as Jovi is getting a lot of free time here on that mid lane tower, but still, Fido's going to be able to push out in that bottom lane and stay relatively even. In fact, slightly ahead even when it comes to that CS. As Ray's coming out of base, deploying into the mid lane to be able to answer this minion wave.
Yeah. Being able to steal that Fate Seal means that, I mean, realistically, between the jungle and mid lane combos, which Dynasty and Polisher essentially have the exact same combo. Oh, yeah, Prey very much under the pump this game. Is doing well to hold out as best he is.
$4 AM. Hold up. Jovi taking a lot of damage here. Will be taken out. Panda, mate.
And it's only the start.
Ray's getting very fed once again here on Tristana.
How a Rich Dynasty staring down the barrel of a reverse sweep situation? What is going on?
This is Oceania. It's what happens when you just put all the best players in the world in one region.
I'm pretty sure they call that the LCK, but alright.
A lot of damage coming down. That's going to be the Nature's Grass to the bottom side of the map, but unfortunately for Polar Chair, It's up here in the mid lane that they are going to be suffering. Fido going to be able to claim himself yet another kill. And Gavin will fall at least as Jovi claims himself one back. Still, the gold lead is gradually mounting. Fido just dealing with May in that tower. Not really a concern whatsoever. And falling apart is the early game here for Polarchair.
Oh dear. Oh dear indeed. The macro game not going their way. The kill game not going their way. I mean, you look at it. One more neutral objective. That's defeats the strength claimed by Rich Dynasty. I mean, realistically, Ray just finishes this tower and it defeats the strength. And he will. There's just no one there to contest it.
Yeah. I love how loud the first tower going down is.
It's kind of obnoxious.
Oh dear. Fido, once again, following on from his performance last game on the Victor, getting himself very fed. Ignore walking up aggressively is going to get targeted down and absolutely one shot. Nature's Grass coming through too. It's going to have to be flashed away from by Forever. And completely controlling the map. Our Rich Dynasty, Polarchair not even getting a look in, realistically. Prey headed up to maybe try and defend this Rift Herald. But Jovi might not realize he is under a lot of pressure. They have jumped on him on the top side. You can see on the minimap, that's the Fate Steel going to be used. Unfortunately, oh, Zovi, has he been able to clear the distance? Mega Inferno Bomb is going to land, but Locket does block all of that damage.
Yeah, literally negative damage in that instance, unfortunately. Oh, and look, another tower goes down to the Buckets of Ray. I think at this stage what is going to happen is throughout the remainder of this broadcast, you're going to progressively see me move more and more bed things into the office. And I will end the show collapsing onto a blanket and pillow that I prepared on the floor.
Oh dear. It is getting to that point. I mean, in fairness, over the past 2 years, I did have days of the PCS that ended later than this. The difference being it wasn't 9 games of casting, it just started later.
I mean, we had shows the LCP split one that we were getting home as the sun was coming up.
Yeah, that's true.
Which, to be fair, we're only about 2 hours away from.
We are rapidly approaching the sun greeting us for a good morning kiss. As Poltron and the rest of Rich Dynasty will be able to take the second dragon for themselves.
Hidden Tech Soul, your favourite.
Wow. And the game really wanted us to know. Nice little take there. After getting that Rift Herald to be able to take away that mid lane tower. And gold is still roughly 3k in advantage to Rich Dynasty, but far from out of it at that sort of total, especially when you have a champion like Gwen. Now, Prey admittedly isn't that strong. I do think going for the full Maw here on Jace might be a little overkill, but still seemingly doing well in their isolated 1v1, at least for the time being.
As the rule goes, there is no kill like overkill. Oh dear.
Good thing we don't have channel rewards because posture check would not be doing me well right now. Prey going to be targeted out down this bot side. Does get the needle work out. Not going to be able to get the healing though as Ignore comes in, but is just going to go down straight to his tower and Prey falls for the first time this game.
So having been somewhat of an on-factor for the majority of this game, just battling into that range versus melee matchup was always going to be under the pump and a little bit weaker than he might have been in a straight melee versus melee matchup.
Yeah, for sure. Nature's Gas coming out, looking aggressively onto Baby Nana Peel. That's a nice knock up. He does get the knock back, but it's not going to mean all that much as he's taken very, very low, and he should be going down. As Forever who is going to be able to claim that kill, but Poltron and Gavin quickly approaching the top side. Glacial Prison's going to land. Are they going to stay to look for this fight? It's only the 2v2. This might be a good look in. This could be an opportunity for Polachir. Poltron does narrowly get away, but he might burn to the Leandri's down. At least will go forever. Gavin flashes. The Leandri's will not burn down Poltron, but Jovi will burn down Gavin as May stuck in a rough position. Not going to be able to win that 1v1. The flash away, but the flash to follow as Raze gets himself another one. Gets the reset as well. Should be able to get himself out some way, somehow. Fido playing aggressively. Jovi still here, though. Could he look for that 2v1? Does have that ultimate. That Fate Seal is available for himself, and the needlework not quite up for Prey.
Realistically, does have the angle, unfortunately. With Ignore coming up, that angle is now gone. This is just spiraling into absurdity, as it has been this entire evening. The one takeaway, though, I think we can both agree on, is at least May is not playing Jhin.
This is true. I think another takeaway is the 6-game series we have at the LCP are going to feel like a walk in the park after this.
Oh, bring on next weekend.
Oh, dear.
I mean, the fact that at this point, if this game goes the way of Rich Dynasty, we will have had all games bar one that we could possibly have had. And there's still another.
Oh yeah, because yesterday. Yeah, I mean the teams are all so close in terms of their relative skill level. Poltron pretty happily soaking up the sapling for now, but now it's getting relatively low, if you want to call it that. A lot of pressure on the map here for the side of Rich Dynasty as they are threatening to hit that Artican. Teleport coming through as well for BBP, and they are truly threatening to hit it. Prey no teleport for himself. If they do want to contest this, he's going to have to try and walk his way down. It looks like it should just be another free objective going the way of Rich Dynasty in the fight, even maybe as Ray comes on in, finds his way onto Ignore, won't get the reset, but does get it from that kill assist. Ignore going to get taken down as well. Does he look even further forward? No. 2 quick kills found. Prey does at least answer with a tower on that top side, but quickly, well, faster and faster, shall I say. Does this game continue to go the way of Rich Dynasty?
And Artican going to be taken there. Rain's coming into the tail end of it. I mean, he wasn't even really threatened. Oh, Fido's on the hunt. No, okay, just leaves him. Wants the CS. Didn't even get more valuable at this point.
Jovi is getting strong for himself, but not really in comparison to Fido. 5-0-1 now on the Silas. And just games 3 and 4 really performing in this mid lane is Fido.
Absolutely.
Of course, affectionately known as Bedoink.
Oh, joy.
Dragon number 3.
Dragon.
Looks like Prey is trying to make his way down to join his team for this objective. Now Fido with the teleport can also come down to match if he so chooses to. With the recall coming through, it suggests that he will be. Poke landing from Baby Banana Peel. Poltron taking a bit of damage. Raze flashing over, not going to be able to find the reset on this occasion. But still a sizable chunk of damage going over onto this Maokai as Fido playing aggressively, and look at the damage that he's able to output. Still trying to contest. Raze is going to get knocked up. So much damage. And that's the 80 carry down. Now looking aggressively onto Fido. A massive shutdown on him if they do get it. The knock up. Jovi may be able to find it. That's the shutdown going the way of Polachir. Gavin tries to run away. And 3 quick kills with shutdowns included picked up by Polachir, and the Dragon will follow.
They stop the stacking. They get themselves some very much needed gold. And importantly, they stopped the roll of Fido and Raze. I mean, at that point, they were 9-1 before falling. And oh, mate, playing a dangerous game with the Jace backs off, avoids falling. It's still about a 1,500 gold lead in favour of Rich Dynasty, who have had the macro control for the most part.
Absolutely. But importantly, some much needed gold picked up by Jovi, and I mean, now becoming a very, very relevant threat in this game and a potential avenue for the side of Polar Chair to finally get themselves into that final. But of course, as you said, Rich Dynasty still ahead, still in a reasonably okay position. Just need to shore up some of those mistakes.
I mean, you do for sure have to question just how much series fatigue is affecting this Polar Chair roster. Even after what is now 9 games, finding, oh, Prey.
Prey, yeah, 1v3 at the moment. There is a teleport coming through. Can he get the last needle work off? No, he can't. Jovi's locked up. In comes the Nature's Grasp, though. Do they have enough damage to take down this Yone? They don't for now. Poltron flashing away. The knockout misses. The Fate Sealed will as well, and he has to snap back. Still a lot of damage. Fido could be that turning point. The Silas is so strong. Zovi flashing forward. Oh, no, everything's going everywhere. The time of the day is affecting everyone, but Raze comes on in, and he's going to bring out that mop and pick up a bunch of kills for himself. All the while, Baby Banana Peel cracking open this base, and as soon as things start to look okay, they go awfully wonky, and it's going to be Rich Dynasty picking up so much gold and pressure on the map.
Inhib down. No, the respawn time is well enough. I think EVP probably could have got some damage out and still got in the way for the most part, but respecting the collapse potential, they take the tier 1 in the mid lane as well. Herald, not Herald, Baron. Okay, they're just going to do it. They're going to rip that band-aid off immediately.
Yeah, teleport there for Prey. No teleport for Jovi, who did use it to go to that top side, but not going to be a contest, even conceivable, as it will be picked up by Rich Dynasty, and in a very, very commanding position now to take game 4. Bring us to our second Silver Scrapes of the night. Fido almost goes down to the bomb.
Unfortunately, not quite enough. 8-1 into this Silas. I think at this point, probably doing more damage with that Mega Inferno bomb than May is.
Yeah, probably with the items he has. Getting a bit of magic resist now. Is doing more than enough damage as the Silas.
10 stacks in the dark, so you're potentially another Medjai's Fido game.
Oh dear. Taking out this top lane inner tower rather, will go down very quickly to this Tristana, and continuing on forward. Prey gets himself an objective shut down, at least on the bottom side of the map, and down will go the Ziggs. Down, likely will go everyone. It's a really good Glacial Fissure though, as Jovi trying to find as much damage as he can. Fate Sealed landing onto 2, but so much damage coming through from Fido. It's a triple kill picked up by him on the Silas, taking those kills to 11. Prey now does finally get that recall off. With only him and the Maokai between 5 members with Baron buff of Rich Dynasty. We are more than likely heading to a game 5 here. A lot of champions removed, even digging into some of those tank junglers.
A game 10. Oh, Lord.
Prey not going to be able to do all that much, is just taken out. The flash forward from Fido sealing the deal. And ladies and gentlemen, we will be headed to our second Silver Scrapes at 4 AM in the morning. Hello? Co-caster? Oh dear.
Oh. Yeah, game 10 of the evening. Oh. Polar Chair putting on the marathon run, it would seem. Not by their choice, unfortunately, as they are on the precipice of being reverse swept in the lower bracket final.
I'm gonna have to ask my boss, can I go to a break? Can I have my 10-minute snack break, please, boss? All right, it's time for a break. Once we're back, enjoy the Silver Scrapes and all that good stuff. We got a game 5 on the horizon. Oh, we'll see you shortly.
We're still conscious somehow.
For the final time tonight, at long last.
No, because we've still got another best of 5 to play later today. So not even for the last time today.
But for the final time tonight, look, I haven't slept yet, so it is still technically Saturday for me.
For the last time this morning.
2-2, Polar Chair, Rich Dynasty. I was about to say Rich King. Rich Dynasty, 2-2, very close affair. Obviously, you hear the silver scrapes. I just want everyone to know that this has gone on for so long that the lights that were prepared to sort of elevate the scenery have in fact ran out of battery and are now off. So
yeah, we're finishing at 5 o'clock in the morning.
At least.
Yeah. This is a 9-hour run. Polar Chair, it couldn't be the Polar Express, then it would have been a quick affair.
Oh, look, if there's one thing you have to say, there has been a lot of passion shown. Just 10 back-to-back games, almost one after the other, and sweet release on the right side of my screen. It's now on yours. Huh?
All right, Ambessa, Nidalee, Aatrox. What else have we got?
Don't be fooled, by the way. There we go. Now it is 2. Aatrox, Nidalee, Ambessa will be the first ban for Rich Dynasty. And then the last ban. Oh no, Maokai's gone. I don't know if they go back to the Nocturne, but
Shaco was the other one that was being banned.
Yeah, Shaco in this slot.
Yeah, so that was going to say that.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Oh.
I'm the shell of a man, everyone.
And unfortunately, we have no one to blame but ourselves. Oh, look, Shaco's gone again. So the exact same bans as last game to start things off.
Yeah. That is my analysis.
Oh, I can't wait for a first pick Jin. This could be it. This could be the moment. I think that's the reason no one is picking Jin, is because we've harped on it so much in the LCP, is that everyone's deathly afraid that it might cost them their chance at going to play overseas. Rich Dynasty slam the Azir down on the desk.
It's a good start to the
family
draft.
bucket ready to go.
One more. 2 picks, actually, to come through for Polar Chair. On the red side, by choice, Vex Galio.
It has not been banned.
It was banned pretty consistently in the first series.
Yeah, even in this series, it's had its few.
Yeah. So Jovi's going to get his chance to play it and show why it keeps getting banned up against him. Zeri.
The problem being is we've got to bring the energy, because if the energy dips for even a moment, we are 100% falling asleep at our desks. We're not going to get a golf cast this one.
I will attempt to do my best. So Rich Dynasty now. I mean, junglers are a question.
Okay.
Milio for Gavin, possibly. It is a champion he
Milio
has played quite a
Cogmore.
lot of. Yeah. The opportunity for something akin to.
Well, do you look to go really rude and pick Caitlyn and go for even more range?
Yeah, I mean, it would be hard to deal with. Cassante up in that top side for BBP. Wouldn't hate to just see it matched by the likes of an Ornn, who has remained open this entire series. In fact, the entire day.
I mean, Zeri Lulu just naturally seems like the pick.
Yeah, I don't see a reason not to, especially against the Melio. You can get a bit of a predict the president composition.
Yumi, you want to go that angle, but I think then you just go something that hits very, very hard at range, and it becomes a very oh dear.
Fiora left open,
dear.
and it's a really good pick into Cassante. Now, unfortunately, Prey continues to get very far ahead on these champs, but unfortunately not able to get it done. And I think the worrying thing for me is that, while Fiora, of course, as a champion, Prey's very good at, the rest of the team comp lends itself to kind of angling into wanting to play these team fights, the 5v5, get behind all these tanky members for the Zeri. But with the Fiora locked in, certainly not going to be wanting to look for the 5v5s. Still could angle to try and look for a strong full v4 and allow Prey to have a lot of freedom on the side lane. Because Cassante, when it comes to those team fights, should be a lot more impactful than the Fiora in general.
Oh boy. In exactly 1 minute and 10 seconds, the stream will have been live for 9 hours on the money. Alistar gone. Oh dear. I mean, Draven ban potentially against Rich Dynasty. You'd imagine with the Milio, it's going to offer a lot of power.
Caitlyn.
Okay.
But yeah, I mean, Raze
They're in the walls.
is known as a Draven player. Has always been able to play that champion to a very high degree. And with the pool of champions available really quickly fading, I mean, you're at a point where it's kind of looking like you go either the Cogmore, maybe you go the Draven. First pick, of course, does go to Polar Chair. They'll have their opportunity to select their support, and Yuumi is the current hover.
With the Lily ban, it was always going to be, I think.
Yeah, I imagine so.
Oh,
Bard, maybe. Back to the Yuumi.
Oh dear. Okay, Zeri, Yuumi in the bot lane. Oh, please no.
Xayah.
I think if the Xayah's locked in for the first time today, I would be praying on Rich Dynasty's downfall. Oh yes, no, please, why?
I think the Xayah is not that bad. He matches range with the Zeri. Also, a lot of melees so far being shown. I guess only the two, but likely to get one through the jungle as well. As Poppy, the final lock-in here for Poltron. A very strong early game jungler, and he's done a good job recently in the last two games of pressuring into Forever's jungle early on and getting some large advantages for himself. As Polar now get to lock in their last champion, it will be a jungler. And Forever, who was so critical in so many of their wins.
Okay.
I mean, the Jarvan is a strong champ, but against the Poppy is not going to be all that useful if Poltron's able to be at the right place. Now, admittedly, it does have a good time up against the Xayah. While the Xayah can use Featherstorm, it cannot get her out of that Cataclysm. Azir, on the other hand, should be pretty good against this Jarvan in general. Very mobile on that champion.
Honestly, I think at this point, Igor just wants to go to bed, which is why he's picked the Yuumi. He can intermittently nap for 5 minutes and come back just to avoid the AFK timer.
I mean, in terms of team composition,
this is a boring Game 5 draft. I'm sorry.
I think it's pretty fun. I mean, you get the... I think the Xayah Milio is a bit of a weird lane in general, but in terms of the Zeri Yuumi, it definitely is strong, especially when you get to this Game 5, right? A lot of champions removed. Oh, Game 4 replays, I'll continue talking about it, but when you get to Game 5, a lot of champions removed, so the really high tier champs that you often see in, games 1, 2, 3 are gone. I think Zeri Yuumi is actually a pretty strong lane in general. I mean, maybe not lane, but a combo throughout the game. Then you have the Galio, which has been so consistently banned against Jovi. I think a good look in, really, for the side of Polar Cheer. Rich Dynasty, on the other hand, the Xayah seems... I mean, it's okay, especially, again, like, so many of the good champions have been removed, where it does feel like, okay, you're kind of limited to almost exclusively Xayah in many ways.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if she's necessarily getting the maximum value out of the Vilio lane. Either way, yeah, it's a strong champ into it, what's been shown. The Jarvan definitely feels like a bit of a sell, like you said, into the Poppy. There are other options, but I mean, the most successful champions we've seen out of Forever have already been played or banned.
Yeah, I mean, even this game earlier on, the Jarvan was good. It was kind of the rest of the map fell apart so hard that he couldn't really do much, right? Got the triple kill in the early game. Was matched by Kyoza getting that triple kill, which kind of outdid, you know, the impact that Oriana has rather is just always going to be a bit more significant than that of a Jarvan in general. And this fight was kind of the last fight that we saw out of Polish here in that last game that did look roughly successful. I mean, this was 4 AM gaming right here. Not a skill shot to be seen.
Yeah.
It's so rough watching it back. Raze comes in, doesn't have a skill shot, so it's a lot easier for him.
It's one of those in the moment, you're like, yeah, this is sick, and then you watch it back, you're like, oh, okay, we're just really tired. And
Yeah.
both sides are really tired.
Yeah, you do feel for them.
Any of us made anything happen is a miracle, really.
This was, of course, how the Nexus went down in Game 4. And we find ourselves in our second 5-game series, 5th game even of the night.
What do you mean, 5th game of the night? This is the 10th game of the night. This is the 5th game of this series. 10th? The polar chair.
Yeah, oh. How upsetting would it be to be them if they do eventually fall in this game? Obviously, we're starting anew. The last 2 games don't matter. It was Polar Chair that got the first 2. Clean slate here in Game 5. If they are able to get across the line, they will be able to go again tomorrow, go up against Saving Oceanic and compete for that slot to go and represent us internationally. But it's not going to be easy. I mean, even getting this game across the line is going to be very difficult for both of these teams. I think the team compositions are perfectly fine. I'm looking this time. I mean, we saw how good Prey is at this Fiora. Can he get it done this time? He got so far ahead, both in his Camille game and his Fiora game of the last series. Now he has his second attempt at a Game 5 Fiora. If he does find success, then, I mean, it has to come through Prey. In my mind, it just has to come through Prey. Sure, the Zeri can be strong with that Yuumi and the Gully on top of it as well, but, I mean, Prey is not really going to be that well adjusted to coming in these team fights, right? Fiora just not a great team fighting champion, especially in comparison to Cassante. He's got to be really good on these side lanes. The vision's got to be there. He's got to be crisp. He can't have any of the slip-ups that he had in that last Game 5, because if he does, then very quickly they might find themselves out of this tournament after such a long slog today.
I mean, the one benefit, you've got the Galio in the hands of Jovi, so you can sort of somewhat cheese the system in those side lanes, so Prey can take those 1v1 matchups or whatever matchups, and then Hero's entrance in to sort of assist in those situations. But either way, we're here. The most egregious fact of it all is, well, actually, no, the one big thing that I am most grateful for, in fact, is that there cannot be another game after this.
30 seconds until
Yeah, very true. I am well and truly ready for bed. Of which is a couch.
It's a bit. My couch is a little bit distant. I could probably plug in my headset mic and go and cast from the couch, but
What would they call that?
they would call that reclined, which is where I desire to be.
Yuumi starting the game with a ward, not necessarily needing those potions. Aggression in the early stage of this game once again. The flash away from Poltron and the taunt landing on the baby banana peel, but we'll be fine. And for the first time in the past few games, it's in fact going to be the side of Polar Chair that get a summoner spell out early. The last 2 was Poltron managing to find, Poltron alongside the rest of the team, of course, managing to find the summoner out of Polar Chair.
Ultron, not even recalling, just due to the timing of it all. And this would be a drastically worse situation for Jovi if the fact it wasn't a Azir in the mid lane. Having to start with the taunt.
Yeah, does make the level 1 a little bit more annoying. Poltron looking aggressively here. Will eventually find Forever. It's red buff to no red buff, and he doesn't land on that stun. This could be really bad for Poltron. He doesn't have flash available to himself, playing this aggressively with no summoners, and there is absolutely no way out. So he's going to come in and get that kill for himself. Actually, Forever does take it. Poltron a little bit misguided there, unfortunately. After losing that flash, playing that aggressively is always going to be so dangerous, and punished very well there.
Yeah. Poltron just losing his mind a little bit after being forced away with the flash early. And that time of the rift, I mean, Forever's not going to get a huge amount. He's recalling after 2 camps just to get himself a little bit of extra strength.
For sure. Nice little sidestep. Not quite landing on the vital there. Early stage of this lane, perfectly fine for the Cassante, but as the game progresses, it becomes completely unplayable.
Forever.
Ooh, Justice Punch,
What
not
the
quite.
angle's gonna be.
Forever now looking for the invade. Toby taking a bit of a beating here from Fido. Is he able to actually get this Gromp? It looks like he will as Poltron's headed to the bottom side of the map.
I think potentially reading into maybe some aggression for Forever into his own bot side
Oh.
jungle of the fact that they got the kill.
Prey doing a great job. Oh, gets the ward too.
Oh, the joys of being a Zeri.
Yeah, it's a bit of a rough time, and Yuumi not offering all that much in terms of laning strength. So at least for the time being, Rich Dynasty having a pretty decent time in that bottom lane. Poltron gets himself that Scuttle Crab, so it is even in terms of that. Looking possibly for a dive here. There is no barrier. Gonna have to be quick on the flash. Does get it out in time. Now Poltron, still no flash for himself. Gonna get knocked up, and that's gonna be a second death almost certainly. No, the heal there for Gavin. This is gonna be able to escort Poltron out. Big tower damage, but still not gonna find it. Does get the flash away from May, however. So a good pickup, as all it costs them is that heal.
Sure. This top side of the wave just bounce back for BBP. Unfortunately, there's not really much he can do in this matchup at this stage.
Yeah, Prey getting very far ahead, just in terms of that CS. Even being able to freeze this wave where it is going to be pretty detrimental. Yuumi gets so low, but is able to reattach to May and get himself back to safety, while Forever looking for a dragon early on. Again, last game, those dragons were that pain point. And Poltron in the area, not looking to give this one over for free. Jovi still not level 6, so is just going to greet Poltron in the river. Has Fido there, still level 5 as well, but the fight looking good here, as Poltron will be taken out a second time this game. Fido can not do much but look. At least they did stop the dragon, so it is a small win. May really suffering,
Poltron
but
for the first time this game actually getting to spend some gold.
ooh. Another 2-0 start for Forever.
36, he's heading down to this bot side river.
Gavin's going to be able to get the cancel. Oh!
Oh. It's a position that Polar Chair have not been in for a wee while.
Ahead?
Yeah, that's the one.
That's true. Things going pretty well. Most of their success, when they do find the game wins, has come off the back of an early advantage for Forever. So far, he's found himself exactly that now. Even up in CS against Poltron, but with a pretty sizable lead with those 2 kills being picked up. Has the Tunneler as alongside an extra longsword, where Prey has 4 longswords.
I mean, it's 5 in total on the side of Polar Chair to the 2.
And then a really
Back
big
pocket of
sword.
Poltron. Yeah.
Crab will be secured here by Forever.
Again, for all the action we're seeing, there is a lot of lull moments for the most part. Oh, Prey, he's doing the thing that Fiora does, and with 4 longswords.
Oh.
Okay.
Oh, nice parry though. Nice parry. BP's going to have that ultimate, but I think he might just be going down. One more vital should seal the deal. The W there for BBP, though. He's trading back really well. And is able to survive a close affair.
He gave the ulti proc there. That was a bit of a sell, but... Oh dear.
Ghost going to be popped here from Raze. Met with the exhaust immediately. May as well, did use his. Tournament lives now on the line, both teams being a little bit more reserved, outside of Poltron, who is still trying to get things done. It's the Dragon once again, and this is a trade. I mean, how many games in a row have I seen this trade exactly happen, and it favor the team that gets the Dragons? Now, admittedly, there is a Fiora in this game. So there is a little bit of extra value to picking up these Void Grubs, but still the Dragon win condition has been such a pain point so consistently for Polarchair.
Absolutely. Absolutely. But I'm saying that BBP 39 to 76 in this top lane.
Yeah, it's an absolute shellacking. So last time, Prey was just solo killing Doraemon. This time he's not solo killing, but getting very far ahead in terms of that CS, and it's only going to get worse. Philo doing a great job of trading, but of course the Galio isn't going to mind all that much when you trade away at his health.
Absolutely. Mayang, head up to this top side. He's going to be spotted. A little bit slow matching the lane swap. On the ward here, Raze, it was realistically always going to be fine unless that Cataclysm comes down.
Getting some good trades. I'm thinking Polarchair may be realizing they don't need to force so many aggressive plays when they have this Fiora. Much the same as the Camille earlier on in the series. If there was just less power given over to Rich Dynasty, the game looks a whole lot better. Teleport coming through. This is Findo trying to find his way onto Prey. Prey will be able to see it. Still trading aggressively, but has more than enough time to get out. And you have to wonder...
He necessarily did.
Nah, you can see it in the corner of your screen now.
I mean, thumbs up. Potentially. I mean, again, Prey has been playing 9 and a bit hours.
This is true.
And it's those little things that sometimes get missed in those situations. The cognitive fog.
Oh, fog's a one word for it. I don't know what word I'd use, but I'm feeling lots of words. Cataclysm is going to be used immediately on a Findo. Does have that flash away as Poltron gets himself that keeper's verdict. And flies Jovi, as well as Forever, well away from where is Azir. Was under a lot of pressure. So trade of those ults. No harm, no foul, realistically.
In that top lane matchup, the difference. And it's not even including the plating that Prey's found.
Yeah, I mean, if the Observer's still awake, are we able to see the gold between those two? Flash forward from Young. This might be a bit overzealous, but he is just narrowly surviving as Raze able to get that kill. 4,000 to 3,000 in that top lane, so a 1k gold advantage naturally, but plausible answer back there as Raze finds a really nice blade caller to shut down May. Gets himself up 1k himself.
Yeah. He's finding some evidence. I mean, there needs to be some easement to the pressure for sure. Rich Dynasty and Raze on that Xayah can be a champion. It becomes hugely problematic, especially for someone like Prey and Forever going into later stage of the game. All these melee champions pretty easily punished by the Xayah.
Absolutely. Raze again. 5 AM finds himself the point of strength for his team. This time on the Xayah. It's a champ very capable of making a 1v9 performance happen, and it's a team composition that ultimately Xayah is perfectly fine into. Not often do you find those. Jovi going to get started up against the wall, take a lot of damage, but double man taunt does come through. Forever going to get denied there by that Emperor's Divide. Prey all the while happily taking tower shots because the minion wave's there and he gets to go back to full HP due to the Ravenous Hydra.
The proxy Fiora. Will just jump himself back over into the river. Look to come back round to BBP.
The good thing about Cassante is also has a lot of wave clear available for himself, so not going to feel all that hard done by when the proxies do come through. Ultron once again looking here onto Jovi. Going to get taunted up as he does headbutt into that Galio.
Sort of holding the wave state. Just a little bit there for Fido in the mid lane. BBP and Prey. Going at it again. BBP. Oh, okay. Yeah. Yes, the vital proc.
Yeah, so much damage. What happened down here? A bit of aggression towards Forever, it looks like. Jovi's now here. He's absolutely sprinting in. Poltron going to get locked down. It's going to be the breath of life coming through from Gavin. The Keeper's Verdict does land, but May's got free reign over the back line here as he does trying to find his way in. Here's Entrance, not going to find all that much, but Baby Banana Peel, who teleports into the fight, is going to be charged at. There comes the ultimate. Prey trying to find the lockdown. The W's not there for BBP, and he is going to get taken out with that parry coming through. Prey picks himself up his first. The Dragon will also be picked up by the side of Polar Chair. It's a leap ahead in terms of that gold now. 1.5k for them after a bit of a slow affair to begin things.
Feeling a vindication brewing just a little bit, potentially. A long slog, and this will be the beats strength claimed as well. Prey making quick work of that tower. And a Rod of Ages build for Jovi in the mid lane Galio. Not what we've seen recently.
Yeah, gonna have a bit more.
Fair, not a huge amount of magic resistance, magic damage other than Fido this game.
Yeah, for sure. And ultimately, it does mean you'll do a slightly higher amount of damage. Prey can have his wave cleared, so not going to be able to get that tower for now. Level 11 ticked across from the solo laners. Oh, the mid laners.
Half of the solo laners. Herald alive at the minute. Again, some of this big ultimate's going to be down. Cataclysm not far off. Prey will have that ulti very, very soon to Jovi. The Hero's Entrance well away from being back and available.
Absolutely.
Some of the fighting power limited for Polar Chat.
Rift Herald being started up here. This is how everything fell apart last time, was trying to have Prey in these team fights. There's going to be Poltron that gets that smite, but he's going to be locked down, most likely taken out by May here as he tries to run away. They're not going to get out with that phase rush. So Rift Herald picked up there. Poltron gets the eye as well. It does give over another kill as May picks that one up. On the Zeri, a very important person to be having all this gold and is definitely receiving it.
Absolutely. Absolutely, mate. Stay back to that mid lane. Get that pressure up. Gonna be nothing much of anything achieved in the next 3 minutes though, as all objectives are off the rift.
Absolutely. Fido here on the Azir. I mean, the last two games from him have been phenomenal. In this game, he's against the Galio, so it's pretty hard to find a lot of headway, but definitely doing a good job of keeping that gold up.
Yeah, in this side wave pressure, or side lane pressure rather, it's just so hard for BBP to deal with. Even with a Thorn Mail, little to nothing in a Prey. He's going to require some outside intervention.
Maybe looking for a tower dive onto this Galio. Poltron's going to get locked up. Does try and get himself out, and the phase rush will help him get out of that tower, but a massive amount of damage coming back down onto him. Poltron here in game 5. I was about to say 3. In game 5, having a bit of a rough showing. Fair enough. It's not easy to play 5 games, let alone Polar Cheer, who are now at the 10th.
And looking like they might just get it over that finish line as well.
Yeah, if things continue the way they are. Taking a look at the gold. Close that gap a little bit, has May. But again, you see up on that top side, Prey now approaching a 2k gold advantage just for himself in isolation.
Yeah. Again, clearing these wards out. Doing some big work for the team in terms of denying vision control.
Oh, not getting the flowers, though. Not happy. Not happy at all. They're free stats. Take the flowers, ladies and gentlemen.
They're just trying to get the wave state in a position that they want it to be, which is Prey just consistently into BBP. You can see teleport coming down from Jovi in and out of the bot lane. It is going to be Fido and Poltron there, though.
Yeah, 1 minute out from Dragon. Prey is going to have that teleport available for himself. Zovi teleporting down into the bottom lane means he's already going to be there. Fido looking aggressively, and Poltron much the same, but here comes Forever. Is going to get stunned up. Does manage to make himself clear of the threat. Flag and drag over the wall. Prey all the while just free hitting on this tower. Will claim yet another one for himself and the squad. With shield going to be placed, should be able to take down this tower in response.
Yeah, there's nothing to deny there, unfortunately, for Polar Chair. But again, all the while in the mid lane.
Yeah.
All the while that Rift Herald is being played, there's ground being taken by Polar Chair.
Pretty freely over that wall will go May. Shield, Poltron gets it to crash there into the mid lane. I don't know if it's Poltron, whoever drove it.
The one with the forklift license for the team.
Yeah, that's right. Dragon now 4 seconds away. You see Prey heading down there, possibly looking to join in the fight again. Doesn't have his Triforce online, going back to top. Has the teleport if he wants to join. Jovi takes a reasonable amount of damage here. All the while, Fido is hitting this Dragon. Looking to collect that one for the team. The rest...
Shield off it, unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to take a long time for the Azir to solo it with only the Nashes.
Yeah. Especially all the while Prey is just being right
Oh.
in this top lane. It needs to be answered somehow.
Going to be answered by the Dragon, but willing to give it over. Realizing that at this stage of the game, Dragon not the most viable win condition. Are giving it over for a bit of pressure on that mid lane. Going to be able to get that first tower and start doing a bit of damage. Won't get this one though.
I mean, it's set up damage if nothing else.
Oh dear. Ultron, steadfast presence. Gonna get locked up in that Cataclysm, does flash away, but May's there. Slow does connect. Oh dear. Oh dear, Poltron trying to get himself out, will not be able to do so as Forever claims himself his third. Artican possibly on the menu. Raze is hitting this mid lane tower. See Fido coming down. And Artican has been started up. They still have that lightning crash. They have all their ultimates outside of the Cataclysm available, in fact. Fido yet to find any KP. Teleport coming through. Both top laners going to be here to join the fight. Try as he might, Zovi not able to find his way on the back line, having to flash away. May so low has to flash over as well. The exhaust comes down, and it's going to be Forever once again taking down Fido. Prey flashing away. As down will come this hero's entrance. Zovi very low as Raze trying to find that damage. Banana peel. Not going to land on that Q3. This will be the Artican going down. And a little bit hoarded here. Other side of Rich Dynasty, but able to make their way out with free passage. Not able to find a kill. And winning harder. Our Polar Chair here is finally, it might take 10 games, but they may have a berth into our finals.
The shot at the revenge match, I think, is almost what's fueling them at this point.
Oh, you'd have to think so.
You got to commend Prey. Just gets in onto the back line of Rich Dynasty. It looked like they had a phenomenal flank coming through. But Prey comes in, splits the difference. Raze, Gavin cannot play that team fight at all. And it means then that Fido is sort of left to the wolves.
Yeah, unfortunate. I mean, so many low health bars, but unfortunately not able to capitalize on them. Things have slowed down again, but... Oh.
Okay, gold lead.
And Poltron is, amazingly as he's played the past couple of games, having a real rough one here.
unfortunate situation when you find yourself that deep in the champion pool. I mean, Poppy, a great champion.
Absolutely.
I mean, not finding the positioning that he needs to get the maximum value. Triforce is well done for Prey. But as quick as he was taking towers before, takes them even quicker.
Oh dear. BBP, Poltron is in the area. Flash forward. Oh dear. Everyone else coming down as well, though. Razor's going to be here. Prey now not really anywhere to go. Will be taken out on that side lane, and a shutdown over to Raze. With that second item, Mortal Reminder nonetheless.
They did get fired while all that was going on.
Oh, yeah. Well, good thing our observer's still awake, because I didn't realize that.
I did. I saw it in the kill feed. You'd be surprised what you see when you watch the game. Unfortunately, not a heck of a lot to be found off the back of it. Polar Chair, which is a bit of a shame. That's why you've got the Fiora in the side lanes to draw that attention. They get some great set damage on the Tetsu in the mid lane, so in the coming moments, or coming minutes rather, they will be able to then collapse it and finish that off, open the map up even more. For now, it will just sit as it is.
Absolutely.
Zhonya's the Jovi.
Forever still 3-0 and 5 now on the Jarvan.
Maybe 3 more stacks, that Rod of Ages being fully done. Oh, they're looking for Prey again.
Yeah, they are. This time he does have support. Drops down that ultimate onto Poltron, and Poltron's going to get knocked up here, but Prey very far away. Not going to be able to capitalize, in fact. Might even be Forever going down for his first death. Does get out just for now. Has the flash as well, as the rest of the team does collapse upon his position.
All the while Jovi in the top lane, just shoving that wave in.
Yeah, teleporting in though. This is going to be Dragon's sole point if they do give it over. They have absolutely no way in at the moment. It's going to go down. Do they find the fight afterwards, though? There is no ultimate available for this Fiora, as Baby Banana Peel doing a good job of peeling here, but getting taken very, very low as May free wailing onto the lightning crash comes down. So low as Gavin. The Cataclysm's good. 2 kills quickly found by Polar Chair as Fido and Raze do what they can to try and fight back. That's a third double kill for Prey. They're trying to look towards Poltron and Raze. Raze hiding in the wings. The flash. Oh no, Raze. Can he find the kill? No. The Yumi speed is there. And down he will go as Prey finds 3 in the fight. The Dragon was secured. Sole point now for Rich Dynasty and a potential avenue back into this game that they find themselves with a 6k gold deficit.
And Prey is going to all but certainly take this. You think about it, Fiora naturally takes towers reasonably quick, has all 3 grubs, has a Triforce, that demolish as well. Oh, these structure objectives are just so quick to go down in the face of Prey.
3 people here looking towards Prey. Not going to be able to find all that much damage between the Poppy, Milio, and the Cassante, so able to get out, and all the while, May going to be able to pick up that mid lane tower. Extending out that gold lead now to 7k. Starting up the Baron as well. Prey does have teleport, can join this fight. Fido much the same. Baby Banana Peel too. In will come Prey. BBP's going to have to look to channel this teleport somewhere. Look at Jovi. Jovi on the wings. Jovi does have flash. Keep eyes on the Scullio. This could be the difference maker. Going to be able to pull that taunt straight on the back line. Lightning Crash comes down. BBP in the front line. But so is Fido, and Fido's gone down. BBP trying to do as much damage as possible. Finds a really good path maker, but it's not going to matter. Poltron, he hits away the Zeri, but unfortunately his Zai is down. Justice Punch will at least miss, so he does survive for the time being, but in what is currently a 4-for-0, make that 5. The ace for Polar Chair. It's taken them 10 games. But they are on the precipice of making it to the finals.
Vindication feels like almost after having to run the absolute gauntlet. Prey likely just going to crack this even before the Baron goes down. Yeah, it does so. That is how quickly this Fiora, with that hull break, it takes these objectives.
Out he will go. And unfortunately for Rich Dynasty, they are in one hell of a position. Another tower will fall. Prey just cutting through them like paper at this stage. Has that hull breaker online for himself.
0 in 14. Ignore is the Yumi. I mean, he's got more assists in the gap between the two teams and kills total. Where's many, rather. Full 100% kill participation for Forever as well.
Level advantage. Poltron level 13, Jovi level 17. And keep in mind just how much pressure Poltron was putting down onto this Galio in the side lanes. Unfortunately, not able to find anything off the back of it. And a large reason why we see everyone else on the side of Polar Chair so fed. May now 7-1-7, possibly his best game of the series.
Absolutely. The problem being is super minions in the mid lane means that there is that ability to pivot between the two lanes. Prey can't really play side as comfortably as he would have liked. You kind of want to split the map if you need to take it in here.
Absolutely, Prey 1v3 up on the top side. In comes a hero's entrance though. Baby now he'll lose half his HP. He's going to go down. The Pathmaker's there, does flash away. But in comes the side of Polar Chair. One down quickly, 4 getting routed straight back to their base. And look at the Zeri damage shredding through all 4 members onto these Nexus towers now. It's a 5-man unit of Polar Chair. Nexus Tower 2 going down. They're hitting at the Nexus. Poltron trying to get them off. Raze finds 1 kill, but they won't be able to defend as Polar Chair get it done in 10 games. What a marathon, but what an achievement.
Oh dear, back-to-back Silver Scrape series. Down through the... I'm that tired, I just clicked the continue button. Yeah. That's not my game, client. That's not how it works.
What a series. I mean, what a 2 series. And I think just the cinema ending of Prey, who wasn't able to get it done in Fiora Game 5 the first time round. Game 5 of the second series does have a great performance for himself. Doesn't start off nearly as well. But for Forever, I mean, Game 3, Game 4, Poltron was running him. Completely running him around. Game 3, or Game 5 rather, starts up. Poltron loses Flash early, goes for an invade, and from that point on, Forever, he gets ahead and he continues to grow that lead, not only for himself, but for the team. And I think a huge congratulations is in order for Polar Chair. I keep forgetting. Polar Chair, because the absolute gauntlet they've had to run today is nothing less than phenomenal. The fact that they've actually made it, 10 games back-to-back, 9 hours of straight League of Legends in a competitive setting, not just solo queue, and to finally come out on top of that very last game is really, really inspiring.
And I mean, heartbreak as well for Rich Dynasty. Poltron not going to get that revenge match potentially against his former team. Will be knocked out at the final hurdle. Violet, though, still has a chance.
Absolutely. No, I just have to check with production because he told me to send to a break.
I mean, technically it's a break because in 13 hours we're back again anyway.
Thank you very, very much, guys, for watching us. I would love to stay and chat much more about the series, but honestly, I am exhausted. And tomorrow, we're going to have another best of 5, our grand final. The winner of tomorrow, of course, between Polar Chair and Saving O's will go to represent us internationally. We'll go to the wildcard tournament to try and compete for the Chiefs' LCP slot. So, for the final time tonight, we will see you again tomorrow, and thank you so much for joining us.